Mic check, mic check. Shout out to the early No Cap crew in the building. I appreciate y'all being here. We got a doozy.
Oh, shit. What you want me to prove? Spacey got this sauce on.
If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it. Right below the video. Let's go. Shout out to the 15 people that hit the like button. Thank you. No Cap-tivity with Freezy, with special guests. Let's go.
Spacey got this sauce on. Spacey got this sauce on. Spacey got this sauce on.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce boy shit. What you want me to prove? Spacey got this sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. I appreciate you. Just under a minute. Takeoff time. Shout out to the No Cap crew. I love y'all.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Sometimes in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing it.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long that I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up, what up, what up? You are officially locked into No Cap-tivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. We're gonna do things a little different tonight. I'm gonna do a quick roll call. I got my special guests in the back. But we're not gonna take too much time because we have guests with limited amount of time, and I want to absorb as much time as I can. So let's just go ahead and do the roll call real quick. Let's see. Thank you, Fatty. Shout out to Fatty. I just left off of Fatty's show. He said I tried to send the redirect Freezer, but it's still, yeah, we had a little late start, but thank you, Fatty. Anyway, I appreciate you. Shout out to Mrs. No Cap. That's my wife, y'all. Mrs. No Cap in the building for the first time. Yeah. Shout out to Mrs. No Cap in the building. I appreciate you. I was finna call you. It's my bad. Yeah, she gonna cuss my ass out. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313, the great. What's going on with you, bro? Shout out to her that's her. OHB Israel. Shalom, sis. Shalom. Great to see you. Shout out to David Williams. Right. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the voice of Venus. What's going on, sis? And shout out to Fear No Mortals. Fear No Mortals. Great to see you. Great to see you. Listen, to support this channel and to support stories of this magnitude, especially if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Thank you. Also, shout out to everybody. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you plan on sharing the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you plan on sharing the live stream. Thank you for becoming a part of the No Cap campaign. The share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Also, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your social media platforms, or you can have an option to copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends and family. Shout out to my sister, Tawana G. Tawana G says she's sharing the live stream. Also, shout out to Fear No Mortal. She's sharing the live stream. Shout out to Black T. Thank you for sharing the live stream, Black T. Thank you. Who all is willing to share the live stream and willing to become a part of the No Cap campaign. I really appreciate you, and I wish you $11 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. Also, shout out to everybody that actually chose to hit the like button. Thank you for hitting the like button. The 28 people that hit the like button. Listen, if you don't like Freezy, if you don't like my show at all, but you still want to watch, please just don't sit there. Hit the dislike button, okay? I tell y'all all the time, YouTube likes people to participate. Don't just sit there mean and mad talking about, oh, Freezy live right now. No, hit the dislike button. We welcome you. We appreciate you. Thank you for hitting the dislike button in advance. I really appreciate you. Let me do this right here. Let me set my sister. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there we go. So listen, we getting ready to start the show. Last thing, to become a sponsor of tonight's show, it's very easy. It only takes $20 or more to become a sponsor of tonight's show. And whoever becomes the sponsor of tonight's show, your name will appear on the sponsorship board that's about to be flashing below. Let me see. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah. So whoever will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show, your name will appear on the sponsorship board that's flashing below. Who will it be? Who will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show? Listen, whoever it will be, I appreciate you. Thank you in advance. It's time to start the show.
No captivity.
Let me bring my wonderful guests up. Shout out to Tawana G. How are you doing, Tawana G? Shout out to my sister Naraya. Beautiful women that has graced our presence tonight. Let me put y'all name tags up. First of all, how are y'all feeling this evening? That's what I want to know.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, well, first of all, let me say this because you said it was the first day of your wife being on the show.
This is the first time she's in the chat on the show. Yes.
Well, you gotta acknowledge. See, I respect wives around here. Okay, so okay, okay. You get the high first, and then hi, Freezy. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good, especially having you guys up here. This is not Tawana's first time on the show, but this is actually my first time having a structured panel. I'm waiting on one more person, another guy, but we're gonna have a good time tonight. We're gonna get right into the topic. I don't want to waste a lot of time. How are you doing, Naraya? How are you doing?
I'm well, happy to be here, blessed, ready to get, this is my topic. I love talking about this kind of stuff, so I'm just ready.
So
nice to meet you.
Let me give y'all
nice to meet you as well, sis.
Oh, most definitely. Tawana, Naraya, Tawana. So just to give y'all a little background, right? My first time seeing Naraya was on a podcast called I Never Knew TV. I'm gonna tell you something. I really love that podcast. They have some dope discussions on that podcast. And when I seen my sister on that show, first of all, she's in the faith, and it really was, the points that she was hitting on, it was so good. I think I watched that podcast you were on, Naraya, probably like two or three times, and it was so good. Your take on what y'all were talking, because I think y'all were talking about similar things as far as like wives' roles and relationships between black men and black women. We're going to be touching on a similar topic tonight. But yeah, this is where I first seen Naraya, and I subbed to your channel right after that. And yeah, so I just wanted to give y'all the background on Naraya. Also, most of y'all that's familiar with me know, you guys have been attached me to Tawana G for a while, right? Tawana is actually one of the first people that gave me a chance to guest host a show, be a guest host on a show. And I was nervous as hell, Now, Tawana had already appeared on the Lapeef Network. She was one of the original cast members on the Lapeef Network. But then subsequently she started her own show. And I showed up on her show one day, and she asked me, if I would mind coming back, repeatedly. And I was like, me? You talking about me? Me? You know what I'm saying? So we have a long history. Me and Tawana have a long history. She's always going to be my sister. She knows it. I'm excited to get the show started. So my first question tonight is, do y'all see or feel a disconnect, just for starters, right? Do you see or feel a disconnect with black men and black women when it comes to relationships or black households in urban communities? Do you feel it? Do you see it? Or do you think it's just being hyped up? Let me start. I'm gonna start with Tawana, then I'm gonna go to Naraya. Go ahead, Tawana.
I mean, yeah. I see the disconnect. Do I think it's dramatized and generalized a little too much? Of course, but is there a disconnect? Absolutely. I don't know what generation it starts with. I'm just still trying to figure that out. I don't think it's been enough research in terms of, okay, who is the root of this disconnect? I know that people are starting to discuss it and get to the bottom of it because I think people do want relationships and marriage, but the short answer is yeah, I think it's a disconnect for sure. Yeah.
What do you think, Naraya? Have you seen or do you feel a disconnect with black men and black women when it comes to relationships or black households in the urban community? Or do you think it's more dramatized?
I think it's definitely a disconnect. And not just in urban. When we say urban, are you talking about in a certain like financial demographic, or are you talking about black people
I'm
across
talking
the
about
board?
black communities. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Across the board, absolutely, I think is a disconnect. And I believe that it started in the 80s with Oprah Winfrey. I believe it started with the Terry McMillans, the Iyanla Van Zants. I think it started then, and then that generation passed it on to the current generation, and then you have social media that blew it up, and people are following suit from what they see on social media, and we have what we have today. I think our generation, Generation X, totally failed the generations behind us.
Oh, I'm a part of Generation X, so so
I am too, and I think we did. I
yeah,
think we failed them.
Okay, yeah, we all Generation X, right? Millennials.
yeah, I'm Generation X.
I
So
mean,
this conversation is a lot to it. That was just my opening question, but I can imagine there's a lot of layers to this, right?
right.
Some people don't even like to go all the way back to slavery. Shout out to Chicago Rilla. What's up, Chicago? Great to see you, man.
No captivity.
Shout out to Chicago in the building. And shout out to Jet Cora too.
My biggest hater, Chicago Willa. No, just playing. I love him. He loves me.
So, what we've seen, I'm gonna just speak for myself. What I've seen lately, as far as black people go, black people are starting to brand, like the personalities and the viewpoints and stuff. It's starting to be less cohesive and less of a collective, and it's starting to be more of an individualized mindset. A lot of people are just either separating themselves from, the quote unquote black community. I've heard a lot of men say there isn't even a black community anymore. I've heard that, right? I've heard so many things like F them kids, and it's just a lot of disconnect from my end. So that's the reason why I asked the question. Like, I've heard things that I thought I would never hear from grown black people in my life. It's just kind of like almost like embarrassing a little bit when you hear a lot of things that you hear, right? What are, just name me a couple of things, or just one thing. What's at the top of y'all list when it comes to what do you think is causing this disconnect that we're talking about tonight? I'll start with Naraya, then I'll go to one. Just one thing on the top of your list, when it comes.
Black women.
Okay.
That's it. Can I elaborate, or just?
Of course, I want you to elaborate. Yes, yeah.
Okay, I think black women are the cause of it. Black women, we don't understand how much power that we have within our community and within our families. I think that a lot of people have made it okay for us to have this bad behavior. Black women now separate themselves from black men. So you have black men, black women, and then the black community. You know what I mean? They're not even part of the black community. So I think black women have done that because now they're in a position to go to school, have businesses, and do all of these things. They no longer feel that they need a man. So I think that's the root cause of it, and we don't know how to act.
So what do you think kind of was a catalyst for that? Do you think it was the entertainment, music, or what?
I think it was the government. I think it was a lot of things that played a part in it. I know that a lot of people like to talk about the man in the house rule. That's when it started, when women weren't able to have a man because they wanted services. But I think the agenda went deeper than that. I think that all of um the things that black women get, we can get loans for school, we can get loans for businesses, we can get all of these things outside of our man, right?
Mhm.
So at that point, what use are you to me at that point? And I think a lot of them just took that and ran with it, and that is the reason why our community, I believe, part of the reason, a large part of the reason why we're the way that we are. It's not the only reason, but I believe it's a large part of the reason.
Okay. Tawana, what's when when you think about the disconnect issue, what's at the top
Yeah.
of the list? One of the things that's at the top of the list for you that's causing the disconnect.
Hmm.
Take your time.
Self hate. Self hate.
Self hate. Okay.
Yeah. Um. Self sabotage. Those are the things that I think about when I think about the root of the disconnect between us. I think it's the negative narratives, the inconsistency in theories, the blaming everything besides coming together to create something new. I think it's the victimization of it. I think it's a lot of different things. But one thing that it definitely is us turning it against each other for sure. And the reason we do that is because we have been tricked into believing that each other is the problem. We all created whatever it is that's going on. And I think a lot of us know like the history and things that black people went through, and we try hard to fight against those stereotypes, and we have tried to create different um I guess diversity of black people, but it's so many of us that continue to keep us in that same box and that same narrative, and we keep reproducing those same stereotypes, right? So there's a lot of things, but hate and self-hate is like the top of it, right? Because I think
Mm-hmm.
that we attack things and we think it's with love, but ultimately where's the love in attacking anyone, right? Like where is the love in that whole message? And we have been taught our whole lives to compete against each other, to attack each other, to go after each other in those ways, and that's it's just leading to nowhere. How can you blame one group without the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
how do you even how do you even put an entire um like it's an entire historic issue on one group of people and say we are causing these all of these other things to happen? It just doesn't even like I think I just feel like especially with social media we don't even think rationally anymore. It's so irrational. Like, you really think that this one thing caused all of these negative things to happen? We see the impact of nothing structurally happening in America to change Black Americans' position in the world, which therefore leads to a lot of different things happening in our communities and our homes. So I don't know how to answer that question with one thing. I could just say self hate. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's
What
my
what what
opinion.
I
what would
think I
go
think
ahead,
that
Mariah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think that what like with my answer saying that I believe it's black women that play a large part in it. If we want to even look historically, we can go back to the Bible. It's the reason we die, because a woman didn't want to listen, right? She wanted to do what she wanted to do. So I think that black men are more open to fixing and healing us than we are. I mean, I watch women on social media say we should kill black babies. Black men should be bullet bags. And, I mean, I watch all of this stuff. Now, I'm not saying I don't see black men doing that either, but my mission and my ministry, I don't talk to men. I talk to women, right? And so my thing is black women feel that we don't need our men, regardless of what happened historically. I don't feel that way. And I come from a single mother household, right? I don't feel that way. And there's a lot of women that don't feel that way. Those are choices. Those are choices of ideas that you can have. We live in the age of information, right? So people can read, people can see, people can contact I mean, there's so many different things that people can do to change their own mindset. So I'm not saying, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying black women are the end all to be all problem. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we play a large part in that. you know we pride ourselves on being single mothers, and we rather have a baby than a husband. We rather give birth to your child than to be married to you. That's a crazy way of thinking. We celebrate single motherhood, so we are destroying ourselves, in turn destroying our families. In turn is why we have broken homes. In turn why a lot of our men and boys and now girls are going to jail, or you know what I mean. So we have a lot of control and power, and it's just funny to me that black women like to take that power when it's beneficial, but you don't want to claim that same power when people are telling you that you have control over the narrative of how things are. That's all I'm saying.
Did you want to respond, Joanna?
No, move on to your next one. I mean, what do I say?
One thing I did want to ask you, Tawana, is this.
Go ahead. Yeah.
What do you think is the root cause of the self-hatred amongst black folk?
I mean, the root cause is probably slavery. I mean, I would say that. I absolutely could. I'm a reference something earlier than the Bible, that's for sure. I feel like we were taught, and even people, historians, right? I'm not one. Historians talk about the relationship dynamic with black women and black men on the plantation, right? So black men were often intimidated by white men, and therefore it, sometimes black women would then take on those same behaviors, right? And learn how to treat black men from seeing that dynamic. And then we, not all of us, but a lot of us, continued that behavior even out when we got off the plantation. And it is the same thing with single motherhood, right? I mean, there were plantation bucks going around getting the women pregnant, going from plantation to plantation, and they really had no responsibility to the children. And so that behavior carried on. So you see it continue in like present time, right? We having kids like we still on a plantation. People not taking ownership for the kids they have, but it's not ever one-sided. I can't ever look at it from, oh, well, the women are doing this, like the men are impregnating. So we can't, it's like, how do you look at one side and completely ignore the other side? That's the irrationality that I see. And I don't listen to the internet. So I think for me, I'm not brainwashed by whatever the internet is saying about the black community, right? I've been married for how many years? Like I have my children, like, I know married women, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you only consider what you see on the internet, you completely will be detached from reality. Because the reality is that women are not, like, people are not outside debating about whether black women or black men get along in real life, right? We see every day black women and black men getting along. We see every day them establishing relationships. We see every day people getting married. What the problem is systematic. It's obviously issues that we have brought into generations. We carry patterns and we haven't learned different behavior. And it's so many people who are now trying to break those cycles. It's so many people like trying to, like teach us different ways of starting families, thinking about how to, delay having children until you're financially stable. Like there is so many trends now showing that women are waiting later to have children. There are so many trends showing that there are, people who are making better decisions. Right, birth rates are down. Thank you, Voice of Venus. Birth rates are down. So you can see that with education, people are starting to make better decisions. The problem was we were kept from so many different things. We had a lack of knowledge in so many different areas, specifically medical, where we made bad decisions and we continue to make bad decisions. But I don't understand, like, what else? What else did you say, Breezy? I forgot. Like, I mean, I don't know.
No, you answered it a long time ago. Because I was asking you, what do you think is the root cause? You actually answered it. Yeah.
Well, I just have one more. I just have one more thing.
This is how we're gonna do it. Back and forth. If y'all have something on your mind, just say it. This is not.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't nobody parent up here. You know what I'm saying? We just, this is a free flowing conversation.
I moderating how it was going, but
no,
yeah,
I'm moderating, but when the conversation is like everybody bouncing off each other, like if you have like a rebuttal or something with somebody else on the panel, by all means do it. You know what I'm saying? Like Naraya, you know what I'm saying? The only time I really step in is if it gets like kind of very too contentious. Okay, then I'll kind of step in to be a referee or something. But listen, I want everybody to get their thoughts out, because I'm gonna get my damn thoughts out. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But yeah, go ahead, Noraya.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to address a couple of things that you said when we go back to slavery, and the men were out going from plantation to plantation. Absolutely, they had breeding farms, right? So they were even making them get their mothers, their sisters, their daughters pregnant, right? And in Black women seeing Black men be in fear, they were in fear as well, because their lives were at hand. I think where a lot of that really, like during Jim Crow, the Willie Lynch letter and all of that stuff on how to make a slave and all of that stuff, I think they implemented a lot of these things. This is why I said I'm not saying it's personal, like it's all about Black women. There was an agenda that was put in place to destroy the Black community. And how do you destroy a community? Is when you focus in on the woman, who is the weaker link, and you get rid of the men. Once you can get the woman away from her man, then you can do whatever you want to. You know what I'm saying? You can now destroy that and teach her how to raise her kids and what to implement into her children and all of that. So yes, I agree with you on that aspect, but it's a little bit more deeper than just they were going around having sex, getting people pregnant, and we carry that on, to this day. The birth rates are down because
I'm saying things honestly. We only have so much time to put things out here, right? I don't have time to give historical context, but I didn't want to minimize that was, something that happened during slavery that, occurred for many, many years, hundreds of years, right? And we continue to kind of repeat that behavior because it's what we learned and was what we knew even afterward, right? The women, they took care of the kids. The men really could, go away, go to another plantation, start another family, go wherever they needed to go when they really had no legal rights to their kids. And I think we carried on even in this time. That's why I argue that it's systematic and not an individual group, right? I know that you kind of fixate on Black women, but we are not the leaders in our communities, right? We're not the leaders in our communities. We try to establish some type of normalcy in our communities. I think Black women have been put in positions to take leadership roles, right, where we were more likely given job opportunities, and Black men had, especially when the automobile industry failed and when manufacturing just kind of, failed in the Great Depression.
The feminist movement kicked in. It's a lot of things that
But
played a part in
the
that.
black woman didn't start the feminist movement. White women did, because
Exactly.
white women systematically had similar issues with men. Black women essentially separated from the white feminist movement because we were like, wait, these are not our issues. We don't have these same concerns. And white women put their struggles at the focal of the feminist movement. Black women had to, no, we don't have those same problems. We have totally different issues, and you guys are not really fighting for the rights that we have. So what I'm saying is that there is no one individual person that affected our entire community. There is no one group of women. Like black women are subject to racism, subject to sexism, subject to the same types of discrimination that black men are. And we also have to deal with the fact that we are women and we are considered the inferior sex.
So
And
to
and
let
I
me say
get
this.
that, but
Let me say this 1 second, Mariah. So to Warner's point, I think across the board, everybody would say the man should take the head, right? Should be a leader in his community, in his household. Okay, how do we deal with that? Like I'm kind of I'm connecting what Tawana just said to what you said earlier, Naraya, as far as you feel like the largest problem in the black community that's causing the disconnect is the black woman.
Right, your camera changed. You know that? Your camera changed. It's sideways now. Yeah, it did. I just wanted to know, like, because it was right
okay.
there. Yeah, it was right there.
Thank you.
So do y'all hear feedback? Does anybody hear? Nobody hear feedback?
Okay, I may be a little bit of a delay because I feel like I'm like, I don't know. I feel like
you're not delayed on our end. You're not.
Okay,
I just wanted to make sure because shout out to World Class. He said there's a feedback. Do y'all hear feedback?
Okay.
I'm talking about from my microphone. Do y'all?
No, I didn't know if y'all heard it from me.
Okay,
That's why I didn't know if somebody heard it from me. Let me know if it's me, y'all. I'll try to like fix my sound.
What about now? Did it go away? Did it go away, y'all? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
One question in the chat, because people keep asking, am I from the Lapeef Show? Yes, I am from the Lapeef Show.
Yes, she is from she's an original cast member.
I was one of the cast members, but that was years ago. And I also want to address one more thing, because I've worked in housing for almost 20 years. And so I want to really talk about welfare removing Black men from the home, right? Because I know that that's said consistently, and I know that it is a narrative that we have been taught to push. Okay, but I really want to give you guys the real facts about that. Okay, what happened is, if you are married and you try to go for housing, both of your incomes will be considered in that. So if you're married and your husband is working and you are working, they're going to count both of your incomes, which means that your rent will double and triple. Not rent, but your tenant portion, or the portion that you are supposed to pay, right? Mm-hmm. Most times, especially for Black people, we couldn't afford that. We couldn't afford it. It was entirely too much. So this is what happened. Women purposely left the men off the application. Okay? Purposely left them off the application. Men were complicit and still living in the home. They were not out of the home. I know we say that all the time, and they were not out of the home. Women purposely left the men off the application. You know why? So that we could only count our income, and our tenant portion can be lower, and our husband's income can be used to supply more for the family. That is what happened consistently. This is not I understand that people are saying, "Oh, they encouraged us to know." No, no, no.
So
That is not
you're saying that's a misnomer.
a myth, and it is a misunderstanding
And
of what.
it's not a mess. It's not, because I know for a fact. I know for a fact that it happened to people in my family, right? Because at the time, let's talk about people who didn't work and they were on social services. We're not talking about people who had jobs and were looking
Even if you
for
have social
help.
services, even if you
Yeah,
have social services,
and that's when the welfare woman would come to your house and look through your things, because that was something that happened when my mom grew up. That was something that happened in their family. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to say that it's a myth, because I've heard stories from my elders that went through that. Now, maybe it's not on the grand scale
let me
of.
just tell you, I'm not saying that we don't have inspections. I'm not saying that we did not have to hide the man living in the home. I'm not saying that we did not have to do certain things to eliminate him living in the home. But I'm going to tell you right now that men were not out of the home. They were there. They were
Yeah,
complicit. They were living there. They
I think we can agree to disagree on that, because if
and
I'm
that, but that
being
rule ended.
told.
But that rule
Yeah.
ended in 1965. It ended.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that my mother told me about that, and people in my family, so that was a thing. So in
What I'm
order for it to end,
a
it
choice.
had to have been.
It was a
Huh?
choice. It was a choice. At that time, people did that so that my rent don't go up 50, 60,000 because okay, my husband, well, okay, let me say this. They weren't making that much money. I'm talking about current times. Back then, if
Mhm.
you were making 10, 15,000, you could be paying almost $700 in rent. Versus if your wife is just making, 5, 6K, rent is what? 300. Boom. I could give that 300 and we can use our money for other things. That is
But
what was
so what
happening.
about the people who didn't work and were receiving services and needed them to pay their rent?
Okay, but this is what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is it's not that welfare took people out of the homes. It's that Black people learned ways to get over on the system so that we did not have to pay additional money. We could use that money for other things. That is what I'm saying to you. I'm saying
I
to
hear you.
eliminate that a mindset that men were not there. The kids were still coming. Women are getting pregnant. There is
Mhm.
plenty of there is plenty of evidence that men are in the fucking home. You
Absolutely.
go in any housing facility, you will see
Absolutely.
kids running around there. Women can't get pregnant by themselves. They are there.
Absolutely.
They are there.
What about this, Tawana? Do you
Go ahead.
think there was a dynamic of where, being that the man was name was not on, what is it called, the paperwork for welfare, whatever? Do you
Exactly.
think that did create a situation where it gave women more power? Let's just say if the man and the woman had like contentious moments, so it gave the woman more power to say, hey, you need to get out. This is my
It
house or
did.
what?
I
It
think
did,
I
and
think
that's part of it.
for sure. But I do think that what happened too was, okay, I'm not on this lease. I can leave easily. I think both happened. I think men willingly abandoned their kids. I think there were instances where women were like, yeah, you messing up my thing. You messing up my flow and you have to leave. Let me tell you another thing. When you have welfare, when you live in these industries, you cannot have anyone with criminal background associated with you. They cannot be on they cannot be on your lease. They cannot be in your household. They cannot be around. So you have to also consider that dynamic, because now my husband, he been in jail. He can't even come on my lease.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be on house arrest in no public housing unit, not on record. You can't be on house arrest in any welfare agencies. You can't be associated with it. So you have to consider all these things. I know we throw these weird terms out here and people blame welfare so much, but the
Because they
men,
insist.
it's not it's not completely
incentivized
the
it. They incentivized women to not. They did. You basically said that they incentivized it for the simple fact that if this happens and it's this setup, then you cannot get this right. So it was incentivized. What contributed to the problem,
you,
and that's what people are saying. And like I said,
you know
I've talked to elders in my family who went through that. So when the only thing that you can say to me is what you've been told or read in paperwork, but I'm telling you, the people who lived it said. So I'm gonna believe
no,
what
no ma'am,
people who
no
lived
ma'am,
it
no ma'am.
said.
I'm not talking about what I just read in paperwork, right? I have studied, I have
That's
lived it.
reading. That's reading.
No. I have so much experience. There is no experience that compares to my experience. Okay.
You
I'm not,
so a
I'm
family living in 1950
not
that
an
went through
adult.
that. But this is what I'm saying to you. You're saying it like that didn't happen. And it did happen. And again, maybe it didn't happen
I'm not
on the
saying
scale of how people are presenting it. I can
no,
say that, but you can't
right.
say it didn't happen because
No.
it
And
did.
no, I'm not saying that I'm not saying what you're saying has no validity, right? Because I did actually validate that inspections did happen and the men clothes couldn't be in the house, right? And I think what you look at as an incentive, I don't look at as an incentive to have the men taken out
Okay.
of the home. I look at it
Okay.
totally different. I look at it totally different. I look at it as men could not afford to provide housing for women at that time. And women said, okay, this is what we're going to do as an alternative, right? Like I'm gonna get this lease. We gonna live here, but you gonna have to act like you don't live here. Like you gonna have to keep your
No,
clothes
I
at your
get
mom.
it.
You gonna have to keep your clothes at your mama house, and then we gonna still have this house because we have to have a housing. Remember, there was also a financial crisis too. It was two things happening, and it disproportionately affected Black people. It wasn't
Mhm.
like Black people were just living it up. We were financially stable, and we decided to get on welfare. No, that's not what was happening. There was a financial
Mhm.
crisis at stake. Black people were forced to get on these government assistance because one, we didn't own the manufacturing industries, we didn't have the companies, we didn't own the jobs, we didn't have the corporations to send people to. We did not own our own communities. Right now, people come in from other countries and take over our communities. We barely own any of our communities, so that hasn't changed, and it wasn't like that back then. I'm saying to you that there is historic reasons why we had to, well, not had to, because a lot of Black people didn't, or some Black people didn't need, they didn't need to be on public assistance. They didn't have to be on welfare. We got labeled welfare queens, but we weren't the primary
No,
um
at
purpose
all.
even with, it just is
Well,
what it is.
let me ask this question. I was gonna pose this question to Naraya. So, Naraya said that she feels like at the top of her list, one of the biggest problems is that's causing the disconnects is Black women, right? And Tawana said that she feels like it's self-hatred, right? So I want to say, and shout out to my brother Two Glock in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, bro.
Hi.
Thank you. Great to see you. Yeah, this is what I was going to ask you, Naraya. So how does this coincide together as far as like Black women on your list being at the top of the list, causing a lot of the disconnect, but also I think all of us accept that Black men should take the leadership role.
Absolutely.
If the Black
Absolutely.
man is supposed to take the leadership role, how in just from your wisdom and your perspective, how would you think a Black man goes about dealing with these women that you're saying are causing this major disconnect, whatever? Because we have to be able to you know,
We need to
cohabitate no matter
heal.
what.
We
Yeah.
need to we need to heal. There's nothing more beautiful to me than a black family, right? A black
Mm-hmm.
man with a black woman with a black baby. I have my black husband, God bless the dead, who I recently lost. I have my black husband for a lifetime. I have my black children, so I promote the black family,
Mm-hmm.
right? However, like I said, our generation has failed to teach the younger women how to be wives and ladies. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
how can a man come and try to lead a woman, one who feels that because I'm a boss at my job, I'm a boss when I come home, so you can't tell me anything to do, right? And then you have women who feel that all they need to do is bust it wide open for a man or whatever, and he's supposed to give her things, right? I mean, the mindset is so delusional. How can a man realistically say, let me lead you? We don't trust you guys, right? We were taught not to trust you. It's not like we had a class to say don't trust the black men, but the way that society presents you, the way that we heard maybe our mothers or grandmothers or aunties or whoever talk about you, made us, conditioned us to not trust you. You know, it can be either when your mother tell you to do something and then your father come and she like, wait, don't say nothing, don't let him know what we doing or whatever, like just wait till daddy go and then you do. We're taught unknowingly how to be sneaky, how to not tell you everything, you know. And I don't think these mothers do this on purpose. It's just toxicity that's passed down. I don't think it's on purpose. But black women, and again, I just want to say to you, sis, I love black women because I am a black woman, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying this whole situation is about black women, but we play a part and we need to take accountability for the part that we play.
Okay.
I stay in order of what scripture tells me as far as not to try to assert any authority over a man. This is why
Yeah.
I only talk to women. I don't know what it's like to be a man, but I know what it's like to be a woman. And I know when I see bull crap when I see it. You know, so that's my point. I just had to get to touch back on that. But to short answer to your question,
Yeah.
I don't know how you would do it. I don't know
Mm.
how anybody would do that with the state of mind that a lot of women are. I don't just watch social media. I actually go to schools. I talk to young girls. I have a Bible study group that I have that I deal with a lot of single women and new wives or whatever. So, and then I have women in my life. So I study people. I study things. I'm 50 plus, right? So I've been experienced to a lot of different things,
You 50
right? So
plus?
it's not.
Damn, you did
I
good.
am.
Go
Thank you.
ahead.
Thank you. So it's life. You know what I'm saying? I was out there when I was young too, so I know the bull crap. You know what I'm saying? I do not make excuses for women's behavior. And that is the problem that I see. Because as soon as I say something or anybody says something to a black woman, it's criticizing. No, it's not criticizing. It's just me telling you, like, let's just get it together. But black women feel attacked. Like, I really think you felt that I was attacking black women and saying that, you know, that everything is black women's fault, when that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, as black women, we need to hold other black women accountable so that that man can come in and lead and she can feel safe and she can trust. You know, it's a lot of healing that need to happen.
Let me clear this up. I do think you were attacking black women. Don't get me wrong. Yes, I do think that. But
Hmm.
of course, 100%. But I don't just think that I heard it in what you said. But I also, in that, see that you do have a love for black women. I think you genuinely want us to get better. I think that you think that this is the right way to approach it. And what
Hmm.
I say to women, because I understand, like I understand that black women are not perfect. You know, white no woman on this earth is perfect. We all have our flaws. There's a group of women who have similar struggles. Black women are not the only one who struggle with having relationships with men. I think that is put out there that, oh, black women, we struggle so much, but like every group of women have issues with relationships and marriage and men. So I understand that your perspective is, hey, we need to take accountability for our part,
That's
and
it.
then we can heal from it. But as me, just being a woman and understanding women, I don't understand how you think that narrative is going to help anyone. Like I don't understand how you can be a part of a church and think about black
Mhm.
women that way. I don't know how you can talk to black women, single black women, and get them to change their mentality because you think so low of us. You have to
Absolutely
think,
not. Absolutely
hold on,
not.
Raya, just what you said in the past. You said
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
black men have taught that people was watching you assumed that people's mothers were disrespecting the fathers, and black women then took on that
It
same.
was some that did that.
Hold on, you made that inference though. I
I
let you
did.
speak.
I know, and I stand on that.
I let you speak because I really wanted to hear your perspective and really hear you from my heart and try to understand exactly
Mhm.
where you were coming from, and I think I do. But what I'm trying to say to you is there is no way that that comes from a loving space. When you think so low of people, of a group that you yourself belong to, where you feel that all black women are a monolith and we all think the same and we all act the same, because you grouped us together as if we all out here disrespecting our men, and we don't value men as a collective. Just because the women you are around don't have no respect for men doesn't mean that black women as a collective don't have respect for men.
I don't
Maybe
think
you
I
have.
said all black women though. I think I made it very clear when I
Let
said there's some women that I'm not gonna interrupt you, but
Raya,
if
I'm
when
just letting you. I'm just
but when you
quote
when
you,
you quote
right?
when
I
you
don't have
quote
to
it
take.
when you
Yeah.
quote it, just quote it for what I said. Because what I
Okay.
said was, you don't feel that way, I don't feel that way, all black women don't feel that way. I did
Right.
say that. So I didn't say all, but go ahead.
I mean, but you also spoke to it from, this is my experience. This is my anecdotal experience. This is what I've been through. This is how black women, in my eyes, have treated other black women, and you really, or other black men or people. Like, we haven't also been pillars in our community. Like, we haven't also fought for black men. Like, we haven't also done all these other things that have protected black men, that have kept black men safe, that have also promoted healthy relationships between black fatherhood, parenthood. You act like you don't see those things though. You've never spoke to any of those things.
Because that wasn't the question.
You were married.
But that wasn't the question, though. I answered the question, right? When somebody says, what's the problem? I'm not going to talk about the healthy people, right? I'm going to talk about what the problem is. So now, if you want to ask me about women and like powerful women, I got powerful women in my family. I see powerful women every day. But that wasn't the question. The question was, what is the problem? And I feel that that was a problem. So that's how I answered it.
Thought that
How
it was
can
a big
I?
problem. Yeah.
How can you determine that I think lower black women when I'm talking about a subgroup? I'm talking about a group of women that act a certain kind of way, right? So that determines that I think lower black women. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Maybe I don't
If
understand
you
that. How you
if
came to
you
that conclusion?
if so, like, if I defined black men by the lowest group of black men, right?
Hmm.
The men who are in the community, ransacking the community, killing the community. But you know that if I'm saying that that is my measure of black
Hmm.
men, I'm going to start there with them.
Hmm.
What are you gonna think that I think about black men? What is Freezy
If
gonna think? about black
But
men.
yeah, if you just randomly say it, but if somebody asks you a question about what's the problem with black men in the community and you say that, then
No.
I understand that that's your stance.
He didn't ask us what was the problem with black women. He asked us
No, no,
what
no, no.
was
I'm talking about to your example that you just gave about if you talk about the lowest black men and all of that. If somebody asked you that question, then it would be relevant. Just like my response was relevant. Everything I say and everything I said, I stand 10 toes down on it because
yeah.
again, I
I know you
deal with a lot of women. I deal with a lot of women. And the reason that I deal with a lot of women is because I understand that especially young women is who I deal with so that they can understand their worth. They can understand their value. You know, I'm not coddle you and tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you the raw truth. And that just comes from love. So
you should tell people the truth.
And that's what I'm doing. But my truth, you telling me that I hate black women.
I don't know that what you're saying is truth. I mean, I think it's your opinion, and that's fine. Do I think that black women have did things to black men? No, not in the context of what you're saying. But I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. Yeah. Do
But
I
you
agree
saying
with
you don't think you saying black women haven't done anything to black men?
No.
Okay.
No. Absolutely not. 100%.
Okay.
Like what? What? Tell me what we've done.
I don't just being disrespectful and rude and nasty for no reason.
So they haven't been disrespectful and mean and nasty to us, is
But
what you're saying.
again, this is the thing. This is the thing. I don't deal with what you did to me. I did. You are in charge of you and how you respond, right? So, and again, I don't deal with what men do. I stay in the order of things from what my religious and moral compass is, right? And I deal with women, right? According to Titus 2, that's what I do, right? Because I'm a married woman of a certain age and I'm supposed to teach and guide younger women. That's what I do. So nobody should ever be able, huh?
I said you're gonna guide women by giving them a limited perspective on
A
life.
limited perspective of what that you acting like that you acting out of order
based on your ideals about what they should be doing.
No, I deal with what you do. Whatever, if what you're doing, I'm going to check what you're doing. It's not a one size fit all. Everybody is not the same. Everybody got to be corrected in different areas. So it's not a one size fit all. If you are just crazy at the mouth and you curse your husband out or whatever, I'm going to talk to you about that. If you out here dressing half naked, walking around looking like a whore, I'm going to talk to you about that. So it depends on what the situation is. So it's not a one size fit all.
Okay. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So let me hold on. First off, it's a great back and forth. Shout out to you too, Glock. I know we're just gonna slow roll into you gonna slow roll into this because we full steam ahead right now. Shout out
but
to
I love you, sis. I don't feel mad. I'm not. I love you.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
You don't know what kind of space I've been in, honey.
Yeah. Trust me. Yeah.
No, but I just don't. Yeah, this just me.
Shout out to Carl Anderson. Thank you for your $10 super cap.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Carl. Carl says self-hatred is a significant issue, as evidenced by the lack of regard for Black lives among some within the Black community. The BP movement. Oh, what is it? Black Power movement. What is it? Do y'all know? Black Power movement. The Black Power movement. Mm-hmm. Okay, the Black Power movement tried to transform this mindset, but we got a way to go. Shout out to you, Carl Anderson.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, anybody that wants to...
Shout out to Carl. I love that comment.
Anybody that wants to support the show, or if you just simply want your comments read and highlighted, you could do so by either sending a super cap or a cash cap at $no cap freezy. That's $no cap freezy right above Tawana head.
I want to want to read the next super chat. Come on through, y'all.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get it.
I'm gonna have to read it like I'm gonna do all the things. No, I'm just saying.
And Naraya, just let me know. I know we kind of going over, but just let me know, okay, please. Just even if it's at the middle of my speech, just stop me, okay, please. All right.
I will.
All right. So, I got a video I wanted us to react to, right? Believe it or not, what we just had, that was just the beginning of the sketch. That was just the intro. We haven't really gotten into, the whole video yet.
Oh my! What else is this about?
So
I ain't even heard 2G, so I don't know if y'all all ganging up or if I'm like about to be out here. I don't even know what's going on right now. I gotta figure this out.
So, well, it was, to be honest with you, is a reason why I handpicked everybody, on the panel, because I'm familiar with everybody's mindset, right? So, and I know that everybody can convey their points intelligently and effectively, right? And everybody, y'all been doing a great job so far, to be honest with you. But I want to react to this first video. It's about Barack Obama and his wife, Michelle Obama. We've been hearing a lot about that a lot of people have been giving their opinions that Michelle is becoming disconnected with Barack because she didn't show up at the what was that? He showed up, but she didn't. I forgot what it was. Was it the
wasn't it the inauguration or something? And then like some kind of
Yeah, I think it was. So when she didn't show up, the whole internet blew up, right? They were saying that they gotta be falling apart. She don't like Barack no more. So I'm gonna play a video and I want us to react to it. I want to get you guys' opinion on this. Here we go.
Oh gosh.
Point, which is they sort of missed the point, which is in a normal life, your marriage is the core of everything. A happy marriage produces happy people and happy children. And I just don't think she spent a lot of time on that. I mean, she really dislikes her husband. Super obvious. I'm not just saying that to be catty. I think I'm trying to feel compassion for her, but her hostility toward the guy is like unbelievable. And it's been
everything
obvious
she says is negative
about him.
I mean,
for
how
sure,
long have we known each other?
2007.
I can't even think of one negative comment you've ever made about Susie. I almost never say negative things about Doug. It's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not like they're perfect. It's just like when I think about him, I don't immediately go to whatever's negative. I go to what's positive and what I love about him. And there's a ton.
Well, actually,
and I've seen
last
you do
time
that
I
with your
saw
wife
you,
too.
you said you were off camera telling me how great Doug is. I mean, that's just a fact. I remember it really vividly. In fact, I told my wife about it. No, those are the mark. They sort of missed the point with.
Okay, so right there, that was Tucker Carlson. I think he's from Fox News or whatever, but and I think that was Megyn Kelly. Maybe that was an internet show because I think Megyn Kelly was fired, whatever. But have y'all noticed that? I'm gonna start with 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, just from you following Barack, Michelle, I'm pretty sure, I know you plugged in with, current events and everything. Have you gotten that impression? Do you think that was a red flag that Michelle Obama did not show up with her husband at the inauguration, like traditionally first ladies do, right? And also, are you familiar with some of the things that she says about Barack Obama when she's asked about him in interviews? What Tucker Carlson is saying, Tucker Carlson is saying, and Megyn, what is her name is? Megyn Kelly. What they are saying is usually when they hear her talking about her husband, it's always, I told him if he didn't get it together, I was going to leave him, and blah, 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 What's your first, it's a 2-part question for everyone. First, do you think that was a red flag that she didn't show up with her husband at the inauguration with Barack Obama, with him walking in alone? And if you have heard her speak on her husband, is it mostly negative?
I don't think Michelle talked negative about her husband. But I think if she was wrong for not going. I don't care if you did have an argument. That's your husband.
I'm gonna get Two Glock's opinion first, and then I'm gonna go to you, Shariah, and then I'm gonna go to Noraya. I'm sorry, and then I'm gonna go to my sister Tawana. Go ahead, Two Glock. What do you think?
Oh, it's me?
No. He's muted. You gotta unmute yourself, Two Glock.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did she say that she didn't go because of an argument though?
No, she didn't say she didn't go because of an argument. I think she said because I think she said she addressed it. She addressed it with, I think it was what's the actress's name? The actress that was,
she addressed it with Taraji P.
She addressed it with Taraji P. Henson and said that she just wasn't in her heart. She just wasn't feeling it, and the closer it got to her, she knew that she just she didn't want to be fake. She didn't want to be fake, and she just didn't show up.
Oh no, I thought Raya said that she got into an argument or something. I was
No.
But yeah, I don't see how anybody could say that it wasn't disrespectful. And I saw the podcast where she spoke on like being her own person and kind of like it almost seemed like she said like the burden of having to live in the shadow of a man, like she really wasn't feeling that too much. She didn't want to continue living her life like that or something. But to me, I just felt like it was disrespectful. Like, and Raya and Tawana was just having a back and forth about how black women like treat black men. I just think like that was like very telling that even on the highest level within our community, like you can see like the rebelliousness of a black woman. Like I don't think that was a good look, like me personally. And like why it had to be one of our women, like everybody else had their wife there in attendance. But it just so happened the first black president, his wife decided she taking matters in her own hands and decided she ain't showing up. I thought it was disrespectful.
What about, have you heard her say like in any interviews? Are you used to hearing her say negative things about Barack when she's asked about him and their relationship in the past to now, whatever?
Honestly, in the past, I thought like whatever she said that could have been saw as disrespect was like just jokingly. So me, honestly, I would have to say no. But here lately, it seemed like the tide is changing. Like she seemed like she on some like feminist type shit here lately. So lately, I can say that's been the case. But prior to, no, I wouldn't say she was disrespectful in the past. But seemed like something changing here with her.
Okay, Noraya, both questions. Do you think it was disrespectful that she didn't show up with her husband?
Absolutely, it was disrespectful. Absolutely, but again, and I don't want to have to get into another back and forth. But this, and I only talk about black women because I'm a black woman. I don't care what no other women do, right? So again, this is another case of what I feel outweighs what should be done. So because I feel this way, I'm not going to do the right thing and support my husband. He probably didn't want to go either. Right? But he had to. And then you support your husband, but feelings overrule everything else. So
are you familiar with her? Did you want to say something, Glock?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with what she was saying. Cause she actually did say that she like basically tired of like doing what she actually said she's tired of doing what is good, like what is deemed good or what is deemed right. So I thought that was alarming for her to say that too. She basically was saying she want to start doing what feels good to her, like what she want to do, and not what everybody thinks she should be doing. So yeah, it just seemed disrespectful and rebellious to me.
Noraya, are you familiar with some of her past interviews and on how she speaks of her husband?
I can't say that I ever heard her say anything disrespectful to him. I always got the impression like they were really in love and she respected her husband and supported him and everything. So I've never heard anything negative.
Okay. What about you, Tawana? Two-part question. Do you think it was disrespectful that that she didn't show up with Barack Obama at the inauguration, and also Are you familiar with some of the things she said in the past about her husband in interviews? Are they negative, positive, what?
Okay, let me say this.
Hold on, let me do this.
No captivity.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, listen. Hell no, she didn't disrespect Obama. Okay, she has never disrespected Obama. She loves her husband. And let me say this about us in marriage. This I should have said this was the biggest priority. We do not respect people's marriage and love and relationships. We do not. We put people on their with our moral standards for them, and we define people's marriage based on what we think is right and good. These people have been married for longer than probably most of us have ever witnessed in our lives. For us to even think that we have a right to disrespect or talk about somebody's marriage that like that is really, to me, it's like that's what's disrespectful to me. Okay, I don't see anything. I'm confused as to why we even think we can mention Michelle and Obama. Like, why we even think that we can have a conversation about their marriage. Now, what I will say about what people have said about her in the past and what I heard her say was that she made a statement of how for about 10 years her marriage was horrible. She mentioned that. She said it on a platform. She said it many times. I think she's tried to explain it, but people haven't let it go. People are like, why would you say that? This is Obama. Don't you ever say anything bad about Obama. But ultimately, when you're married, you have your relationship with your husband, but your husband knows you and you know your husband. I know, let me say this. Like, I know things that my husband will not go to. Point blank in the period. I don't give a shit what I say and do, and I respect that because he do not want to go to those things. And I will never be like, oh, well, he's not supporting me and changing this narrative and he's disrespectful and blah 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 blah. Absolutely not. That is there is some instances and some things that's like, okay, if something devastating happens to me and my family, you need to be there. If there's some other things, then I don't doubt for a second that he would be. But for me to be mad that you don't go to an event where somebody clearly disrespected you and clearly have made remarks that are deplorable about the family. The fact that Obama was even standing there, people were criticizing him for even showing up. So the fact that we can say that she should have stood in a space where a man who has been blatantly disrespectful to her because we felt that it was right and just is really bullshit. But secondly, she said that 10 years of her marriage, they went through a tough, hard time. I don't know a married motherfucker that don't understand that question, that answer. I don't know a married person that don't understand that answer. It's like in my brain, it don't even register to me as disrespectful because I understand that marriage is tough and you really go through years of tough things, and then you may have several more years of great times, and then you may go through another year of something tough. But people who are married understand that we go through that. And when she said that statement, it didn't offend us. But it offends people who don't understand that marriage is not about the perception and what you think it is. It's about what it really is. And that's just what it is. I don't know if you have to live life. This is what it is. Marriage is not always going to be this pretty picture. And that's what we want her to present to the world. And she's trying to tell people, listen, marriage is about the times that people don't discuss. It's not about the happy times. Those are the easy times to get through. And I think people miss the bigger picture of what she said. So yes, I understood the criticisms about her. I just felt that people was misguided. That's all.
It's crazy.
Go ahead, Glock.
Man, she was disrespectful.
Do we know about any other former president marriage, like the ups, the downs? Like, is there any other first lady out here discussing what go on in their house besides Michelle?
I can't think of.
Like have we ever heard any other first lady elaborate on the good and
Number
the
one,
bad within their marriage?
like, social media wasn't even a thing when people were out here. Like, like this is the thing now. Social media is a thing. It's a phenomenon. Everybody has a channel. Everybody's out speaking. It is a totally different world. For you to compare a time that just really wasn't it. I mean, Obama was the president before Trump. What we want, Trump's wife, she don't even speak English well. She's not gonna say much. What are you talking about? I mean, like who do y'all want?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this too, though. And being a married woman for about 30 years, I think that's enough time. Is it like 30 years to have an understanding of what marriage is? As a married woman, you should not talk about your marriage since there's these rules and things. And being married, you understand that. You don't get on social media and talk about your marriage.
This is not
Why
the
I would
19th. You can talk about your.
no, you can't. But okay, you can, and then you can't get mad when people have opinions. And now,
Right.
like we're sitting here and analyzing it either.
It's about being realistic and being human. It's about
No, you said you don't understand why we're
Why we
talking about it, and we're
right.
talking about it because she said it.
Right.
Okay, let me reframe, because I guess you guys didn't see through what I was saying. What I said was, yeah, I don't understand. Of course, I understand why y'all talking about it, because Freezy asked the question and we're speaking about it. What I'm saying is, you have no fucking right to talk about it because
We
you guys.
She talked about it first. This is the new. You just said it.
You should be respectful of her marriage, and you should shut the fuck up. Is what I mean. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, but if she's not respectful for it, then we got all the right to talk because she's talking about it because of social media, right?
And I got all the right to say that y'all the disrespectful ones, and not her. That's what I got the right to say. I can flip that narrative right on up.
You sure can, and you defending her bad behavior, and these are the little things that I talk about. It's so subtle.
So let me ask a question. So I know Tawana said that she don't even think that Barack Obama wanted to go, right? And that's a possibility. That's a strong possibility. And she talked. No, well, let me say it right. If I can remember, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tawana. You said that Barack Obama was criticized unjustly, right? And you felt like. Let me ask you. It was something about, you said that as far as Barack Obama going to the event, you was like you felt like,
yeah, people criticized him too for going. Yeah,
right, for going. Exactly. So
it's criticism on both sides. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. Let me ask you something. Do you think that, being that Michelle just, because she did say on the podcast that to Taraji that she didn't want to be fake, she wasn't feeling in her spirit, she and all up until the last minute, to the last to when it got close to going, she just told her stylist and her wardrobe people, listen, just don't forget about it. I'm not going, blah, blah, blah. She said, basically she was saying that she was not going to be fake with these people. And
she said she made sure they didn't pack a dress for her too.
Yes. Let me ask you this, Tawana. Do you think that Michelle actually was being realer in that situation than Barack? Being that Barack actually he decided to go ahead and go, and even if he didn't want to go, he still decided to go. But do you think that Michelle Obama was actually being more of like a 100 about it, being realer about it, standing 10 toes down on what she believe in more than Barack? Do you give her more of credit for the decision that she made rather than Barack?
I didn't. Freezy, I don't know how I feel about your question because I would never pit Michelle against Obama or Obama against Michelle. Like, I don't look at it like, oh, she was better than him because she did this, or he was better than her. I think they're two individuals who definitely discussed the situation, because if you listen to the entire interview, she says she talked it over with Barack, like he already knew. Like, Obama, like, I don't understand the outrage of her not going, besides the fact that she's always in the media, even upon arrival into the White House, been painted as this angry Black woman, and they've always tried to put those perceptions out. And I think what we do is continue to buy into those stereotypes, and we continue to reinforce them. And it's fine, because like, what? Like, Michelle and Barack couldn't be a more perfect couple, in that they both went to Ivy League schools. They both studied law. They happened to find each other. They had this crazy, amazing love story. They have two beautiful kids. Like, I don't know what else they could do to show the community that they are fully invested in the betterment of Black people. So I don't know why I would be outraged by her deciding to not attend an inauguration that, to me, was understood why she didn't want. And I think Barack understood that too, and just decided, like, she ain't got to be here. And I don't know, I don't know that I have any. He was right and she was wrong. She was right. I don't feel any way about it.
No. Answer the question. Everybody just answer the question however you feel. It's really not a right or wrong thing. Just
okay, good. I was like, I don't know, but that's how I feel. Yeah.
So I want to pose this question to everybody about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama's marriage, right? Before we move on to the next video. Now, Taraji and Michelle was talking about, they was chopping it up about what they do in their pastime, and they admitted one of their guilty pleasures is reality shows, reality TV, right? They like watching Love and Hip Hop, what is it, Housewives of Atlanta, all that kind of stuff, right? Both of them was like, oh, I don't believe you like that too, girl. They was doing all that. What? So my question is, should we be more understanding when it comes to them as a Black couple? Quote unquote Black couple, being that we could that the culture might be a little different than, let's say, a white president and first lady. Should we approach Barack Obama and Michelle Obama the same way we would approach this? I'm just going back to the question that Two Glock asked me, as far as have I ever seen like a white president's first lady speak on her husband's marriage during like a podcast or on a social media or whatever. This is just a question. Should we expect them to be different because they're Black? I'm gonna start with Tawana. I'm gonna start with Tawana. And then I'll go down the line.
You gonna start with somebody else?
I'm gonna start with Tawanda. Do you understand? You understand? Y'all understand my question, right? Because we know that all cultures aren't the same. All cultures aren't the same. Every ethnicity does not participate the same way. The behaviors could be a little different because of history, because of different households, whatever. Do you feel like we should approach Barack Obama and Michelle Obama differently, as opposed to if it was a white president and his first lady? Go ahead, Tawana. I'm gonna go with
you. No, if you're asking me, should we hold Black president and a Black woman first lady to the same standards that we do a white president, then I guess, yeah, I I don't.
No.
Yeah,
That was my question. That was my question is, as far as our cultures go, right?
right.
Yeah. Michelle was on a podcast with Taraji P. Henson. We know that black culture is considerably different than, let's just say, white people. Even the music is, a lot of the time music is different, right? The behaviors is different. Our lingo, the way we walk and talk is different, right?
Yeah.
So should we be more should we have more expectation that, okay, I'm just using this for example, that Michelle Obama was on a podcast and they was talking about, stuff, even marriages and stuff. Like, okay, like for instance, LeBron James' wife, Savannah, she has a podcast. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So being that this is a huge part of black culture now, should we approach it to the effect of, well, we shouldn't compare a white president and his first lady with a black president and his first lady because the cultures are different. Would you look at it that way, or do you think that Barack Obama and Michelle should be held to the same standards as any other president and first lady, even though we have we do have different cultures?
I mean, our culture is obsessed with comparing people, right? Like, we compare everybody. There can't be just like two great people, like Beyonce and Rihanna. We got to compare them. Like, it's got to be one is better than the other, or she's better. It's always we got to compare them to other families or whatever. I think for me, being on YouTube, having podcasts is not just like a black thing, it's a generation thing. Like, it's something that is just a part of this generation. People are trying to be influencers. People have their own podcasts, and it's all different races of people, and everybody is talking about everything. It's a lot of opinions out here. So it's a lot of different influences out here. Do I want to hear from somebody like Michelle? Yes. Would I want to know her story? Savannah, would I want to know her story? Would I want to hear her opinions? Absolutely. Do I fear for people like that because I know how cruel the world can be? Sure. Do I think people are going to be open to her telling her story and just being a human? Absolutely not. So I don't know if it was the best decision, but I will say that for those of us who really value what she has to say in her history, she's from Chicago, so I'm never gonna talk crazy about Michelle. This is like a Chicago thing, and so was Obama. So I understand them on a totally different level. But I think that I don't agree with the comparisons. I don't see the reason for it. I don't think that it's necessary in this case. I think she's already proven to be who she is, and she doesn't need to really keep getting judged. I think she's already shown who she is. They did 2 terms. She did her time, and she rocked that shit. So I don't know why we continue to compare her. So yeah. I don't know.
What about you too, Glock? Do you think we should have different expectations when it comes to a black president and his first lady, being that the cultures are looked at as somewhat different?
I don't know. I guess we should just expect him to live up to what it means to be a president, like a good representation. Personally, I think that they like the classiest first couple ever come through the White House. So I'm proud. I was very proud of that, how they carried themselves with dignity and class. But it did seem like Michelle got a kick out of being in the limelight, being in front. Tawana mentioned a lot of criticism she got while they were in the White House, but I feel like she was one of most celebrated first ladies. Seemed like she had a chokehold on the nation. kids loved her. She was all over Nickelodeon. I never seen any first lady as much as I saw Michelle. It seemed like she was like, doing her thing. Like,
She
I
was
don't really
equally
see.
she was equally criticized, called a man, called all kinds of
Yeah,
things.
but
They
those people kind of like those,
But
but
I'm saying
those
it
people,
was just as loud, is what I'm saying. Not that it was true, but there were
but the people,
criticisms. Um,
but the people that spoke that way, they kind of like bigots, like degenerates. So I didn't think like people really cared about the opinions of people that had like crazy shit to say like that. Because there's some people that really believe shit. Man, that's somebody who opinion I'm really not trying to hear much of. So, but to me, the folks that really matter seem like they championed her, got behind her, and celebrated her, and I feel like they like the classiest couple to come through the White House. Should we shouldn't judge them differently, but I do think as Black people we need to accept the fact that so much being used against us to like demonize us and degrade us and so much propaganda that's like used against us. As a Black person, I think like eventually we gotta accept the fact that it's gonna take us living up to a higher standard to combat that. I don't think it's fair, but that's just the way it is. Like uh LeBron James, I'm glad. I'm like, you mentioned Savannah, but it's so like I'm proud to see like a Black couple like them with no scandals, no slander, no scandals attached to their name. Like they've been married, I guess since high school. Like they've been together since high school. Like it's good representation for the Black community. It's unfair to them though, because they like can't make mistakes. But that's like the situation we in. Like we need our leaders to be like here, like superheroes. Like they can't even be human. So it's not. Michelle had the right to not go, but I do think as a Black person, like we trying to combat so much bullshit that we almost need each other to be perfect when we in those type of positions. Cause people so eager to point out our flaws already. So I do think that's unfair, but I enjoy like seeing LeBron James and Savannah live up to this like higher standard because we actually need it.
Naraya, what do you think? Should we have different expectations for Barack and Michelle, being that the cultures are different?
I think we unintentionally do it, right? Because they were relatable. We saw something in them, right? They look like they could have been a part of our family, right? So I think that's why we personalize everything that they do, because we never had that before. Um I think unknowingly we do it. Should we do it? No. We should treat them just like we do everybody else. But it's hard to do that because everybody else doesn't look like us. They do. Right? So I guess we expect them to do the things that we think they should do or we feel like they should do, but do I think that that's fair? No, I don't think that's fair.
Oh, okay.
But should we care whether or not it's fair though? Because look at how many people made like greater sacrifices for us. That was unfair. It wasn't like that shouldn't have been placed on their shoulder. Like people shouldn't have been dying or giving up. Like like it's some people that could have
No,
lived.
I
Hmm?
get it. I get it, but I think that that's a lot of pressure, right? I think
Yeah,
that's a lot
but
of pressure to make them hold everybody on their shoulders. Yeah, they have a great responsibility, outside of us. You got white people looking at them like they need to do something more or they're expecting them to be a certain kind of way. So, I don't think that it's fair, but it is something that we do and I don't think that it's right. No, I don't think they should be held accountable for the entire Black race. Yeah, no, because they're human.
um, I
They're
got
human.
I think think I gotta disagree with that because it's not too often that we got somebody representing for us in the right way anyway. So they wanna find something to criticize us on. I get what y'all are saying, but I just feel like that's just how it is. Like I know me if I was in that position, I know it's on me to like remain squeaky clean and like live up to a certain standard. because it's already very few of us doing it. So just like I spoke on the whole, she the first black first lady. She should have been at the funeral because they already want to say our women rebellious and all that. So the one woman we got in that position decide she gonna do her own thing. That's not a good look for the rest of us.
No, that I agree with. That I agree with. But just overall, as you know, them having to live up to a standard that we set when we all messed up anyway, but we got the nerve to set standards for people. I don't think that was cool. And I mean, and if I mean, and I'm not a political person at all, right? But even if you look at, he really didn't do a lot of stuff when he was in office, right? So to now be mad or say they should have been this way or they need to do this or they need to do that as a couple, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I feel that she was wrong for not going. Right. But everything else about them having to prove something to us, I'm not jacking that. I don't think that's
I don't think it's
cool.
really proving anything to us. I think it's just representing for us. I think it's more about just being a good representation and combating all the other bullshit that's been used against us already. Like the fact that LeBron James got a black wife is a big deal. Like we need to see that.
Yeah.
He could have had a Hispanic wife, white wife, and then we would say, oh yeah, a typical black NBA successful player. Yeah, of course he got a white wife,
Mm.
but we don't acknowledge that maybe that is something he took in consideration. Like I want to show these people what a strong black couple look like. So
You know what I
that's
want to
him
get away
sacrificing
from?
for us.
Wait, before
I
you go,
want to get
Naraya,
away.
to be clear, Michelle, she didn't show up at the inauguration and Jimmy Carter's funeral, right?
Oh yeah,
It was
the
both of
funeral.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of them. Okay, go ahead, Naraya.
I want us to get away from like having to celebrate when two black people get married. Right? Like it's like a big deal, right? It's like they could do this, but they, you know what I mean? Like we need to, like that's shouldn't be a normal thing for us to say like he got money and he could have married a white woman, but he didn't. Like it was something like he did something. Black people supposed to marry black. That's how I feel. Right?
No,
That's what I love. That's what
no,
I just wish that we could get away from that. I mean, I know the reality of it all, of what it is and how people move, but I would like for us to get to a place to where we don't commend a black man because he married a black woman.
yeah, but
Like it should just be natural.
yeah, but we gotta start somewhere. Somebody gotta show them that it should be natural and it can be done naturally. Like
Yeah.
that's what he's doing, because that's not the situation. A lot of, let me not say most, but a lot of black guys, especially the ones in the NBA, they become successful. They not with black women. So you talking about to me, the greatest NBA player of all time having a black woman that he's been with from day one. I feel like
Mhm.
that's big because more of our young black people need to see that.
No, for sure. But do you understand what I mean when I say that? It's like it doesn't it just feel weird that that even has to be said, right?
But
Like
that
we
go to show,
really
but
need
that
to,
go to show you how. But that's just how weird we are. Like you
yeah,
got
we
to,
need
you
to
got
get
to.
back to the nuclear family. You know, to
So,
even
so,
have that to be a statement is crazy.
so hold that
Yeah,
thought,
but
cause y'all
right.
segue. Hold on, y'all segueing into the next video. So I'm about to play this next.
But free, I'm gonna have to go.
Okay, no, thank you for being here as long as you did. Actually, you show so much grace because you supposed to. I know. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you.
I know. Thank you for having me.
No, listen. I'm going to get in
Uh-huh.
contact with you. Hopefully, this won't be the last time. You
Oh,
know.
absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely
good,
not.
good. Okay, because
Yeah,
I'm gonna reach out to
anytime.
you. I'm gonna reach out to you. Okay.
Okay, y'all guys have a good night.
Okay,
Okay.
Naraya. Thank you. Shout out to Naraya, y'all.
No captivity.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this video. Y'all actually segued into what we were about to talk about, the main topic, right? This is one of the main topics. Paul Pierce sat on the podcast and he gave his opinion on NBA players, right? Dating white women. It's gonna be a good one, y'all. Okay, so just strap on your seatbelt. Look at one. Here we go.
You feel like?
Okay.
Do you feel like? Why do you feel like men, especially NBA players, get with the white women? Is it because they're easy, quote unquote?
I got some theories, but I really want to hear it from him.
I do too. I want to hear it too.
I honestly think that maybe they appreciate maybe more and they apologize more.
Listen, I'm scared. Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
That's, I mean, you know.
I had an interview with
they don't mind being held accountable.
I'm so scared of this, y'all, because I had an interview with Columbus Short, and I asked him this similar question, and he said something, and I got dragged for filth. I was on Breakfast Club. I had death threats for so long from black women because they said I laughed when he said that. So let me not laugh. I don't have nothing to do with this.
I mean, that's what I think.
I'm black.
I don't know.
He don't know, though, because he dates black women, period. So do not come for him, period. Do you feel like, why do you feel like men, especially NBA players?
Okay. So she asked, why does Paul Pierce feel like a lot of black NBA players date white women? And he gave several reasons. He said he feels like they're more apologetic. They take more accountability. It was a lot of stuff. He was a couple of things. He said they don't mind being held accountable, they're more appreciative, all that. Let me start with Tawana. Let me start with Tawana. Tawana, do you think that's how a lot of black NBA players feel? I mean, once they reach that height of success as far as financially and notoriety, do you think that's really how they feel about white women in comparison to black women? And if so, why?
I won't say a lot of athletes feel that way. I will say that a lot of black men feel that way in general.
Okay.
Like a lot of black men we have been taught to think that white women or women of other races are a little bit more subtle and they're more feminine. The beauty standards are different. And black women have been compared to other races for years. So I don't even get surprised when black men think that. I am actually astonished when they say something different. Like, oh, wow, you think black women are like what Cat Williams said, right? Mm-hmm. About black women. Like, I was actually astonished at what Cat Williams said about black women, as opposed to what Paul Pierce. I mean, he will say anything. They will say anything to justify the need to date other women of other races. And the justification is not, it has absolutely nothing to do with black women, because when you look at the statistics and you look at the success of the relationships and you look at what they go through, it is absolutely no difference, no better success. It's not like, oh, they go over to those races and they have better outcomes. It's not this, it's no different. Mm-hmm. So when people say that, I'm like, yeah, but if that was the case, then you would have more success over there, right? You wouldn't create single mothers over there, and there wouldn't be problems in those communities. You would have longevity in those marriages, right? And you would be in those relationships forever. If those women were so great and they were just so amazing and you didn't have any problems and they are just so apologetic and they love you so much, like, I'm very clear that white women put black men through double hockey sticks, especially when they're rich, when they divorce them. And they take everything from them, almost have more resources to do it than black women in most cases. So they go through hell with those women.
Are you saying the common denominator is the black man instead of...
Common denominator is the black man. Cap-tivity. Thank you for rephrasing. I didn't want to say that specifically, but I did. I'll just make sure. I just put it out there. It is what it is.
Okay. Do you think white women are more subtle and more soft? Because I was just using your word. You think they're more soft and subtle when it comes to their approach?
I will say this. And I don't want to generalize because I have white friends and I love you girls, but you know what? I will say this
Tawana
about
white friends watching?
they probably are because I show them. They're gonna be like, girl, I heard what you said. No, I'm just playing. So what I will say is that there and not just white women, women of other races, they conceal a lot of things. Whereas, black women, we're more honest and maybe more direct than other races of women. I think there's some truth to that. Do I think that it is consistent amongst all black women? Do I think we all behave that way? Do I think majority of us do? No. I think a lot of black women, as you can see, are male centered. I mean, look at Naraya, right? She was the definition of a male centered woman, right? Like, I think that male centered women are most times very like willing to be submissive to men, and they really will do most times anything that the man is asking them to do. And most times, like, women like that, they really will appease a man. And so there is a lot of male-centered black women like her that will actually behave in the way that
You
these
think
black men
most black women are like Naraya, like what you're saying? You think most black women are like that?
I don't think most black women are like Mariah. I think that there is a movement of women who are trying to be like her, like male centered. They call them pick me's. Like, I think there's a movement of women who want to identify in those groups, which I think is really ridiculous. You need to be balanced. You don't need to be male centered. You don't need to be woman centered. You need to be balanced. But I do think that there are tons of women who are male centered and who have this idea about, okay, you know what, I will be submissive and do what my man says in every race of women, especially black women. So I've witnessed it. I see it. I can see all through it.
So let me go to Two Glock. Two Glock, what do you think from your observation when it comes to when it comes to success? I'm going to change it because what Tawana said made more sense. I don't want to just corner it to successful black athletes, right? Let's just go successful black men in general. Do you think a lot of successful black men date white women because they are more apologetic, or they don't mind being held accountable? All of the things that Paul Pierce actually said in this interview. Do you agree with a lot of the things that Paul Pierce said when it comes to successful black men in general of a certain tax bracket?
But honestly, I don't even think it's just the successful black men. Like,
hold on.
Being honest, bro, I got little brothers. I'm the oldest out of all my brothers. I got younger brothers, a bunch of younger cousins. I don't have any nephews, but I got a bunch of cousins and little brothers, and bro, they all, for some reason, and I try to talk to them, they all prefer to have somebody outside of their race when it comes to dating. Like, all my younger siblings and younger cousins, they all rather date somebody that's not black. They talk to black girls. They got black friends, but every girl that they bring home, every female that my brothers have brought home have been either white or Hispanic. And my mom hates it. She don't champion that type of shit at all. She try to get to the bottom of what it is. But honestly, she said that black women are more honest and more upfront. For one, I think when it comes to black men, nobody on earth loves them more than black women. So I don't think it's because they like the black women dislike they man or hate they man. I feel like they love us more than anybody else do. I think it's just certain skills that they didn't develop, certain shit that should have started at home that didn't take place. So these young people, they identifying that shit as well. So when they get out at the schools, they get out into the world, if you ask me, a lot of them outrunning their cousins, they outrunning their sister, they outrunning their mom. They don't want to date the type of women they grew up around. And I think we don't want to admit that. She said, like honesty, like black women are prone to being more honest, but I think that honesty is a lot of times disrespect. Like it can be taken as disrespect. Even little subtle shit. Like we grew up hearing shit like what one man won't do, another one will. Like only our women say stupid shit like that, repeat shit like that. You got no reason to even elaborate on what this man won't do, another one will. Like you should make your man believe that he's the only man for you until he's not. But while you're in a relationship, that shouldn't be the type of stuff you echo. I was listening to a song today, and the song the black it's a black singer. She sang the song, "If you don't want to pay the bills, I know somebody who will." You ain't got no fucking business knowing somebody who will. Even if you just talking shit, that ain't the type of shit you need to be talking. And that's not the type of shit you need to be saying to our listeners. Cause our young people that's impressionable grow up thinking that that type of shit is acceptable. But you shouldn't be quoting these type of things. You shouldn't be saying these type of things. Like white women, like they talk about the divorce rate. Most of these white women that these black superstars marrying, they don't give a fuck about them. But one thing these white women know is how to play the game. They know how to appeal to a nigga like ego, tell him what he want to hear. She know how to play the game until she don't want to play it anymore. Take whatever she want from him. But if our women that actually loved us enough to play that same game, I think you'll see more black families, more black marriages lasting. Me as a black man dating, well, just me as a man dating a female, I know it's certain things I gotta appeal to. It's a certain type of language I gotta know when to talk, how to talk. Certain things I can't say. Certain things I have to be mindful of at all times when dealing with a woman. Certain things that could crush her that might not mean much to me, but I got to be mindful of the fact that it's a woman. Our women not mindful of certain things when it comes to us, like our ego, and just like respecting us as a man and appealing to certain things that matter to us. He said, Paul Pierce mentioned white women willingly apologizing. Bro, I got homeboys that say they girl never apologized to them before. Like the entire duration of the relationship has never apologized. Now, I feel like, okay, that's not possible. You with somebody for years, at some point they have to apologize. And from what I hear, a lot of women don't take the initiative to say like a lot of times when women apologize, it's when a man brings it to them, bring whatever problem he have or whatever like issues he got to her attention, and then in the midst of that conversation, she say, "Well, I apologize. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it made you feel that way." I've dated outside of my race, and I will say that the few times that somebody came to me and apologized without me having to bring up that conversation, like let's say we argued, and the next day I get a call or a message that's saying, "Hey, I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you. I'm sorry how I came across." I'm not proud to say that those women were non-black women. Anytime it was a black woman that apologized to me, it was in the midst of me bringing to her attention what bothered me. She never took the initiative to make it her business to consider, was I wrong? Do I need to go back and fix something? A lot of black women think it's solely on us to fix it. Because I don't know, we buy into these bullshit narratives. So
can we stop acting like, okay, first of all, let me say this. There is a whole movement about women not apologizing. It has absolutely nothing to do with race. The fact that we use these anecdotal situations to determine how a whole entire group of people act. There is so many TikTok videos. Just type in women who don't apologize. My girlfriend don't apologize. My boyfriend don't apologize. Why don't you see the diversity in
yeah,
those
but
TikTok videos?
this the
No,
problem with that.
it's not specific to black women. That is
It's
ridiculous.
not. That's
Second,
ridiculous to believe that.
the second thing is Black men who date women of other races do not have better outcomes with those women. So you're saying to us, okay, we should behave like them and become single mothers and have the same terrible outcomes as they have. How come
No,
you all
no.
can't? No. I'm just want to be clear. How come you guys can't just be better people, be better men, and be better husbands to anyone that you marry, so that therefore when you go in other communities you don't destroy their communities and then try to tell
No,
us to behave like them? We don't want to
no,
be like them.
Twan.
We want to be very different. We want better outcomes. You know, the 80% of men who actually marry us, those are the men who we want to be with, because we don't want the men that don't want us. We want y'all to go over there and stay over there with Becky and go over there with Karen and stay with them and destroy their communities, because we're tired of you destroying ours. So we're really fed up with that. But for you to sit here and like kind of put these negative stereotypes on Black women as if we're the only group of women who do this. Every group of women complain about their men, and there is a whole chain of white women who you guys have dated, left single mothers, who are making all kinds of videos about y'all. Like, you got to look
Yeah,
at these
but
videos. They're
Twan,
horrible.
Twan already
I'm
said, I already spoke on the fact that those white women that we talking about, they don't actually love Black men anyway. They
not
just,
even white women, Hispanic women, Asian
yeah, those
women. It's
women, yeah, I already spoke on, I already said that those women don't love Black men anyway. I'm saying if the women that actually love us incorporated some of those same, like those women that they just be playing games, they don't actually love us. But I'm saying if our women were actually willing to play some of those same games and like actually like institute some of the same, like I'm not saying to the same degree that they
right.
because
You saying
obviously
that you want Black women to show appreciation to Black men. You feel that sometimes the other cultures are more like willing to play that, or at least be that role to Black men to make them feel that they are wanted, important, and appreciated. And Black
yeah,
women often kind of look at it like, well, this is what I deserve, right? Like, you're not doing nothing special. So you guys
right.
feel like you're more celebrated and appreciated when you go elsewhere, and
But
when you stay
but
in, it's like, not the same. I understand exactly what you're saying. I get your point. I understand that, but it's also 80, like over 85% of Black men who actually do marry Black women, right? I think that the statistics are out there as if, okay, it's just so many Black men that are stepping out and they're not partnering with Black women. That's not the case. I just think
if
that we
with
highlight
other
those situations, right?
with other how you mentioned like other like I know it's not just Black women that don't like to apologize, but with these other races, all these other races have like these subgroups that have issues. I'm saying with our race, for some reason, our like the negative things about us, it seemed like that's what's mostly on the like the forefront. Like that's like that's like a proportion of everybody else culture. But for some reason in our culture, it feels like if it's not the majority, it's certainly like pushed as the majority. Like,
In your
um,
life, have you seen that? So I don't know what your experience is like, so I want to ask, have you seen that maybe the lighter the woman is, the better she was treated, the more European features she had, the more Black men wanted her? Or have you seen it where the dark skinned woman who had more African American features was celebrated and wanted and the most desirable by Black men? What have you seen in your experience?
of course we of course it's the brighter skinned woman that has it
Thank you.
easier.
Okay, I just want you to admit that. So what I'm saying to you is, do you think that there is something ingrained in culture that makes Black men feel that these women are better than the women that are in their own community? Do you not understand how at a young age, right? I'm in second grade and this was happening. Don't you think that there's something bigger than us? Because a second grader, we're still discovering ourselves. We don't know who we want to be with, who we want to date, who we want to marry. We are kids. But for some reason, even as a young girl, I can remember oh, the lighter you are, the longer your hair, the more European your features, the softer you are, the more you got attention in our community. And the woman who didn't have those features didn't get as much attention, which created a lot of tension between Black women too. So, don't you think it's something ingrained in culture that creates this negative stereotype about Black women? And then we have projected that amongst each other, because now there's Black men who saying, oh, I don't like Black women because she's this way, this way, this way. But really, you've been taught to think that these other women are better and greater and be more beautiful.
Yeah, but yeah, right. That's what we've been taught. That's what we've been showed. That's the propaganda. But at the same time, all this stuff, like just like the niggas in the comment section, everybody got so much to say. Everybody got all these opinions, but whether or not you don't like my perspective or anybody else's perspective, what do Black people do to actually combat any of this shit? Like, we can say, we can talk about what's been pushed on us, what's been like all this propaganda and like self-hate, but what do we do to actually push back against it? Like,
yeah,
we gonna act like we gonna sit here and act as if Sexy Red isn't a superstar in the Black community. We're gonna act like
right.
Meg Thee Stallion isn't a superstar in the Black community. So
Yeah.
whatever bullshit already been taught to us as Black people, we champion that same bullshit and then getting mad that it's some people drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, what you gonna do to combat it? Even if you don't like what I'm saying, no nigga in the comment section feel obligated to combat the bullshit perspective that some of us may have bought into. So it's just a
But
bunch of like even
but
when I mentioned LeBron.
notice those women who defy those stereotypes, we don't highlight them. We don't talk about those women. We don't uplift those women. We sitting here criticizing Michelle Obama. She is one of the greatest Black women that probably has walked this planet. I'm telling you that when it's a Black woman, when she's on her game, when she's beautiful, when she's married, when she's perfect in every way, we have still found a way to diminish even that light. So, how is it that a Black woman can win out here? Because if I'm listening and I hear you guys saying, well, Michelle, she has disappointed the community. Like, I feel like, dang, I can't even meet the standard of what a Black person want me to do. Because if Michelle ain't meeting the standard, I know damn well I don't measure up. Like, I don't know how
But
we can
like,
win.
like Raya said, it's the subtle things. She wouldn't have lost any sleep by just going to the fucking inauguration or going to the funeral. Like it'd be one less thing for people to talk about. Why not just go? Because I don't feel like it. Okay, I get it, but Obama didn't feel like it. He still had to go. It's probably, I'm pretty sure nobody felt like going to that boring, dry ass funeral, but they all had to go.
But you hear what I'm saying? Like, we do it to ourselves, right? Like, if the goal is we want to promote Black excellence, when Black excellence is there, when you hear the criticisms in your own community that come after our elite Black people, why would anyone want to try to meet this I don't know, like,
Okay,
it seems
so
unattainable.
besides who you just mentioned, Michelle. Besides Michelle, when you speak about these elite Black people, who you referring to?
Man, you put me on the spot. Like, I can't even. I mean, Jesus. Look, I I don't know. Like, I've been, like, I don't know. Shit. Give me a minute. I'll think of some names. I mean, I'm just saying, like, think about, doctors, like lawyers, beautiful, like, just, I don't know, married women, beautiful married women who have kids, who have families, who take care of their kids, like everyday people. I'm not even talking about, like, I'm using Michelle because she's somebody we can reference, but like everyday fucking people that we see walking around taking care of their kids, like taking care of the community, keeping their kids safe, keeping, like, having families, all these people that we see in everyday life too.
Well,
Yes,
we
that's
need some
important.
of those. we need some of those people on the in the forefront then, because everybody else got that representation. You seeing it, but with
Right.
us, like you got like these people in the confines of their homes, so
Yeah,
they
but
like
we talk about Sexy Red, but then we have the
who?
male artists that's bitch this, hoe this, I shot this motherfucker, I did
Okay,
this, I did that, I
right.
killed
So
this person, I did that. I mean, they both promote degeneracy in the community. But if you talk about Sexy Red, you could talk about Britney Spears. Look at her. She acting a damn fool. She's crazy. Like there is representation over there that is not the best as well. I mean, we can compare and contrast all day. I'm just letting you know that the hip hop is not the core of our community. I know that people have made us believe that because it's so much wealth into
no,
entertainment. We
no,
want
no.
that,
Hip hop.
but that's
If hip
not the
hop,
core of our community.
hip hop is very much. If it's not the core of our community, it's a driving force in our
It's a
community, and
it's important.
it will be the core of our community because hip hop actually raised black children. That's who raised black kids. So if you don't feel like that's the core right now, 10, 20 years, the children that was raised solely on hip hop will be the people that's representing us.
Well,
And
I will say,
no other culture gonna leave their community in the hands of hip hop artists. No other community will allow that. But all these black people got so much to say about how great we are and like how you like at the end of the day, the culture got a lot of cleaning up to do. And to be honest, it's much easier for niggas to act like this isn't the case because they don't want to do the work. They don't want to put in the work. So they try to not you, I'm saying most
yeah,
black people try to downplay the effects or the actual state of the black community to avoid doing the work. But
yeah.
it's clear that our children being raised by hip hop and the
Well,
leaders of the
they say peers influence your kids more than anything else. I think
who
the kids being raised by hip hop, probably don't have parents in their lives or they don't have the proper representation. But if you're saying that disproportionately affects black people, it could be right because we tend to be in the lowest wages jobs. So that means we probably work weird long hours, which probably means our kids are at home by themselves a lot, which probably means they are watching media and TV, but they are making those decisions. Maybe there isn't a lot of people supervising them in a lot of those homes, but there's other things that affect that. It's not just that people aren't raising their kids. It's about, okay, well, yeah, the media puts these things out here, but why do the media put these stereotypes out here? Because we buy it, we consume it, we watch it. It's popular, it's wanted, it's a demand, it's out there. People want to hear Sexy Red song. Like that's what it is. Like she gonna fill up a stadium, maybe not. I don't know if a stadium, maybe like a little small little room she might fill up. I don't know about a stadium, but I'm just
High school stadium.
maybe a high school, something like that. But I'm
full
saying
of high schoolers, full of high schoolers, high
high
schoolers
school.
talking.
But listen,
Hey,
if she
but
came to
you
my
can't
school,
find any.
my school, I would curse that school out. Like I would lose it. But that's me. I'm gonna stand up, and I'm sure a lot of parents would. But I don't know that we can just say that hip hop has the influence over our kids. Our parents, we can affect what environments our kids is. We can monitor them, we can supervise them, we can
But
minimize that stuff.
no,
That's
you
all I'm saying.
can't. You can't. No, realistically, you cannot do that. But us as black people love to say, um, "Oh, you can control what your kids watch. You can control what your kids listen to." No, the only way you can control that shit is to shut that shit down. The only way you can control the effects that hip hop gonna have on your children is for black people to get together and say we oppose this shit right here and we don't want this pushed on our young generation. We don't want this on the radios. We want if we censor certain shit, but black people not gonna do that because most black people enjoy that same degenerate behavior and they don't want to admit that they don't want to let that shit go. So it's gonna continue to be around. It's gonna continue to have a negative effect on the children, and we're gonna
Yeah,
stay in a degenerate state. But
I,
most
I get
niggas
what
want to act like it ain't that severe or it ain't a big deal because they prefer to be fucking degenerates as well.
I understand what you're it's like, okay, if we don't like really be real about what the issues are, we're never going to be able to like move past it and actually get better, but
Well,
I
in
yeah.
every other successful community, where can you find that shit at in any other successful community? Where is it? Where's Sexy Red at on everybody else's radio station? Where the drill music at on everybody else's radio station? What station can you go to on the radio of any other culture and constantly hear about the men of that race singing and rapping about killing the same men within that race? Man, them
Right.
motherfuckers would be considered terrorists. If they try to promote that type of shit, they'll get labeled as terrorists. But in our community, it's not other people's responsibility to give a fuck about us. Hey, they
Right.
capitalizing off it. So if niggas don't care, then why should they care? But the same niggas got so much to say about a change that they not willing to help start or help create.
So,
but they want a lot about the state that we actually in. Like, this ain't really the state we in.
So
Yeah.
go ahead, Tawana. You get your thought out, and then I'm gonna read super chats.
I do want to be real about the state we in, but I don't want to be imbalanced, and I don't want to present it as one-sided. I don't want to pretend that things are not happening on both sides to contribute to it, because if we look at it from that perspective, then it's already, to me, it's already a narrow view of what we are dealing with. But if we can see how both things play into it, and how to make a change, because you can't just put it on one group of people. Like within the Black community, you can't say, well, if women do this, then things will be different. But okay, but men can just stay the same and do the same shit that they've been doing, and then we all gonna magically become one. No, it has to be acknowledged on both sides. And I feel like sometimes the conversations are so one-sided, it's hard to really like see how we can move past this. That's all.
So shout out to everybody that gave super chats. Super chat. Shout out to Narratives and Dialogue. Thank you for your $5 super cap, bro. He said, being honest, Melania Trump has not shown up to a lot of things. Let's keep it a buck on that one. And I don't agree with Democrats. Shout out to Kwafi Nino.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to Romello, man. I appreciate you. Super chat. Romello, thank you for your $5 super cap. He says, the Obamas are global public figures. Nike stopped taking applications at the Cap division, Tawana. You want to respond to that, Tawana?
I'm asleep. That's so fucking lame. You know how you just go to sleep because a comment is so stupid. Like, okay, thank you so much, Romello. No cap. Okay.
No Cap-tivity.
Super chat. Shout out to GameWise DJ. Thank you for your $5 super cap. GameWise said, white women know fake, genuine, and fake high interest game better. Cause they understand why black male simps who don't know game date them. Shout out to GameWise DJ.
But Freeze,
go ahead,
that's
you
what
can
I'm
respond to
speaking
it.
on, like, this shit really game. When it comes to the white women, they really just running game. But like he say, they know what he say simps, but they know what niggas lacking. They know what niggas ain't getting. So that's why they appealing to certain shit. They running game.
I'm gonna be real with you. They say that a lot of black men who date white women are, most times they're, they have struggles with their sexuality. They're bisexual in most cases. And what they do is they date white women because that is the woman that, when she's on your arm, most people don't question, right? That's the woman that, everybody have taught you to desire and want the most. And those men, they want the most desired women so they can stay under the radar. And what they've said is that white women or women of other races can't recognize those characteristics as easily as we can. So like, we can call it out. And that's not all. I'm saying that this was something that was recently talked about, and it was a conversation that came out about how, those women, they really don't know the signs, and they can't tell when a man is like bisexual or not really into women. And sometimes like because we are in that community, like we know like, oh, he don't really mess with women like that. Like we gonna keep it moving. And then they want y'all
That's a
because
little extreme. That's a little extreme to
no,
one.
that's the truth though. Like think about some of the men who date them. Think about it.
So are you saying that
You laughing because some of some of your people who you probably can recognize, like, oh,
so
you know what, he probably is a little like that. You
so
know
Nah,
that's true.
that's a little extreme. That's a little
well,
extreme.
I'm
I
trying to
can't.
get the logic. So you're saying that those type of men, the DL, you saying they DL or whatever?
Well, they say that the men struggle with their sexuality. So what they do is they try to sought the most desired woman to hide in the shadows, right? So they won't be reckoned. Like, because if you see this beautiful woman on my arm, this beautiful Latino queen, like you ain't gonna question whether I'm struggling with my sexuality or not. She's beautiful, right? Like
They
who
gonna think he
would
the
want to?
man. That's what you saying.
They gonna
I
think
always
you're
thought they
mad.
went.
Okay.
I always thought they. I thought they all. I thought they hid behind the fat girls. That's what I thought.
No, they don't like. They are more critical of fat girls than y'all. Like really, men
I
who
always thought they used the fat girl as a front freeze. That's what I
they
always
more
thought.
critical. Listen, I'm talking about the gays. The
Cause she
gays
just
will
happy
read.
to be there. The big girl just happy to be there. So I thought
The
they
gays,
just
the
used
gays
them
will
as
read
front.
you up and down. You think they want to be with? They will read you up and down. Okay, they want the top tier, the best of the best, especially if they on the DL. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that all black men do that. Obviously, people really do love. Like for me, I don't think that black men only date white women to go against other black women. I think that some men genuinely fall in love with other groups of women. I think that there are a lot of black men who self-hate, who hate themselves, who don't want their kids to be black, who don't want their
Right.
kids to have features that they have. I think that that's a prominent reason why men date outside their race. I can also see black men dating because they're on the DL and they know that
Nah.
other race
Wait.
are not.
As far as the DL logic, are you saying it was a here? Okay, so you saying that
The self hate
a
I
lot
can
of
agree with, but the DL one that's kind of extreme right there.
well, so I want to
I'm
no.
telling you, that's the truth.
Well, here it is, right? So, because Venus said that she feels like Venus in the chat said she feels like white women can't spot gay men faster than gay black men faster than black women can because most of the white men are feminine. That's what Venus said.
That's right.
A lot of them.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And so they know that, so they're like, oh, this woman will be more open. So like if I want to do booty play, she won't question if I'm, or if I want to do some other stuff, she won't question me. So they will go with those women because those women, from what they say, are more willing to do those things, right? We'll peg you and do all those things.
Tawana, would you say also would you say also it would be like to push it out of their familiar community? If they go to a white community, they would be afraid of their own community detecting, their lifestyle
right.
or something?
They won't know. They can hide in plain sight. You can be free, you can be yourself, you can be out here, you could probably be sleeping with the neighbor's husband while you got your wife over there. You know what I'm saying? Like you can really do it. You can really get down dirty. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, why?
What you say? The white women are more likely to peg the men or something? What are you saying?
No, well, they say that they're more flexible. They say they're more flexible, meaning like a black woman might be like, I ain't doing that. That's but
sexually.
But white women will be like, oh, let's go buy a dildo. Let's go pick it out together. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, I can have this white woman. I can hide in plain sight. I can still get my needs met, right? I can still get the peg. And, no one is going to notice until Shannon Sharp's wife came out and said, or his ex-girlfriend came out and said, I was doing that booty play. You know what I'm saying?
Cap-tivity.
There you go. Like his white woman. Go ahead, play that video. Okay, catch that dirt. His white woman came out and said, I was doing booty play and he loved it. She sure did.
Yeah, we went over that. We went over that. They say he liked to sleep on his stomach.
Shannon might be gay though.
Well, we gonna talk about that a
I'm
little
just
bit.
telling you, like most of them are. He's a representation of most of them who date white women. I'm telling you, he's the representation.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
So I'm gonna put the link in the chat. So
like, what is this girl talking about? I mean, you know,
I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
I was too.
I'm going to put the link in the chat so everybody can join in on the conversation shortly, right? I do want to review one more video. Shout out to Super Chat Robin M. Thank you for your $10 super chat, Robin M. She said, "Great conversation. Support the show."
No Cap-tivity.
One more super cap. Super chat. Shout out to Valerie Smith for a $10 super cap. She said, "My first time here. Good show." Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Tamara. You was about to say something?
So people keep asking me for my IG. I'm gonna post it in the chat, y'all. Give me a minute. That's all.
Okay. So I'm gonna play one. I'm gonna play one more video, and then if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna put the link in the chat so we can have a broader discussion. So I know people have been watching the show, so they got questions, they want to spark other conversations and whatnot. So I'm gonna play this video.
How long do you give them, or you just gonna let them stay on to let them cook? You just let them cook, or you give them time to ask a question?
No,
I give them 5 minutes. Get them up out of here.
So what I could do, what will y'all prefer? One by one or all together?
I ain't scared. You know what I'm saying? Come on. No, I love it. Come on, no, just play it. No, I'm good. Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
All right. So this next video, I'm gonna play Ace Metaphor. Y'all heard of Ace Metaphor?
They camming up though, right? Or they just calling in?
So the guests that comment that hit the link, they have the option to cam up, or they can stay in the back, whatever. So you know.
So you gonna talk shit? You need to cam up. Let us put a face on
it. So
they don't have to cam up.
Well, just saying they're guests, they're guests. Okay. I don't know. So yeah, I kind of like Nardo said, make them cam up freezy. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let me play this video right here. This is Ace Metaphor of tonight's conversation. He said something controversial that's caught wind of a lot of people, and I'm gonna let y'all listen to it, and we can have a discussion. Here we go.
A lot of heterosexual men don't like women for real. They don't. They like women sexually, but they don't like women. They're not attracted to what a woman is outside of her sexual organs. So then when we get into why a lot of men womanize, or why it's just they're minimizing a woman based off of who she slept with or who she potentially can sleep for, because it's like you haven't gained the appreciation of the wholeness of a woman yet, and what that wholeness of a woman can bring to your life. A lot of times we'll talk about strength and we'll say men are stronger than women, but that's because we value physical strength. We're not talking about emotional strength, spiritual strength. Yeah. We're not talking about the type of strength that can run a household. And we're not putting that same type of weight. And what I would encourage, and this was the shift that I had to do, is I had to start liking the wholeness of a woman outside of sex. And then when you do that, now you appreciate the things a complete woman can bring to your life. When we talk about the Bible talks about finding a capable wife, right? That capable wife, that person that if you was to stumble, can pick up the ball and start running. And there's a lot of men that have just a wife because they was only concerned about what she can do in the bed. Yeah. And so what I'm just encouraging men to do is just like, and it's for our own benefit, because a lot of us, especially men with some type of means, we end up finding a dependent, not a partner. Yeah, she can fuck us good, but if you was able to stumble, bro, what the fuck is gonna happen with your family? And so I just encourage men to be, I'm not gonna say more, because that's unrealistic to a lot of men, but as attracted to what she brings as a feminine energy to your life outside of just what you're doing in between.
Check this out. So to that point,
a lot of heterosexual men don't like women for real. They don't. They like women sexually, but they don't like women. They're not attracted to what a woman is outside of her sexual organs.
No Cap-tivity.
So
can I give a standing ovation? Like, and
So-
you know, let me tell you, he's speaking from experience too, because he don't like women. You know what I'm saying? So he definitely telling the motherfucking truth. Okay.
So then my question is does Ace Metaphor have a point? Is he speaking for the majority of men? Do most men not like women? They just like women physically, sexually, not the whole woman. You agree with that too? Go ahead and expound on that. What do you think?
Nah, I agree on that. Like I tell women, like the women in my life, my friends, I tell them all the time, like a big issue is like these dudes really don't like y'all. Like they don't appreciate women. They not really attracted to women. Like I love everything about a woman. Like I feel like men not infatuated with women. They not attracted to women. Like they like for one, I think that's why so many gay dudes, because for them it's really about sex. It ain't really so much about the woman. So if they getting a nut, they getting a nut. So I feel like that's why there's so much of that funny shit that be going on. But me personally, I don't. Even my friends, I feel like they don't appreciate and love like the women in their life the way they should. Like, especially like a woman that's feminine. It's like, I don't know. It's this infatuation that come with like being around, having a feminine woman in your life, and most guys don't appreciate that. It don't do much for them. Like he said, it's just sex for them, which leaves the door open to other shit, because it really ain't so much about the woman for them. It's about sex for them. So if it's solely about that, you're gonna get sex wherever you can get it at.
So that's interesting. A lot of times on these conversations, let's just keep it 100, right? A lot of guys say it's just in the man's nature to want sex. Sex is a big sex is a big part of these conversations. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to talking about male and female relationships, sex is a big part of it. It's a very big part.
But honestly, I'm not a simp in any fashion of the word, bro, like at all. But if I'm being honest, I never had sex with a woman I wasn't in love with, bro. I know that might sound like some corny shit. That might sound like some corny shit, but bro, I really love women. And if she not giving me that type of, if she not feeding me what I need, if I'm not getting what I need from her as a woman, like the sex aspect just can't take place. I just can't do it. I'm not attracted to for me, it just ain't about sex. Like I gotta like really love and appreciate this woman. Like that's what moved me to want to have sex with her. Like, but that's not the case for any other man I ever met. Like for them, it's just solely sex, and I feel like that's a slippery slope when you like so like fucking sexual, just on a physical level. Never been me. Never.
I think when I put the link in the chat, we're probably going to take off from this and then go back down to the other topics. Let me ask Tawana, do you agree a lot with what Ace Metaphor said as far as how most men, their attraction to women, it's not mostly the whole woman, every aspect of the woman, but it's mostly physical, and that's very, and he's saying that that's very, that could be very, what is it called? That could be very damaging when it comes to these relationships and everything. Do you agree with Ace Metaphor's take on that?
I agree. I don't want to say most. That's the only part I don't agree with. Because if I'm being honest, I don't think it's most men. Do I think it's a large majority of men? Absolutely.
Why are you afraid to say it's most?
Because if you look at femicide rates and you look at the people who commit femicide, it's a small percentage of men. It's not as big as we as we assume. And when I look at, you know, statistics and things that happen, I mean, I see a large amount of men who actually do value women and who do want relationships and who do want, who do appreciate, what women bring to the table. But I will say that it's so many that it's uncomfortable, that it is very clear that there's a lot of men who really just don't understand women in general, right? Just like men feel like women don't understand them, right? I feel like it's just men who don't really understand us, don't really value what we actually contribute to, the universe life. So I agree with what he said to a certain extent, and I understand exactly where 2G's coming from. Some men, it's really physical. It's really physical for them. It's really about, you can just tell, like, some men, like, they might not even want to be bothered with you if you say you don't want to have sex. Like, they be like, all right, I'm ready to go. Like, or even after they have sex with you, like people, like, there's men who will just leave. They don't want to have nothing to do. They don't even want to
But
be around.
why
Like,
you?
they
But
want to
you
be
saying some and like there's some men and a few men, but it's like most men though.
but just like you, like, I've had so many positive, beautiful experiences with men, like, that loved me, that's like supported me, that's took care of me, that like been there for me. So I can't even, like, and it's not like the instances that I've had with men that are negative are the minority. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at it from that perspective, I'm like, am I gonna put that on most men? No, because most men have loved me, taken care of me, and respected me. But have I been in like some toxic spaces with men who really just don't value women, who really don't have any concept of how to treat women? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I've been in situations where I'm like, what exactly is happening here? Like, what's going on? But yeah, I do agree with what he said. I just don't agree that it's most, maybe, and I could be wrong. It
Let
seems
me ask
like
you a
2G.
question, Tawana. If you don't mind answering, you don't have to if you don't want to. But throughout your adult life, you being approached by men, has it been more of a sexual energy or more of a I really like you energy? Like, I really like the whole you or what I see energy.
Sexual.
Well, that kind of goes to 2 Glock's
But I
point,
would.
right?
So you equate that to they don't like women because they approach me because I'm physically attracted. They're physically attracted to me. Is that
Well,
it?
I don't think what
Yeah.
Ace Metaphor was saying, the men don't like women. I think he was saying they don't really like the whole woman. I think that's what he was
Right.
saying. Right.
I don't know. He said that pretty much they want the physical and they
Yeah.
really don't want, like,
Right.
Yeah.
they don't appreciate anything else about us, right? It's like, okay, after they have sex, then they're not interested anymore. And have I
Right.
found that to be my experience? No. Like, I do think initially men are physically attracted to you and may see, okay, she got a big butt, or she cute. And then I think eventually, like, when they showing up, when they showing up for you, when they doing those things, like, you can tell when a person's interested in you and when they're not. Like, I've had
But
instances where people haven't been interested in me and don't reciprocate, and I have picked up on that and been like, okay, this ain't the right situation for me,
Tawana,
right? Like, I'm showing up for you, you're not showing up for me. But yeah, I'm,
Tawana, but
you
them
know,
same.
I ain't gonna argue. Maybe it is most men. You're right. I'm not gonna say that is. I'm I'm just assuming that my husband really loves me and wants to be around me every day. Okay, I'm gonna say that,
No,
but I
but
don't
Tawana,
know.
That's your husband though.
Yeah, we
That's
ain't
your
talking
Yeah,
about
husband.
your
He all.
husband.
no,
I'm
I
saying that's
know.
her husband. No, I'm saying her
Yeah.
husband has already made it clear that it ain't just physical for him. Just like she say, it's the men that have treated her right. Those the men that were interested in her. Those the men that like her. Those the men that appreciate her. But I'm saying there's no man that has ever approached her that felt that she was physically attractive and then said like it was nothing she could have said or done at that moment that would have made him say, oh, I'm not gonna have sex with her or I wouldn't fuck her. It don't matter, no matter what would have came out her mouth, no matter what her attitude was, once he saw that she was physically attractive, that's enough for him to say, I'm gonna have sex with her. So
Uh, Right. Of
So
course.
it's still the
Right.
same thing. Now, whoever stuck around, those the men that appreciated you, those the men that liked you. But I would say it's probably no man that ever saw you and was physically attracted to you, and what came out your mouth actually mattered. If his initial thought was I'll have sex with her, that's it. That's what it's gonna be. I'll fuck her if she let me. Nothing else gonna matter.
Dang.
Like with
But I
y'all,
wouldn't equate that to they don't like women though. I would equate that to maybe your maturity level, or maybe like some men, they don't value marriage or relationships until they get to a certain age in their life, or maybe they never will, right? Like maybe they always want to be out and playing the field. But I don't equate that to, oh, I hate women. What I equate to that is men who are like unable to connect in any level with
no,
women, men
no,
who
he
are
didn't say hate women though. He said they don't appreciate. They don't really like women. Like they
well, they
don't
don't
really
like.
appreciate
He
them.
said they don't like. He said men don't really like women. Most men don't really like women.
That was crazy.
That's
No,
what
but
he said.
but he's talking about they don't really care for what come out of woman's mouth or woman's way of thinking. They don't appreciate like
No,
the
no, I
differences that
get
come
that. That makes sense, but I'm just the way he don't like women, and it came right off of what Tawana was saying about the DL stuff. It was kind of.
I was right on time. I'm telling you, it was like,
No.
man.
But expound on expound on what he was saying though to Glock for the audience though. What so it won't be any misunderstanding. What are you saying that Ace Metaphor was actually saying when you say most men he must feel like most men don't like women.
They don't. I feel like you just saying they don't see the value in women. They don't appreciate women. They're not infatuated with women. Like they don't. It's like in fullness. Like they don't really appreciate everything that comes with a woman being a woman. They just see the physical and it's about sex for them. That's it. Like it's a lot of differences that I see. Like even when it comes to women being more like optimistic or more dreaming or dreamy, or when it comes to their way of thinking, more, I wouldn't say naive, but I can be more pessimistic at times, or I can be more realistic, or more, I can see like the negative in like certain things I'm doing. I always weigh out the negatives first. Like always, like my way of thinking can be more pessimistic, but my female counterparts, they have a different way of thinking that some people may see as like naive, but they dreamers. They some people might feel like women are gullible, but in a sense that can be looked at. Some women have an innocent way of thinking. They try to see the good in everything, or they try to see like the potential in everybody, which some people, like I say, can see that as a woman being gullible. But I appreciate the different way and woman thinks versus how I think.
Yeah.
But a lot of men don't appreciate that difference.
A lot of men don't appreciate the differences. I can see that because they argue with the differences. Like, you too emotional. Like, but women are emotional. Why even use that as a negative against us though? I think that like some men, when they throw certain characteristics in women's face that are true to us and who we are and why we are the way we are, it makes me feel like, okay, yeah, for sure, men really just don't like us and don't value what we bring to like what we bring to the earth and the world. But I just didn't know that. I just didn't see it as most. But you know what? I'm looking at the chat and people are like, yeah, it's most. It is. They agree. So I'm gonna agree with y'all then. It's most. Most of y'all don't like us. All right, it's over. It's over. Now my DL theory is for real. Like now I really know that they
Oh
really
shit.
let's go get some dildos, huh? That's how it's going.
This one here for the thug.
So shout out to the No Cap crew. I appreciate y'all. Super chat. And shout out to my beloved sister, Conversations with MJ, for her $10 Super Cap.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. She said another great show. Freezy. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I appreciate you, sis. So we reached that time, y'all. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to invite the audience up?
Sure. You ready to,
Yeah,
G?
man. Yeah, let some of them that talking shit come up, bro.
No, I will say this. Just to be fair, I think it is good if I give priority to people that actually cam up. I think that'll be good. You know, as far as like
with the smoke if they cam up.
Yeah. I will give priority to people that cam up because this is a cam up show, right? This is a cam up show, but I will allow people to I will allow people to hit the link. But if you don't cam up, I just for the show purposes, just so everybody can have understanding, when I'm going down the line and asking, different opinions, I will give priority to people that's cammed up. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat. And I appreciate everybody being here. Listen, to support the show, or if you just want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. It's pinned up to the top right. All right. I appreciate y'all. About to put the link in the chat. Let's get it.
Sliding like a lubricant. Don't forget the Gucci print, my little chick Peruvian. Hold up, let me check my ego. Lately been really focused on the neighborhood hero. Switching up my stamina, transforming the stilo. Niggas are playing hard, I'm playing smart. Yes, I should. I'm no longer in the hood like 10 hard bands start. Playing in my pocket, don't stock it to protect mine. I will introduce you to a rocket plugged in like a socket. I know all of you connects. When you see me, when you greet me, give me all of your respect. Waistline still, nothing getting killed but the tech. Tell your bro, keep her body. I just deal with the neck. Holla, wow, like the Lakers. Spot filled up with peas, oh, you got flavors. Anywhere I can take you. I don't want no bullshit, bitch in Jamaica. Yeah, get rid of that hoe like she was stolen. Hey, look, you can keep that money if you owe me. Yeah, and you and your partner, y'all be rolling. And should've let my boy take shot like he was Kobe. Zay, play, Zay.
Shout out to my sister, Just J. How are you doing, Just J? And
I'm well. How y'all doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. You looking pretty. You looking beautiful as ever, sis. Beautiful as ever. Shout out to my brother. Shout out to my brother, Fantastic in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Fantastic? How you feeling, my brother?
I can't complain, man. What's up with y'all? Shout out to everybody.
Just chilling, man. I see you got that fancy artwork in the bag. You ain't got to be bragging how much money you got, dog. Shout out to OGJ Speed. What going on with your OGJ Speed?
No Cap-tivity.
Hey, you got it. Yeah, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having an amazing day today. We got good guests. We got an echo somewhere. So what's going on?
I don't think we hear echo on our end.
All right, well, I gotta take.
Do y'all hear echo on y'all end from him?
I know I'm old, but
no.
Okay,
I think it's just on your. I think it's just on your end, OG.
Okay, give me a second. You know I'm old, right? But,
I'm saying it's good on our end. So if it's bothering you,
no, I'm cool. I got rid of it.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate your guess, but don't be asking for no smoke because I don't think you really know this side of the street. So don't be asking for no smoke. We'll come up here and we'll be polite and we'll be straight to the point. But please don't ask for smoke. This ain't the channel we do that at.
Go ahead, Glock. Go ahead.
Hey man, somebody in the chat.
Was that directed toward me? Because I'm a respond.
No. I'm talking to both.
Okay, because you got the wrong to why the G Boboski. Let me tell you something. I was just making a little, like a little joke. But you come up here with the smoke, but I got some smoke for you back. Okay.
You don't understand. I am a comedian.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm gonna leave you alone, OG. I'm gonna leave you alone, OG, because I don't got time for that. Don't be trying to crack no jokes over you. Okay.
Put that Bernie Mac on your ass right quick.
What's good? What's up? What's up? Two Glock. Go ahead, bro.
Somebody like I'm just scamming through all the shit talking, but somebody addressed like my ring and my bracelet. But I guess like I guess they want to like judge books by their cover, but these bracelets, bro, when I purchased them, they were at like, for one, this is a kilo of gold on my wrist, and that's 1,000 grams. When I made this purchase, it was at $28 per gram. Gold is at an all-time high now of over $50. So I doubled just from just having this on my wrist. This shit went from 28,000 to over 50,000. So whoever talking shit, like, stay on your peasant level, cause you discussing shit that you don't know. And this ring right here on my finger that you say like don't turn green, this ring right here, this is a $5,000 ring that was a gift. Somebody gifted me this. So stay in the peasant lane, bro.
Stay out of the chat. Stay out of the chat.
This one here for the thug.
They about to make you.
But honestly, no. Really, the only reason why I wanted to address that though, because I saw somebody the other day and they told me that, oh, y'all young black people, y'all like to wear y'all valuables and y'all riches all on y'all. Y'all make trash investments. But this same person is uneducated and just trying to judge a book by a cover and don't realize the same 28 grand is not worth 53 grand. It's not a bad investment at all. And it's just sitting on my fucking wrist.
I got you, brother, but you the same brother who said most guys don't like women.
In what order are we doing?
What they got to do with these investments, but
it has a lot to do with it. If you make a wild statement like that, somebody can make a wild statement on you. So when you say stuff like that, let me ask the young lady.
Hold on, before you go, OG. Jay Prince, you gonna stay in the back or you gonna put some light? You might as well turn your light on, dog. Turn your light on, Jay Prince.
Here first.
Okay, all right, here we go. Shout out to Jay Prince in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, OG. Go ahead, OG.
Hey, Freeze it. Just Jay was up here first. Fantastic was second. You know, let the young lady, because I know she got some questions and things she wants to say.
Okay. So we left off of what Ace Metaphor said. We're gonna go down the line if y'all don't mind. We covered a lot of shit. Ace Metaphor said that in his opinion, he feels like most men do not really like women, like the whole aspect of a woman. They just like the sex, but they really don't like the woman. I'm gonna start with OG. OG, for the most part, do you agree with that sentiment or do you disagree, and why?
I have to disagree with it, because if I do agree with that, then I would have to say to myself is, if that's the case, if a woman is walking around like a mascot of a sex object, then what will she think the man will value in the first place? I worked in nightclubs all my life, ever since I was 16 years old. I know the women who come in there in their nightclub and who dress conservative, they have less guys coming to them. But the woman who didn't dress conservative, she had more guys coming in, but no quality. So what I'm trying to say is, once the woman finds her value, she usually finds the value of a man, his value, and the same vice versa. So if you looking for that, that's exactly what you go get. I just believe you get what you're seeking for. So this is the way, looking at my sisters, looking at my daughter, the way they carry themselves. No, just okey jokey, dokey man gonna just come, skipping and bobbling, looking under her skirt. They gotta touch her head and her heart first. So if I do go for that, then I have to ask this serious question: do a man value a woman in a strip club? And do a woman understand the man who's in the strip club? Because that's what a lot of these relationships y'all are talking about. Y'all talking about them relationships on that level.
Do you think a man values a woman in a strip club?
No, he's there for what? See skin.
But ain't he making old boy point though?
Listen what I'm saying though. Look at the setting I'm putting you in though. Look at the setting I'm putting you in. And she don't value him.
You said that the women that's like half naked, don't dress conservative, get way more play and attention than the women that carry themselves properly. So don't that mean they don't ain't isn't that making his point?
No, it's not making this point because you are drawing in exactly what your results gonna be. So it's not making this point. So if the responsibility is on the man, it has to be on the woman too. That's what I'm trying to bring to the conversation. The other half of that. So I said if I agree along with the sister, then I have to agree along with this other half to go along with it. Because if you make a point and it sounds good and it makes sense, then you have to say is what is the other half of that sword? All right. So if she teasing me with her body and then she expecting me to want something else other than what she's teasing with me with, then she's delusional.
Right. And that's, I agree with what OGJ is saying, because you have to think about in these spaces, people are not balanced in these spaces. Have you ever heard conversations where they're completely one-sided? Like there is a completely different end of the spectrum to this end of the spectrum. OGJ is saying this is a balanced situation. If you're in a strip club and you're teasing men for money, that is what he's valuing in that moment. But if I'm just a woman that's walking down the street and I interact with a man and we connect and we get to know each other, that's a different situation. So we can't judge whether men hate women based on a situation where women are objectified purposely in those situations, right? Like, but that's just one instance. I'm just saying that what we do is present sides that are completely on the opposite ends of the spectrum, and we expect to really come to some kind of medium. Like, oh well, what if she's in the strip club? Okay, well, what if she is the housewife? Like, why can't we just understand that there are situations where there are going to be men who don't value women in those situations, but that doesn't dictate whether every man values women or how many men. Like that's all he's trying to say, and that's what I believe too. And
he making he making dude point though. Like
no, I'm
he's
not.
actually making the yes, you are making the point because you said women that dress like I know for a fact if my girl leave the house dressed a certain way, if she leave the house covered and she has to pump her own gas, nobody is gonna bother her, nobody gonna fuck with her if she's covered up properly. If she go to the gas station dressed more like on a skimpy like showing more skin, it's a good chance somebody gonna flag her down at the gas station. It's not about you.
No, let me tell you something. That's the biggest lie ever told. Cause I didn't went to the gas station with jogging pants on and a hoodie, and men are like, "Baby, can I take you out?" So stop it.
This the point I'm making though. I'm saying I'm not saying there's no men I'm not saying there's men that won't be attracted to her that won't try to talk to her. I'm saying if she go out with skin showing her ass out, it's gonna be a lot of dudes flagging her down. If she go out covered, dressed more conservative, dressed properly, it's more likely that a dude is gonna approach her that actually wants to get to know her, that's actually interested in her, that actually see the value in a woman carrying herself properly.
No,
but when
that's not true at all.
But he said himself. He said let me land this for a minute. When a woman is dressed, he just said when a woman is dressed less conservative, she gets more attention when her ass out. So the dudes that do that, they passing up on the woman that it might take more to like. It's not as telling. It's gonna take you having a conversation with her. It's gonna take you having to get to know her to know what the next move is. They don't have time for that. They not on that. They don't care what her thought process is. They don't care what her language is. They don't care about her intellect. They just want to fuck. So they approaching the woman.
Yeah, that's whether she clothed or not, brother.
When you're searching when you're searching for a whore, that's what you're searching for. Something easy. But when you're searching for a wife, you're looking for something totally different.
But you
listen. Men come into maturity where at certain points in their life they start looking for wives. All this high school riding the bus, 19, 20 years old, everybody's trying to get it in. You understand what I'm saying? Women trying to find out what their value is or what they can do to get what they need in. Men are trying to find out that. But usually by after college, just put it this way, usually by after college and get a couple years in, everything settled down. There's a difference between a high school man and a 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 mindset as far as looking between the difference between a hoe and a wife. A lot of women will find men who will chase after them because they look easy. You got to understand, if you walk down the street right now with a $10,000 in a clear bag on your back, you're going to attract thieves.
Can I ask
But
2G a
y'all
question?
still making the point though.
Can I ask you a
Go ahead
question?
and ask 2G a question, and then I'm gonna go down the line. I'm gonna go to Just J and then Fantastic. Go ahead.
I just want to ask him one question. Are you saying that, like, if a man is only interested in the physical, that equates to men that not liking women? Are you saying, like, so if a man see me and he's only interested in me physically, and he's approaching me only from that perspective, are you equating that to men don't like that? That man does not like women.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
No, not you, OG. I'm talking about 2G. I'm sorry, 2G,
okay,
not OG. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was asking 2G.
yes, I'm equating that to that, because if I see a woman dressed properly, and the only thing I can go off of is her style, her grace, or whatever that's making me interested in her outside of just her physical, it's gonna take me having to have a conversation, get to know her, see what her thought process is, see what she's into. Like it takes me being interested on a deeper level when I'm approaching, like how you dress now. Like you dress very conservative, so me approaching you, and then it be niggas shaking their head who probably they like females that y'all had it, man.
Don't do it, young fella. Don't do it. It's not going to make you don't go. Don't do it.
So
go ahead.
I'm gonna go to Just J. Just J. You heard what Ace Metaphor said. What's your opinion on it?
Generally speaking, that dude, based on what you've shown on lives before, he seemed like a whole clown anyway. But aside from that, I do think that he has a valid point. In general, I think the average man does not like women. I think they like what women do for them. They don't like women.
Ooh. Can you tell me why you think that? Because I'm very curious as to why you feel like they just don't like women in general.
Because to like a person, you have to enjoy them. You have to want to get to know them, understand their thought process, value them for the individual autonomous being that they are. Understand that they're subhuman, you know what I'm saying? That they have value outside of simply what they can offer you or do for you. So I'm coming from that perspective. That's not to say that there are men out there that don't enjoy women and don't like women, but typically as a whole, I think historically, if we just look at the history of man, it's about what a woman can do for the man, right? Because even if we get to these talking points, you know what I'm saying? It's always what, you know, what all the talking, y'all know the talking points, you feel me? So I ain't gonna go through all that, but it's always about what a woman can do for a man and how she could hold him down and how she could, you know, she got to be this whole beacon of purity, right? While he has the opportunity, he has the grace, he has the liberty to run his degenerative course. You know what I'm saying? But she needs to uphold this beacon of purity and be this upstanding, poised, graceful woman. And she has no room for error, especially the Black woman. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's about what a woman can do for them.
Oh, Just Jay, one question for you. One question for me. Would you?
On a second, OG. I'm trying to be nice. Anyway, I'm trying to be nice. At the end of the day, when a dude typically see a woman, and let's be clear, you know what I'm saying? I look like I just hit a lick. I just came in the house, but people still check for you, girl. And the only skin you see is what's on my hands and my face. You know what I'm saying?
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Wait. You're beautiful. I don't know what you did. You're beautiful.
And I love your eyebrows. Your eyebrows on point.
Thank you.
But yeah, so I think in general, you know what I'm saying? Dudes want to hunch. I'm trying to mind my mouth today, but dudes want to hunch. And so when a guy sees a woman, initially there's gonna be an attraction, there's gonna be a physical attraction, right? And to me, that's normal, right? I wouldn't even demonize that. And I think that Tawana made an excellent point about the differences, right? People don't take time to appreciate the differences. We living in a time where people have to demonize those differences. And to me, that's what leads to a lot of misunderstanding. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for you.
Fantastic.
The question.
Go ahead, OG Jason. Ask her one question, OG Jason. Speed. Then go to Fantastic.
Would you say most women in the same light would look at men the same way? What they can do for them?
Well, let's be clear. We all want something, right? There's an exchange. Everything in this is an exchange. Me being up here having a conversation with y'all is an exchange. We all have to figure out what's worth it and what price we want to pay. So when a woman looks at a man, yeah, she's trying to figure out what he can do for her as well. But in that same breath, I will also say from my experience, and this is just anecdotal. I don't speak for every woman. You feel me? Like, you know, people could chime in the chat, whatever. But I'm a person personally. I want to get to know, if I'm connecting with a dude, I want to get to know him. I care about how he think. I care about what he think. I want to know how he doing. I want to know how his day is. I want, like, you know, women sometimes, right? We can have this consumptive nature about us because we're receivers, right? You picking up what I'm putting down, OG. You feel me? So sometimes we can have this consumptive nature about us, right? But we want to get to know them. We want to embrace them and who they are. I find that a lot of times men typically don't seem to exercise that same tolerance for women. Because to be honest with you, if we're gonna keep it real, most dudes just want women to shut the fuck up and spread their legs.
Well,
so yeah,
reason why I asked you that.
got the point
OG,
he making,
one
though.
question, OG. Come on, OG.
Hold on. Yo, I want to make a round table.
I didn't think she answered my
I want
question.
to hear everybody else's. I want to hear Fantastic.
My question was not anecdotal. I said most.
She answered it, OG.
A woman is looking, and she's also looking to see what can he do for her. But in addition, we also want to get to know the person. We still value the individuation of the person, is what I was saying. So I hope I answered it.
Okay.
Hold on. Before you go, Fantastic Shot.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Next Level for his $25 cash cap. He said, big salute, Freezy. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
That makes Next Level the initial sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $25. But hold up, shout out to Next Level again.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Thank you, Next Level, for another $5. Let me pull it up. Shout out to Next Level for your $5 cash cap, which makes a total of $30, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Next Level is already scrolling on the bottom. A total of $30 to be a co-sponsor of tonight's show. It only takes $30 or more. I appreciate you. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Fantastic. I don't even. Hold on. Wait. Did I hold on? Next Level said I ain't even. Hold on, my bad. Next Level said shout out.
Cam up.
He said shout out to Glock, run that JV flow. My bad, Next Level. Damn, I'm going too fast, man.
Cam up. JV flow.
Shout out to Next Level. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
I'm going fast as hell.
Before you continue, I just wanted to make sure I was clear. I ain't come up here for smoke, y'all. Cause by the time I hit the link, I heard y'all talking about y'all got that smoke. Listen, y'all. I ain't come up here for that. I came to support my brother because it's his first structured panel. So I just want to put. I ain't come for no smoke. I think some other people want to fight though. I'm gonna watch.
Fantastic. I don't even think I gotta repeat the question. What do you think about what Ace Metaphor said? What's your take on it?
Hey, shout out, man. Thank you for having me on, bro. Yeah, so first you got to see the person that it's coming from. He's questionable in his sexuality. You know what I mean? So again, a guy like him saying that in his history of dealing with women, kind of, you know, but ultimately, I think the women got it right on this one. I don't know why the men are trying to vilify men for being men. So shout out to J Speed for stealing my question. But I was going to ask the same question to what Just Jay said, and basically I'll just compound on it with this. Everybody wants something from everybody. Men want something from women, women want something from men. Okay? In the same breath, most people are not likable. Most men aren't likable. Most women aren't likable.
They like
Both
enough to
both
fuck.
party both parties are engaging with each other to get something from them. The woman wants to get resources. The man wants to get sex. That's natural. That's nature. The women have already admitted it. Now, when you get out of here saying like, "Hey, this the biggest simp in this shit ever," and he admitted it, I guess kind of. I only have sex with women I'm in love with, or something around that way,
Bro,
brother.
I ain't.
That's
I
I'm
can't
just,
have sex with someone I don't respect, bro. I can't have
and I
sex with
respect that.
someone I don't
That's cool,
respect.
brother. But you're a minority, a very very small minority of men, and now that would say one or two things.
That's the
Either
problem.
that means you fall in love way too quickly, or you're
No.
limiting yourself and dealing with a whole bunch of women. You have a very limited.
I just limit how many women I've had sex with, bro. But this y'all niggas is savages, bro. That's what y'all fail to realize, bro.
Is it savage?
It's okay to only have sex with people you respect. Like I cannot have sex with somebody I don't respect, bro. Like
I'm
that
not
nigga.
knocking you for that. I'm not knocking you for that's your
How
prerogative.
could
But
you?
Oh
How
no, you
could
just
are
you?
like,
you are not
but that's what I'm
you
saying.
are
So
not
hold on. So hold on.
you called
Let me
him
say
a
this real
simp.
quick. Let me respond to him and I ask you a question.
I'm a simp
So
though.
just like you had your
No,
prerogative,
it's
right?
okay for me
I'm
to
sorry. Go ahead.
respond
I didn't
to.
hear you.
No, I'm
Well, I
on
was
the
gonna say he
panel.
was
It's
saying
okay for
something.
me.
You,
No, but I
he
want
was
you to
saying something
know that
first though.
it's
You
okay
could.
for me to
I
respond
can't
to you
respond to
too.
two,
Okay,
and I
but I
can't hear
want you
you.
to know. Okay, I'm just letting you know that you did disrespect though. You called him a simp because he wants to
He said
actually
it. He
love a
No,
woman.
said it.
I say
No,
some
He
might
said
consider
it.
it simple. I
no,
said
no.
some
You
might
called him a
consider it.
simp, and
Okay.
I thought
Well, I'm some of some, brother. You threw it out there. I just agreed.
okay, but I'm just letting you know you're vilifying a man for loving a woman before
I'm
you have
not
sex.
vilifying. I'm literally. That's
But
why I
these niggas
repeated what he
don't
said
like
verbatim.
women. That's
Hold
the
They
on,
don't
point
like
of the
women.
dude making. They don't like women. They don't
Let's
like
make the
women.
floor. Let's give Fantastic a chance
Yeah.
to
So
respond, and
yeah,
then we
yeah.
can go.
So to your point, brother, just like it's your prerogative to only deal with and have sex with women that you like, it's other men that want to have
No,
sex
women
with
that I
many men.
respect. I said women that I respect. Let's
Okay,
be
well,
clear.
love and respect, brother. I apologize. Love and respect.
Right.
Okay. Most again, that goes back to my original point. Most people aren't respectable. Women are people.
So have sex with them. People that's not respectful, people that you don't love, people
Have
you
you
don't
ever
care
watched
about.
adult entertainment, brother? Have you ever watched in your lifetime any type of adult entertainment?
I don't understand
Have
where
you ever
y'all
been to a strip
doing.
club? People engage in casual sex. That's the most sex that's been had in human history has been casual. What?
Bro,
It's
you
like y'all,
not
y'all talk
finna
about
you
science, you talk
hey,
about history,
bro,
but you don't understand humans.
bro, you not finna get me to agree, especially when it's
I'm not trying
most
to get you to
people.
agree. I'm just
No,
stating a fact.
I wasn't done. Wait, it's most people rocking how you rocking. So even if we look at the state of the results of the bullshit you talking about, it's no way I'm finna hell be on the same thing. Cause if niggas had sex with people they respect, maybe it'd be less broken homes. Cause I respect the woman I got this child with. But it's harder to be with somebody that you done got pregnant, that you don't love, that you don't respect, that you don't admire. Hell yeah, you finna get out of there. When times get hard, you gonna get the fuck out of there. If you there from in the first place. So I'm not finna be on the bullshit you on, bro. You
Okay,
part of the
brother, I'm not
problem.
trying to get you to
Niggas
be
like
on
you part of the
bullshit.
problem. And y'all trying to
Okay,
normalize. No, the problem is y'all done already normal.
even though you don't know
Y'all
anything
have
about me, okay,
normalized the
we'll go with
shit
that.
that got us fucked up. Y'all have
What
normalized the
Okay,
shit that
no
got us fucked up.
what we do know is what you said though, and that is very sad that you feel that there's no human on this earth that's worth being respected, or you felt like every person on this earth is not respectable, or there's no one that you can find value in, and there's just absolutely like you just find it very difficult to understand that two humans can connect and fall in love and like be with each other for that reason. And that's really sad to hear you say that. And that's what I heard you just not it seems to me that you have no capacity to just get to know someone on a level. So now, like, I kind of agree with Just J and 2G. Like, most of you niggas hate us. Now
Yeah.
I hear it. I hear it
It,
real clear too. And it's kind of like
but
real sad and disturbing. It's
at the
actually like
okay.
bruh,
Hold on. I
at
want
the
to respond
very
to her.
least, we can say they don't
Hold on, bro. Let me
appreciate. At
respond
the
to her, brother.
very
Brother.
least,
Let me respond to her.
at the
Wait, cut out.
very
Hold on. Let
least,
me
we can
respond to
say
her.
y'all don't
Brother,
appreciate.
let me respond to her just like I did you, the same respect. Now,
I'm
first
sorry, I
off,
just was
I was
chiming in. I
here and
wasn't
I
trying
was
to take
here
over
when
the convo.
Freezy originally started the show with you and the other young lady, right? Or the other lady. You're a horrible listener.
I
You're
was
a
just
terrible
ad
listener,
libbing,
man.
bro. Bro, I
Not
was just
you, my
ad
nigga.
libbing.
Not you. I'm talking to the lady.
Thank you,
You are a
fantastic.
horrible listener, ma'am. And hold up, you're a horrible listener and you're a gaslighter. Hold on, I didn't interrupt you for a reason. You're a horrible listener and you're a gaslighter.
Thank you.
I said
I do
most for a
value
reason. I
your
never said all. You did. You try to do the same thing to the lady from earlier. You like trying to twist because people don't listen well, or people that can't comprehend don't see what you're doing, and now you're being childish because I'm pointing out the childish game that you're trying to
I'm very
play.
childish.
You're just
I'm
making
very
yourself look
childish
dumb.
and
You're just making yourself
disrespectful.
look. I know. I think,
I'm very
and you listen
childish
childishly too, and you also
and
listen like a child. But go ahead, brother.
I'm glad. Thank
You
you
also
so
listen
much.
like a child. But go ahead.
I'll work on my listening skills.
And you
Thank you.
lack the capacity of
I
listening.
really value.
You lack the
I
capacity of
really
listening
value.
and comprehension.
Thank
You
you.
lack the capacity of listening and comprehension. Now, what were
I
you saying, brother?
really value the opinion of someone who don't even know how to interact with humans. I really do. Thank you so much,
I interact very
fantastic.
well.
I don't give a shit what you think. Okay.
I interact very well.
You see my face.
I just give energy in return.
It's like that close. Like I don't really give a shit what you think at all. Like I'm sorry, but
Me either.
thank you
Like
so much.
I don't give a shit to a person that can't listen
You know
either.
what? I
But
didn't
you're up
ask you
here
for your
and you're
opinion about
responding.
listening.
And you're
I really don't
responding.
give a shit about listening.
And you're very
Also,
low IQ. But let's
So
keep
hold on,
going.
wait. So let me
only thing I'm telling you is that I don't
wait.
give a shit what you think.
Hold on. Let me do this.
Yeah, and you're very low IQ, so you can't understand it.
Let's get some clarity.
Thank you, guys.
Before I go to
like
Jay Prince. So fantastic. Are you saying that's natural? Are you saying that's natural? Is that your stance? That's just natural.
I'm gonna
for
run
a
it back
man
down. Let me run it back down real quick again, Freezy. The women now they disagree with me when both of the women said that a man being attracted to a woman sexually is natural. Okay, from a scientific and biological standpoint, men are sexually attracted to women. Men want to have sex with women first, then get to know them later. Any man telling you otherwise is a very, very small minority, or he's lying. The nigga running game, like OG Speed said. Whether she in the strip club or whether she at church. Okay, niggas ain't never got no ass out of church. Of course they have, right? So that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with, oh, she just presenting herself as sexual. No, every man sees a woman as sexual. He sees her as sexual first, and then he gets to know her as a person. The problem is in developing, trying to get her to know as a person, more likely than not, she's not a good person. She's not likable. Just like men aren't likable. It's on both sides. That's why so I'm gonna repeat what I said again. Most people aren't likable. I didn't say all. I said most. Most strangers are assholes. People only start treating you nice once you're giving them something or they're benefiting from it. I know I'm hurting the person that can't comprehend things. I know this is a brain workout. But that's the point that I was making, Freezy.
I'm so slow. I'm really
okay. Go ahead, Two Glock. You can respond. Then I'm gonna go to Jay Prince. Go ahead.
I don't know what happened between Fantastic and Tawana, but I see the insults going back and forth. I don't know, but
you don't like that too, G. I know you kind of don't like that. I'm sorry.
No.
Hey, TG, what is your definition of respect when you're talking about a relationship? What is your definition of respect?
Opposite of what I just did, OJ. No, I'm just.
Who are you talking to, OJ?
2G, I want to ask you, like you say, you don't have sex with a woman till you love
I'm gonna start
her.
calling your ass OJ too here. OJ.
Well, I've been called OJ so many times. I feel like I'm hey Freezy. I've been calling OJ so many times. I feel like I was in that Bronco on that goddamn freeway.
Yeah, I know.
No, 2G, I just want to ask you.
Put your G so close to your J.
Okay, I got you.
But you gotta scoop that up.
I'm gonna let Jay Prince. I just wanted to ask you that one question, because I know sometimes we can use the word respect, like love and everything else, very loosely. I need to know what your definition of respect, when you say you respect the woman and you love the woman, because my respect, and the reason why I'm asking this so you can understand, so you won't say I don't understand the question. The reason why I said that, as a Muslim, I don't have sex with a woman. I don't have sex with a woman because I have respect for her and make her my wife before I have sex with her. So I want to know what your level of respect as when it comes to a woman. See, that's what I want to know.
I feel like for one, I feel like I shouldn't be like just minimizing her to like sex to like, you know, like Judge J, I think she say that we don't like some of y'all don't like humanize women, like y'all just see them as like objects or whatever. But my thing is like I got freezing though. Freezing though, I got a lot of girlfriends, like actual female friends. So I feel like a big part of me respecting them is when people say, hey, you ever had sex with her? Hey, you ever fucked her? Hey, you ever been with her? You ever been intimate with her? Whatever way you want to word it, I think is, I know most of y'all ain't gonna agree, but to me it's like, damn, bro, like she can't be a friend. She can't be just a good addition to my life outside of sex. Like she don't have anything to offer. Me and her can't be business partners. Like I can't just respect her as a human. Like if me and her together, it got us, we have to at some point be intimate. Like she's a human, she's a person, like she has a personality, she has things that she can offer, she has an actual thought process that's more beneficial to me than just getting a nut. And actually if I was to have sex with her, I might ruin all the things that she got to offer to me. So I feel like respecting her is not just minimizing her to just sex, because she is an
I'm talking about the
actual
woman
person
that you
that.
like. My question was the woman that you like and
No,
love, and
but
you
no, no,
have.
no, no. But
No, I'm
I
just
feel
asking. No,
like that's
you went into something else. You went into something else. I didn't
no,
even ask
but
that question.
OJ, you kind of, but OG, this is my point. I'm calling you OJ too now.
Well,
But
it's
OG,
okay.
It's catchy. It's catchy. It's catchy, 2G. That's what I'm saying. You already know.
but
But
OG,
2G,
this my
explain
yeah,
that, please.
OG, this is my point. It's easy for me to like respect the woman that I'm interested in or the woman I'm in love with, whatever. I'm talking about like in general. We need to respect women in general, not just the women that I like, not just the women I'm having sex with. Because for me, the whole point of me having sex with her is because I'm already in love with her. I already respect her. So she gonna get all that from me anyway. But I'm trying to tell you how I view all women. Any
I'm
woman
just
could
saying
be a
at this
friend of
point,
mine.
they slow if they
Miss
don't get
G.
what you say.
Hey,
Say,
hold on, hold on, OG. I got
Yeah.
you, J Prince. Hold
No,
on,
Miss G.
hold on, OG. Hold
Miss
on one
G.
second.
You see the
Hold,
problem with that, Miss G?
hold on, OG. Hold on, real quick, just J, and then I'm gonna go to J Prince. Go ahead.
I just want to tap in right quick because I'm gonna go ahead and log off because I see people want to squabble and they ain't trying to have no conversation. Like Glock said, at the end of the day, the problem is too many men are savages. I put in the chat in general, right? In general, if you want to personalize it, that's your business. But in general, black men are very harsh with black women. Okay, since we talking about black folks, right? Because people like to say we ain't talking about nobody else. All right, cool. If we talking about black folks, black men are very harsh with black women. And I don't know why in anybody's right mind, these logical beings, they got all this fucking sense, would expect someone to be soft and gentle when they decide to engage with people who are constantly harsh. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't be knowing what people be expecting, you know. Yeah, so I find it very interesting. But the fact that most men are savages proves the point that it is a problem. And it proves the point that most men do not value women for being who they are as individuals. They value coochie. Okay. At the end of the day, if coochie did not have a person attached to it, they will be chasing coochie, and the people will be left by the wayside. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's what it's ultimately about. Nobody's negating the fact that people aren't attracted to one another and we're not sexual beings and all that. We all have a primal nature, and I've said it before and I've said it again and I'll keep saying it. Men are comfortable remaining in their primal nature. You could call it flesh, you could call it low vibrational, whatever floats your boat, right? You know what I'm saying? You could call it nigga and a thought for all I care. Most men are comfortable remaining in their primal nature, and they do not want to elevate, and anything outside of that is uncomfortable. And this is why a lot of men are having a problem now, because a lot of these niggas don't understand their place and they don't know who they are outside of a woman, right? So we're in a time now where a lot of women, right? Yes, we need men to make the world go round. We know niggas building roads and shit and fighting alligators. Like we get all this dumb shit, right? But in general, a woman can go out and work a job, right? And get income. she don't have to sit in a marriage for 15, 20 years where it's not favorable. You know what I'm saying? Where there's no reciprocation. And because a lot of women are moving outside of that and they do not have to sit in that and they have options, a lot of men are confused. And this is why a lot of these niggas out here are getting aggressive, because they don't know their place outside of women. A lot of these men are confused, and it's obvious. One minute they say they value women, right? But all they do is value pussy.
So Just Jay, you do me a favor. Hold on. Jay Prince is next. He got to go next. Jay Prince got to go next. But no, but hold on. Just Jay. Do you gotta go, Just Jay? Please, just can you chill? Could you just please?
You got it, Freezy.
Okay, thank you, sis. Thank you. That's my sister. Go ahead, Jay Prince. What do you remember what Ace Metaphor said? Do I gotta repeat it?
Repeat it.
So Ace Metaphor said on the clip that I showed that he feels like most men do not actually like women. They just like to have sex with women. They don't really like women. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole aspect of a woman. But they just basically just want to have sex with women, a physical relationship, not the whole aspect. What do you think about that?
What I think about that is that men didn't change, women did. I think the character of the woman and the personality of a woman changed. And since women feel like they're gonna change, they're not gonna be like their grandmamas. It's not like the olden days. They want men to accept their change. And since men saying, well, no, we've been the same since day one. We ain't changing. And since y'all are changing, we're gonna treat y'all accordingly. We're going to treat y'all like sex objects. Like they spoke about the gas station earlier, going to the gas station. The only women that you see in the gas station is the good looking women, because that's the only thing that they got. And when Judge Jay was talking about nothing to offer, women don't got much to offer to a man. Let's stop that bullshit. Like, men lose way more and sacrifice way more than a woman can. The only thing a woman got that can really offer to a man is pussy and fertility. If I done beat your pussy in so many times, and let's say you can't have babies, at that point you fucking pointless. You don't mean shit. Like, stop. I hate when, because I done been through this shit, right? I've been through this shit where
you was right, 2G. You was motherfucking right. Oh,
they don't like them. They don't like them.
They hate us. They hate us. They hate us. Men hate us. Look at this.
So I was literally speaking. I let everybody speak.
Go ahead. We're gonna let Jay go ahead and finish your point, Jay Prince. Go ahead.
Sorry, bro. I done been through shit, right? I done been through a woman where every man you had men like 2G sitting up there bowing to their knees, and then when they come and pass a nigga like me, we don't show them no attention, no affection, because I don't give a fuck about them like that, right? And so, because I know they don't got much to offer. So what ended up happening is she ended up using that nigga and put him in the friend zone, like he say he like to be a friend zone, and she be throwing that stinking ass pussy on me that I'm running from it. And the only time she's relevant is when my dick get hard. Right? For the I think that
he taking.
I think once upon a time, now I gotta keep it real. Once upon a time, the character traits of the older woman, you can hear it in the music, right? You can hear it in the music. You listen to the music from the women back in the day and listen to the woman now. Even the women personalities, how they talk then and how they talk now. Of course, no man ain't gonna want that bullshit, right? Ain't no man trying to listen to no woman tell me I'm a boss shit and I chase the bag. Well, bitch, get your bitch ass up out of this bitch. The only thing you good enough is to fucking shut the fuck up. Anybody want to hear nothing that you have to say. But when you talk about the women from back then, I want to clarify the difference. When you talk about the woman back then, like a Whitney Houston and Janet Jackson and all them other women back then, and you know what I'm saying, they used to carry a certain energy about themselves, right? So the only thing these women got today is the only thing that they got that's give them worth is their body. If a woman is unattractive, if you really want a woman, you cannot find it from a attractive woman, because she gonna use her body, her looks as no different from a man leading with his money, right? If a man got a large bank account, he gonna lead with his bank account. That's the same thing when you find an attractive woman nowadays. They just gonna lead with their body. This is the reason why they expose themselves. This is why they Instagram models and all this other shit, because they know that's the only worth that's the only attention that they're gonna get. A lot of these women is afraid to cover up. They're afraid to stop wearing that weave. They're afraid to stop wearing that makeup. They're afraid to stop wearing those fake ass eyelashes, right? Because if they in their mind, they feel like they don't wear that, they pussy, their looks, their existence don't mean shit to a nigga. Keep it gangster. You ain't all that. I wish these women would go.
Can you mute? Can you mute?
We gonna treat you no hoes. We gonna treat y'all new women like you supposed to be treated. Since you don't want to be the grandma,
Crazy, do you get restrained?
you get treated like a hoe.
So
I
right
need
now,
a restraining order. I need a restraining order.
You know, say shit to me. If you really trying to crack up them legs, shut the fuck up talking to me.
okay, so after okay, so now it's an open panel. As long as y'all, we all adults, it's an open panel. Y'all go ahead, Tawana, go ahead, Tawana.
Can I tell Ninja Cool his mama on crack? Cause you know what? Sometimes I go real low. Your mama on crack, Ninja Cool. You want to call me on crack? Your mama on crack, bitch. Okay, next, go ahead. I just want to put that out there. I want to talk. I'm not gonna respond to him. He's crazy. I need a restraining order against him ASAP. Like I need to call the police.
So you're gonna respond?
That nigga crazy.
So you're gonna respond in general, or well, if you're not gonna respond, let me. If you're not gonna respond, can I respond just real quick? Are you gonna respond?
Wait. Go ahead, Fantastic. Hold on, Jay Prince, hold on. Go ahead, Jeff Fantastic. Yeah, one by one. We all adults, one by one. It's an open panel.
I bet, yeah. I'm not trying to overtalk nobody. So again, I hopefully now you guys can see the differences that you were talking about earlier, because as wild and crazy as y'all felt like I was saying it, I'm speaking from a scientific, a sociological, a historical context. We're not even going to get into the point of where we're talking about men just want out and have depended on men. How can you use something that's dependent upon you? Women are dependent upon men.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I couldn't hear.
The audio went out for just 1 second. Go ahead, Fantastic.
Okay, I couldn't hear. Fantastic. I couldn't hear
What was the last thing I said?
We just missed like a couple of seconds. That's it. It was just a couple of seconds.
Okay, well, I'm just saying throughout time, women have gotten way more from men than men have gotten from women. Of course, bringing people into the world is very, very important. Nobody's trying to downplay that. But outside of that, again, we're the idea of women working is a very, very new concept. Everybody talks about it like that's been going on for thousands of years. No, that's like a couple of hundred years old, if that. Women just got their rights in the 1800s. So when you look at this and you frame it properly, it's not, and it always revolves back around to the men are the problem, the men are the problem, the men hate women, no. Women use men way more than men use women, because what do we know? Women control sex. Most men don't have access to sex. So even in the pursuit of it, men still don't get it. And women take the advantage and they use those men they're gonna have no sexual interest in to be the food nigga, the ride nigga, the fix something nigga. They use men all the time. So this thing as to where even if men did have this, go ahead, I didn't hear you.
That's actually just it's bullshit. I just want to say that because I feel like y'all say these things and like you really believe that like this is how women are, and women don't really value men and don't really love men and can't connect, and we only look at men for what they can provide to us, and that's absolutely it's just not true. But it's also okay to have expectations of a man. Like it's okay for men to have expectations of a woman and for women to have expectations. Like it's actually a normal part of life. I think that what happens too when you're so disconnected to women and just humans in general, you say real extreme shit and you really cannot in your mind process like a normal relationship. Like the way you're speaking.
Men been broke.
I'll turn her off, bro. Let her finish.
so alien. It's like you don't live on the earth. Like, I just want you to know that women really have the capacity to actually love men and like respect them. I have no idea what your experience has been like, but I really think that you need to like really stay off like stay
Chill,
off
bro.
the internet for probably about 6 to 8 months. Do not engage with the internet. Like, do not just close it off. And don't even
Okay.
come on Freezy Show. I'm sorry, Freezy, but don't even come on
Okay.
Freezy Show. Like, y'all need to
Okay.
like completely disconnect from life and then come back to reality, because this is really interesting that people think like this in real life. It's actually the most bullshit I've ever heard in my life. I'm just telling you,
Okay. Cool.
fantastic. And I'm telling you, Jay
Okay.
Prince. Like, I'm so serious. I don't even know what else to
Okay.
say because it's fucking
Okay.
stupid
Well, you
that
can
I
wrap it
can't.
up if you're done. You're repeating yourself at this point. I'm trying to
I
be
appreciate
respectful.
you.
So hold on, bro. Stop. Whoa, whoa, so no.
Fantastic. I
So
can repeat myself because you sat on this motherfucking panel and talked about women and said the same old shit over and over.
I
So if
didn't.
I want to
I
say the
didn't.
same old fucking
Again,
point,
you're proving
then
my point of being a
you
horrible
know what?
listener, but I'm gonna let you finish. Let me
Help
know when
me
you're done.
how to
Look at this
respond.
ratchet. Ratchet.
Okay.
I
Boy,
don't
where's
give
the
a
Jay,
shit.
respect in that?
don't get, bro. If you talk, she
Do
gonna
you
keep
really think
talking.
I care what you think? You
If you
are
don't
an
talk, she
idiot.
gonna keep talking. That's
It's
why I'm trying to
wrong from
just
her.
let her finish.
It's wrong from her.
You
Bruh.
are
All
an
right, okay,
idiot.
so hold on. So Jay Prince,
You
chill.
are
Hold on.
literally the
Are
man
you, damn.
that
Oh
if
my
I
God.
see you, I will get a restraining order against you, or you will be in prison. You will never come near me. Like, I don't deal with men like you. You are
Okay, cool.
disrespectful. You are rude. You are ignorant. So go
I
ahead,
saw
Okay,
your
fantastic.
pussy. You mean
I'm
bruh.
not
shit.
even talking to you because that's how ignorant
Hold
you are.
on.
I need a
Wait,
Well,
restraining
they
order
just
so I
going
don't
free.
even
I'm
have
just
to
trying to
I
be
got
record
it,
her,
I
around
got
bro.
it, I got it. Hold on, Jay Prince, let Fantastic
you.
go,
You're
Jay Prince.
disgusting. You're
And she won't
disgusting.
stop.
I don't even want to be on no panel with nobody like you. You are disgusting. Go ahead, fantastic. I will engage with you, but you are almost at the disgusting mark. I'm just trying to see how far you
Okay,
gonna go.
cool. Well, you
Go ahead,
you
Like,
still, and
it's
Fantastic. Go ahead.
dangerous.
Hold on,
You
I'm
Jay
trying
guys
to,
are
Prince.
so,
dangerous.
Go ahead.
You
I,
guys are dangerous. Like, women need
hold
restraining
on.
orders ASAP. That's how dangerous you are.
We
Hold on,
don't
Listen,
give
hold
let me
on.
tell
a
you.
fuck.
Wait. Let's make some
Come
room.
on now.
Wait. Go
And
ahead,
I will. Don't
Fantastic.
play with me.
And
I will get a restraining order. I'm not
hold up.
playing with you. Don't
Go
come
ahead,
near me.
Fantastic.
I
Go
will
ahead,
get a
okay,
restraining
so,
order
all right, I'm
ASAP.
trying.
Wanda,
I'm
we got
trying.
ASAP.
Wanda.
I'm trying.
Go ahead, Fantastic.
So,
Shout out to
so
Saint
you,
Swarthy. Shout out to Saint Swarthy coming in too. I got you, Saint Swarthy. I'm coming to you. Go ahead, Fantastic.
She
yeah.
look
So
goofy as
again,
fuck.
a person that has a very limited vocabulary says the same stuff, like
I got it from
capacity
Sheen.
and human. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you one time. I was quiet for a reason.
I was talking
Have
to
some cool.
Sheen. I was talking to El
Okay,
Chico. I got it
even I
from
wasn't
Sheen.
talking to nobody while I was talking. Can you be quiet? Thank you.
I got it
So
from
again,
Sheen. Okay.
this is
So
what
Hey,
a
shut the
person
fuck up.
does. This is what a person does that's not intelligent enough to have a conversation. They
it's
throw
called
the ad
police.
hominems.
I
They
call
do
the police.
lame ass jokes when they're funnier looking than they are funny, right? And then they get out here and they be ghetto and ratchet. They're ghetto and ratchet as fuck, and they're
I'm
not
so
making
ghetto.
any point.
I'm ratchet
I
too.
have covered. Hold on, and you keep
And I'm
interrupting
ugly.
me.
I'm an ugly bitch.
I
You
step.
really don't
You say
care.
what? What'd you say?
I'm ugly. I'm ratchet. Thank you. Okay, so let's go. I'm
I never
ugly and I'm
said you
ratchet.
were ugly. I
I'm
said you were funnier
undesirable
looking
to
than you
you.
are funny.
You don't
I
like
never
me.
called
That's
you ugly.
great.
You're a
Let's
horrible
show.
listener.
Let's move
You're
past
a
my
horrible
physical.
listener.
What
I
else?
never called you ugly. You're a horrible listener. I pray for your husband. But anyway, listen.
Who hurt
Pray
you,
pray
Tawana?
for your own family. You can stay out of mine. If you can pray for your own
Who
family,
I
hurt
gotta
pray
pray
for
for
your own
yours because you
life.
clearly
You can stay
can't
out of
hear.
mine,
You
baby. I don't
cannot
need no
hear.
help with my life. If
You
I
just make
needed
up
help
whatever you
from a
want to
damn
hear.
incel,
You
I
literally
would
make up
I
shit.
would die. Come
You've
on now.
made up
Please.
things twice. You've made up things. I don't know how you
Respect
can't
me, man.
listen. Just listen. Stop hearing what you want to hear and listen to what a person is saying. So again, I've covered history, I've covered
Right,
science,
exactly.
I've covered
Miss J.
sociology. You have covered nothing but ad hominems and did nothing but contradict yourself from what you originally agreed with. The women said, remember, you was against 2G first. Then the other woman came up here and said the same thing. Now it's a
I agree
problem
with
that
them.
a man is
I agree
saying
with
it.
them now.
Now,
I
now
agree
it's a
with them now.
problem. You're cutting me off again. I swear I can wrap this up a lot quicker if you stop interrupting. Okay.
I just told you I agree
So
with them
the
now. So
people
we can
that
wrap it up
really,
now. I agree
the
with them
people
now. So
that
we can wrap
really,
it up now.
the people that really, and again, this is the wonderful thing about real time conversations. The people that really hate the other people are the women that hate men that are men. A man that refuses to simp and be a bitch and let a woman talk however she want to fucking talk to him, that's the fucking man a woman can't stand. Okay? A man that can articulate himself and he has any fucking level of intelligence, a woman don't know what to fucking say. And she starts saying stupid ass jokes and dumb ass motherfucking comebacks that don't make no sense. That's the point. I'm done.
So
That's why my IG is private.
I'm gonna go to Saint
I
Swarthy.
don't have to request to be on my IG. I do it private because I don't want no psychos and no stalkers. Like I got to do a criminal
Girl,
background.
you ain't wrong. Protect your energy, girl. Protect your energy. You ain't wrong.
At all costs, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jess.
Saint
Ain't nobody checking for you like that, though. I don't know why you put yourself on a pedestal. We not checking for you.
I really don't care.
I love how the men I know don't keep up.
When you realize how much I don't give a shit about what you think, you will be like, damn, why am I even talking to this girl? Because like I don't give a shit. Like, you know how much I don't give a shit? I feel like you don't even exist. Like you're not even
insinuating that we gonna be stalking you.
Like
stop saying insinuating that we're gonna be stalking you. You're not that much of a looker.
I don't care how you feel. You know,
you
so crazy. That's what I said about men value what women can do for them.
You are an old woman. You not falling no more. You can't have babies no more. You old.
People throwing that ass in a circle for these clicks and views. Crazy. What you want to do right now?
No. So I was going to go to Saint Swarthy. Saint Swarthy, thank you for joining the panel.
That's the best you got. I'm old. Okay, me and OJJ. You know what? Me and OJJ. Hey, OJJ. What's up?
Hold on.
Lady, you are old milk.
Wait, hold on.
I love listening to some old ass music too. Let's do it.
So shut up.
Put some Luther on, you know what I'm saying? I'm old. Let's put it on. Or I be listening to this.
You be sitting up there going club.
First you gotta put your neck into it, bitch. Don't stop, just do it. Then you roll your tongue from a brag back to the.
Okay, let me go to Saint Swarthy. Saint Swarthy.
No Cap-tivity.
First off, thank you for joining the panel, Saint Swarthy, and coming up. You need me to repeat what is his name again? What was his name again?
Ace Metaphor.
Ace, yeah, thank you, fantastic. Ace Metaphor. Do you need me to repeat what Ace Metaphor said, so I can get your opinion on it?
I don't believe so. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Loud and clear.
Freezy, I wanted to take the time to thank you for allowing me to come on your panel. I appreciate your warm hospitality.
Mm-hmm.
And to the young ladies on the panel, Shalom in the ancient Hebrew, that means peace. And to the brothers on the panel, Shalom to you. And to the moderators, we appreciate all the hard work you do. Peace to you. Shalom to you as well. And peace to everybody in the chat. I was able to hear what the brother said in the video. And I think that what he said, I think it's true for the black man and the black woman, actually, because black women will sleep with a black man that's genetically superior, even if he doesn't have any resources. If he's sleeping in a cardboard box, even if he just has superior genetics, the black woman will sleep with him without liking him, and will even sleep with him while hating him. And the black man will do the same thing to the black woman as well. So I think that black men and black women don't like each other, in all honesty. And there are some things about primitive humans that I think a lot of women would take offense to when you look at the nature of men. So if I had to say there was one that didn't like each other more, unfortunately, young ladies, I'm going to have to say that women dislike men more, because what's the common phrase in the earth? The common phrase in the earth in the time and era that we live in is, I don't need a man. You don't see groups of men going around in the earth saying they don't need women. So I have to be fair, and I have to tell the truth. If you'd allow me to finish, please, young lady. So there are certain things that are
saying that they don't need women. So yeah, that's not true.
Right, But have you ever heard the term "I don't need a woman" echoed throughout the planet? The way that "I
No,
don't
cause
need a
y'all need
man"
cause
is
y'all need
said
cause y'all
consistently.
need
I do.
sex.
I do hear it. Yep.
Right.
I do.
So I would respectfully disagree with the young lady. I think misandry is more on the rise than misogyny. So,
Hey,
but
freeze.
back to the point. To weaponize men's biological nature, a man should want to have sex with a woman. That's how we exist as human beings, number one. So that is biological. And it works both ways. There are women that have sex with men that they really don't like, and there are men that have sex with women that they really don't like. I wanted to ask a question and then make a little bit of a statement. I wanted to ask 2G. 2G, you said all the women that you ever slept with, you loved them, if I'm quoting you
Bro,
correctly?
bro, these niggas like think solely with they dick and they like really don't like women. Like what old boy should have said is cause y'all got through. I guess y'all got hung up on the like shit. They like y'all. They'll put their dick in y'all. But he should have, I guess, said appreciate a value. Maybe they would have like understood what he was trying to get at. But I guess it's more catchy or a talking point. All this like YouTube shit. I guess it was more shock value by him saying, "Oh, they don't like women." But I guess you should have said they don't
So
appreciate, they don't value women. But it's really all types of niggas though. Like all these niggas gonna
2G,
try to
2G, I
justify this.
apologize.
All the
2G, I apologize for interrupting you, but I want to ask the question again. Is your position that the women that you've had sex with, that you love those women? Is that your position? That the women that you have had sex with, that you've loved?
these niggas really got a problem with me saying I
Uh,
respect and love the
no,
women
I
I
don't have
had
a
sex
I don't
with.
I
Do
don't
they
have a
really got
problem
a
with it at
problem with
all.
that?
I just want you to answer the question, sir. I don't have a problem with it. You can live your life and do what you want to do. I just want you to
Bro,
give me a straight answer if you could, please, sir.
that's
Were
how
you in
yeah,
were
bro.
you in were
That's
you
how
in
I was
love with
raised.
all the women you had sex with, right? Okay, so did you keep all of them as your wives? If you respect and love them and like them so much?
I don't wanna I don't wanna go too much into my personal life though, bro.
So it's pretty obvious that you didn't keep all the women as wives that you had sex with. And that's
You
okay,
don't
sir.
no, you
That's
don't know.
it's okay.
I'ma say
So
it
you
again.
kept
I'ma
every
say it
woman that you
again.
ever had
I'ma
sex with, you
say it
kept as
again. I'ma
wives.
say it again. I don't want to discuss my status and my personal life on that level. I don't want
So
to
you
talk
married
about
to
that.
all of
Okay.
the women that you had sex with.
Hey,
So
y'all got a
basically
problem
the
with me saying
point
I
that I
don't
was
want to
looking to
discuss
make
that.
was the point that I was looking to make was if you really loved those women that you were with, especially the first one you had sex with, then you would have kept her as your wife, number one. If you really if it was
That
more
don't
than
even
you
make sense.
if
No,
you liked or even loved her, you would
first
have
of
been
all,
more
nah.
willing to take care
Hey,
of those women. But let me
first
continue
of
on with my
all,
point, please, sir. Because I was looking to get just a straight answer from you, but I couldn't get that. But please allow me to continue on with my
Can you
point.
get the damn point
The reason why I disagree with what he said is men love women naturally. We just don't like the fact that a lot of women have adopted too many masculine traits. And it's okay to adopt some masculine traits in the modern time we live in because there is a such thing as modern men. So you can't expect a man to be traditional when women are no longer traditional. We
Elijah
don't have those
Muhammad.
same ancient
Damn,
roles anymore.
Elijah Muhammad. What are you
Young
talking
lady,
about?
okay, bro.
I didn't disrespect you or interrupt you when you were talking, young lady. I didn't disrespect you.
Hey, bro,
I
freeze.
didn't disrespect
I'm
you
trying to make
or
us not
interrupt you,
fucking
young
with
lady,
this
when you were talking.
replay.
And this is a pretty good
You
example
know how
of
long you've
what
been
me and my
talking?
wife were talking about the other day, right? So the problem with the black man and the black woman is, Freezy, we're not ready to sit down and sincerely have these conversations, right? But I would argue that women don't like men really because they'll use a man for resources, they'll use him for sex, they'll delete his children, and
Bro,
they'll
that
even
shit is
weaponize
cap.
his children against him. So I
Bro,
would
that's
agree.
cap.
I would argue that women actually are the ones that don't like men because misandry is on the rise. You know, you could be on a job, you could be in public and say men ain't shit. I don't need a man. You're not going to get fired. They're not going to send you to HR. But if a man was to come out and say, I don't need a woman, you'd call him gay. You try to get him fired. He'd lose his job and he probably would end up losing all aspects of his livelihood, young lady. So, in all
Yeah.
honesty, it's not that men don't like women, it's men don't like masculine women. And I'll land there, not to be too long winded.
Let me
And I just wanted to say
Hey, no, let
I
me
just
let
wanted to
me
say one more
let me
thing
reply to
too,
that.
Freezy.
Go ahead.
The brother in the tape that you showed me, the Bible is a bad place for him to go to use that as an example because according to the Bible, women are supposed to be virtuous. And we don't live in an era where virtuousness is seen as a high thing. And I don't blame women in America for that. This is the culture that America has set forth for us. So as men, we're not taught if you don't plan on keeping her as a wife, you shouldn't have sex with her. It really goes both ways, Freezy. So I think men and women don't like each other.
Before you go, 2 o'clock into one, I'm gonna read a couple of super chats. Super chat. Shout out to Freezer, my YouTube cousin Freezer. Thank you for your $10 super cap. He said, what Freezer said? Oh, no cap. Salute. Thank you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Super chat. Shout out to Ralph Spirit for your $2 super cap, Ralph. Thank you. He said, Freezy, salute. Salute, bro. Good show. Blessings, bro. Thank you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Super chat. Game-wise DJ, what's going on, home team? He said, thank you for your $5 super cap. He said, bro, these women not finna let you talk down on the love game. They need that for their emotions. Straight up. I ain't mad at it. Shout out to Game-wise DJ.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, 2 Glock.
Thank you. Whatever that was.
Well,
Sharon 2 Glock, your turn.
What he call me?
Crazy. What else we got going on? Or is it?
It don't matter, Glock. It's irrelevant. Don't worry about it.
I don't get it. Tell y'all look like
if it's some YouTube stuff,
don't worry about it, bro.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it.
You're not gonna relate because you're not an internet.
It's another content. It's another content creator named Sharon.
I'm talking shit like you talk.
Yeah, bro. Don't, bro. It's no need for the insults, man. Let him get his shit off. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, we not.
Bro. I don't take none of that personal, man. I'm new to this, but anyway,
I'm so sorry. This your first experience. I should have calmed down, 2G. I didn't know this was your first experience. Crazy should have told you how the hell I am. You know what I'm saying? I think you would be so
Hey, who did the sister call me? She called me Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah,
Shalom. What a comment. What a comment.
Let's make some space.
Listen, I loved you, Malcolm X, but you was going. Listen,
Okay.
I was going.
I know that truth was cutting. It was cutting.
No, it really wasn't though, because I really didn't hear a thing.
Young lady, you're living in a world that men built, and the term "I don't need a man" is, first of all, there's nobody on the planet that doesn't need a man. We all depend on somebody. There's no such thing as an independent human being. We're not those type of creatures. So there's nobody on earth that's independent. But the truth is, young lady, it's more acceptable to say I don't need a man than to say I don't need a woman in society. So the world is more misandrous today than it is the world is more misandrous than it is misogynistic today, for sure.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
That I could probably quote fantastic more than you, and I probably.
It's okay,
yeah,
Juana. Just make it like a butter.
Okay, it's cool. So actually,
young lady,
hold on. I was going two G. I was going 2G. So I was going to say this. You were saying we were I'm sorry. So 2G, you saying we were misinterpreting, right? We weren't getting to the main point of, I guess, not appreciating women. We're just looking at the surface alike. If you want to address that, we can go that. I mean, that direction and address it, because I think everything still stands. No person is respectable off first meeting them, bro. You have to earn that. So that's why I think a lot of brothers are having issue. And again, no one's trying to change you, brother. No one's trying to shame you, brother. But you brought however you handle your personal life. Well, bro, you keep acting like you keep saying we're trying to change you or shame you. That's what I'm saying. I'm being honest.
So, I don't understand.
Because he introduced it. I know y'all don't understand it. So if something I don't want talked about, what I don't do, I never introduce it. I never introduced it to the conversation. Yeah, exactly. I hate y'all do this stuff, man. But let's just.
I will never argue with an incel.
Not if you don't act like that. Act like you're taking a higher
incel. Listen, baby. Your husband was an incel. That's why he got with you. The man dealing with you was an incel. That's why he ended up with you. Any man dealing with you is an incel. I promise you. I promise you. Any man dealing with you is an incel by nature. You can tell by the way you look, by the way you act. You are not a first catch. Have never been in your life. Okay? You have never been the top selection. Ever.
I'm not sure who
I have.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the one that's talking to me. You want to argue with me so bad.
We're on a
I already answered your question. I don't know why me and you going back and forth.
hell, I'm not even really addressing you. I'm trying to figure
Okay,
out
well,
why
I wasn't
Glock.
addressing you either. Everything I was saying was
That's
to the
okay,
person,
but
the
everybody's
undesirable
talking
person
and
that
I'm
think they're
trying to get
desirable.
clarity, sir. It's not your
Yes, Jay.
channel. It's a channel
Why
Hey,
where
are
let me
you
let me
like,
talk right quick, Freezer.
so breezy. It's kind of hard to figure out what's what. The only question
like
that
what
I
is we
did
even
have
talking
was
about?
I was
Like
trying to
why?
Bro,
understand
y'all
why.
interrupted me. I was,
Very
So at
powerful.
any rate, I was trying to
What is this?
understand why Glock's experience is being dissected when it's his experience and is constantly being challenged. And I'm trying to understand the purpose. The
That's right.
conversation that these men keep going back to is constantly proving that they only truly value sex. That is not to
That's
say
false.
that all men. So anyway, so I don't speak in absolutes, and anybody with some sense could pick up what I'm putting down. If you can't understand what I'm
Thank
saying,
you.
then we simply don't align. Just like
That's right.
some of the stuff that people are saying up here, I don't understand. I'm not trying to align with something that don't fucking make sense to me, especially if people do not have a genuine, sincere approach. If they trying to really just share some shit, all these talking points and stuff is irrelevant. I've already acknowledged that we know men built roads and fought alligators and shit like that. So any decent person isn't saying that the opposite sex isn't necessary. Nothing exists on its own in this world. Nothing is independent.
Thank you.
All even the whole term self-made, etc. That shit is a fallacy. Nothing exists in the world without depending on something else. So we understand that. When I spoke to like, I'm simply talking about valuing a woman for her autonomy, not simply being that sounding board to listen when you want to vent and you want to talk, or opening legs when you want some coochie. Actually valuing her, trying to figure out what her goals is, what her aspirations is, what her journey is outside of you. But that is the problem, depending on a person's religious beliefs as well, right? Along with society in the history of man, right? What a woman wants is circled around a man and his purpose. And so times are changing where women have the ability to move outside of just want what a man wants. That's the
Judge,
only
can
thing
I
I
ask you a
Can I say
question?
something to you,
Judge,
young lady,
I
please?
want to ask you a question right quick on that. So, Judge Jay, do you think that's because like, and I'm finna just be serious and stuff about the conversation. Do you think that
Well, damn, you weren't being
women
serious
are?
before? Yeah, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Do you think that women? Do you think that women impression, like how the way that they present themselves, is causing men to treat them in a certain way? Meaning that if women would present themselves as more than just sex, because every time I see a woman, especially if she's beautiful, she always leading with her pussy print, her titties, her ass, jiggling all on
Can I answer your
IG and
question?
all. So do you think that if women was to present themselves as something that, like what you just saying, that is more to the woman than physical, do you think that men will cater to that more if they present that other side outside of sex? Because it
men would
seems
have
like
to value that.
you blaming us for how women present themselves,
I
and
don't
we
have a
Can
need.
I
just
answer
acting
your
like
question, bro?
I don't have a need to blame anybody. So to answer your question, because I don't have a need to blame anybody, because I understand the duality of man, of human beings in general. The problem is people want to point and want to put a finger on a certain attribute when it is a multi-layered thing. So to your point, no, I don't need to blame men. Am I saying that every woman that presents themselves a certain way should be looked at? It is what it is. I'm not saying just because a woman wear XYZ, you supposed to all this. To me, all that is talking points. At the end of the day, a dude is gonna value whatever he value. It doesn't matter if she have a skirt with her ass hanging out or if she is dressed from head to toe with a fucking hijab and whatever else going on. At the end of the day, a man was still sexualized. So to the point, you could even look at India, right? You could just look at that country, right? You could look at
you
any
talking about
country.
here.
Well, the whole point is we talking about sexualization of women, right? A woman could be covered from head to toe, and the damn statistics of gang rape be out the window. So all of that has nothing to do with nothing. Am I saying modesty is important? No, I'm not saying that, because I value modesty as well. I may not always present modesty in the way that other people think that I should present it, but modesty absolutely matters and it has its place. But that does not
So
determine whether or not a man is gonna value a woman, in my opinion, and it's just an opinion.
So do you believe that you can teach people how to treat you? So if women teaching men to just treat them, to look at them as a sex object, men going to treat them as a sex object. So do you think if women redirected how the way they carry themselves and present themselves to men and from the aspects like how you were saying earlier, more modest, more respectable, and more of a woman, do you think that men, because I've seen personally, like for myself, it's certain women that I will approach respectfully, some women I will approach disrespectfully, and some women I would just want to fuck, right? But I know if a woman present to me like, okay, this is a woman right here, I can't come at her. Men know which woman, men would know what, you can't come at all women the same, right? So we understand that. So do you think if more women presented themselves as this respectable, like a genuine woman, that would change the way how men treat women all collectively?
I think on some level that would affect how a man responds, right? Because if y'all want to get into all this biology and all this kind of other stuff, the smaller a woman is, the more he want to protect, and this whole image and this Madonna complex, et cetera, et cetera. Like it could just go on and on and on. I'm not saying that doesn't determine how a man approaches, because at the end of the day, if a dude see a chick, it doesn't matter. Like if he approaches a chick with the intentions on, like he just want to go ahead and do whatever, that's gonna be the intention. Sometimes a woman could catch a dude's interest where he'd be like, I want to get to know more about her. But in general, y'all, the average dude is approaching a chick because he want to screw something. If we're talking about values, then where's all these men that's trying to get married and find a wife? Because it ain't women out here that's worthy of marriage. The problem is
last question.
There are not enough of them.
Last question,
well,
please.
whatever they are, you already said you have value, man. So you should be able to find one. For men that are high value, they should have no problem.
Hold on, Shawana. Isn't there a difference between the age group? Real quick, Shawana, isn't there a difference between the age group of men?
Oh look, I think she's trying to. I think she's about to leave.
Need to stop because I don't know how long y'all conversation about to go, and I'm like, I got to go. I have to go, and I wanted to say bye to Freezy before I left, and I wanted to thank you for the panel, Freezy. I will be back. You know that.
Tawana, listen, I'm gonna call you, and so it's probably gonna be a weekly thing. You okay with that?
Oh, I'll come on here and shoot the shit. But let me tell you something. Okay.
Yeah.
If y'all put me to sleep, I'm going to sleep on y'all asses. Okay. I'm sad. I'm not about to have these damn manosphere old ass talking points. Y'all know I did this for 4 years. I am so tired of this shit. It is so old. Y'all repeat the same shit over and over. It's actually annoying. But guess what? I love y'all. 2G, it was so nice to meet you. We didn't agree, but thank you so much for respecting me.
Chicago, right? She's from Chicago.
Not bringing up my husband in my life and trying to criticize me. I appreciate that. Just Jay, it was a pleasure meeting you. OJG.
Yeah, I enjoyed you.
OGJ. Wait. OGJ Speed. Okay, love you too. Everybody else, I don't have nothing to say to y'all. Fuck y'all. Okay?
Tawana, before you go. Okay. Well, then let me ask the other sister. So I recently saw a video of a young man. Who he met this young lady. She was very attractive. And because he asked the young lady to wait to have sex, she left him. So I want to ask you, sister, if you saw a man that you desired, he made the money you needed him to make, he had the physical attributes you needed him to have as a man, right? But he told you had to wait 6 months for him to have sex with you. Would you wait?
I don't even understand the question.
If you met a man that you desired and wanted to be with, and he told you had to wait to have sex with him.
Excuse me, can you hear me? I apologize. That was rhetorical. Yeah. Besides taking it, I mean, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait. Like, I don't understand the question.
What I'm saying is, there was a young lady who I saw recently on YouTube, right? and the young man made her wait to have sex, and she left him because of that. So my question to you is, if a man made you wait 5 months that you really wanted to be with, would you wait 5 months or would you leave him?
I mean, I would wait. Like, I don't understand the question. I don't.
If men displayed sexual discipline and made women wait till marriage to have sex, do you think women would accept that in America?
Are you asking me would they not go and have sex with other people, or are you asking me would they
Would
wait?
they not go have sex with other people and wait the 6 months to have sex with the man they desire?
I think some women would do that, yeah. And then we know it's something that's gonna slide. Like, I don't, yeah.
Let me
All
read
right,
this
sister.
super.
I don't know how sincere that is, but all right.
I'm gonna read the super chat. Shout out to Scam.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead, sis. Go
We
ahead
got
and
a
finish.
super
Yeah, I got a few of them, but go ahead. You can say what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, I don't understand what you asked me. Would I wait? And I said I would wait,
What
but I don't know what the point. That's the thing. We have to address
The point that
agenda.
I'm
What
making
point are you
is, even though you said the point is, even though I know you're saying you would wait, right? Most women would not wait on a man if they desired him and they wanted to have sex with him right then and there, right? Most women would not wait on a man 5 months. They would go have sex with another man, especially in American society.
Okay, but we know that, like, that there are no absolutes, and then it's gonna be some chicks that's gonna push them on the wall and try to pull that thing out. What is we talking about? Like, I get it.
What I'm saying is this discipline and this respect that women say they want men to have for them. They really don't want that because they will require a man to have the ultimate sexual discipline, and a lot of women would be frustrated with that. A lot of women wouldn't like that.
The only thing you can do is uphold your standard based on your value set. But you can't tell other people what they want. I don't even understand how that works.
No, outside of this panel, I've asked that question to a lot of women, and a lot of them were very honest. They said they wouldn't wait. They said they would go just have sex with another man. So I've asked this question to a lot of women outside of YouTube.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, let's do these super chats, Freezy. Let's get to this money. Shout out to the supporters, y'all. Be sure to hit that like. Be sure to subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Hit the Cash App if you want your to show support. Then super cap. You hit that super cap if you want your comment highlighted. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be sure to share the live, show some love. This is Freezy first structured panel. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, let's turn up. Let's
get it. Shout out to Truth and Reality Undefeated. Thank you, sir, for your $5 super cap. He said a man should never respect a woman more than she respects herself. The majority lead with their sexuality. Only a fool respects the unrespectable. Shout out to Truth and Reality. Super chat. Shout out to Truth again.
Freezy, let's do this. Shout out to, because I know you got to conserve your energy, dog. I got you, bro. Truth and Reality Undefeated super chat. Shout out to you for the $2 donation. He says, "I'm not gonna treat a turd like a sandwich."
Freezy, I gotta hear it out, bro.
Hold on 1 second, Glock. Hold on, I got you. Go ahead, JJ.
Okay. Truth and Reality Undefeated again for the $2 super chat. He says the women that behave like wives are already wives. I guess you told us. Yes. You single bitches. You ain't wives. Let's get it. Shout out to Truth and Reality again for another $2 super chat. He says the truth equals talking points for deviants. Amen.
No captivity.
What'd you say, Glock?
I gotta hear it out, bro.
Okay, man. Hey, man. Listen, shout out to Glock, man. I appreciate you for coming.
Yes.
I appreciate you, bro. You want to have any parting words before you leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, like I said earlier, bro, we was talking about like the black community and representation and shit that need to change, our culture, etc. This is just another example of that, bro. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody get up on these panels, act like they pro-black, or act like they want to make a difference, act like they want something to change. But then they get on here and say somebody like me representing like the minority. So if that's the case, you can't hold the minority responsible for the shit show that's taking place right now. Maybe the majority need to change their perspective. Y'all talking about everybody talking about the respect that a woman need to earn, and you don't treat a turd like a sandwich. Don't stick your dick in it either. Like, stop creating these broken households. Stop creating these broken families because you constantly having sex with women that you don't like, you don't respect, you don't honor, you don't appreciate. Just stop fucking them. And then, nothing against fantastic, but like you mentioned, like your vocabulary and how broad it is, etc. But you niggas still live like savages. I don't care how well spoken somebody is and how well they can articulate themselves. That means nothing when you gonna put your dick in any and everything. Not saying you would, but you co-sign some of that shit. So I don't care how well spoken any of you niggas is. Y'all still, the way y'all speaking like degenerates. I don't care how good y'all articulate that
G, can I
shit.
ask you a question, G, before you hit it? Can I ask you a question before you
No,
hit it?
please don't ask no goddamn question.
No, I'm gonna ask a question
Family, I
though.
gotta go.
Just let the man
Freezy,
depart.
I wanted to
I'm
thank
tired of
you
listening to his
for
shit
letting me
too.
come on your
Let him
panel,
depart.
but I gotta get off the panel for a minute, family. But Freezy, I wanted to thank you for letting me on your panel. I wanted to thank all the brothers on the panel, the lovely young lady that's still with us, as well as the other young lady who left. Peace and blessings to everybody in the chat. Freezy, I'm gonna definitely subscribe. You got a popping panel, Ox, so I'm gonna have to
Appreciate you,
subscribe.
bro. I appreciate you, Shalom, man. Thank you.
Shalom, family.
So
Go ahead. Go ahead.
let me ask you a question real quickly too, G.
Go ahead, J. Prince.
So when you hear the women that speak the way they speak against men, right? And have you ever noticed that a lot of those women speaks like that? They typically don't have no children. They don't have no man, right? The women that's the women that's got a man, got a husband, got a kids, got living the life outside. Like you want to stay away from these panels, but the women that got their men and got their home with their men and kids, they not speaking like these women. The only women that you hear speaking like that is the ones that's lonely and single. What you think about that? Why they can't keep a man?
The women that's speaking like what exactly, bro? The women that's speaking like what women?
The women that keep saying I don't need no nigga and then always like screaming back and forth with men and always trying to talk like, talk against men, calling other women mammies. Those are the women that's in their 30s, 40s, 50s, is single, lonely, right? And then the women that actually got somebody, they don't come on these platforms talking like that. They get called the mammy and the pick me. They don't come in. They typically be the ones defending men. But the women that always go against men, is it? Do you think they just go against men because they never got the chance to find one, and no man never thought they was worthy enough to be with long enough?
I ain't gonna lie, it seems like it's a little bit off topic, bro. But if I can make
How
what
that's
you
off
saying,
topic?
no, wait. If I
Let
can
him
make
answer,
what
bro.
you saying,
That's direct on
Let
topic.
him answer. Stop cutting him off. You cutting him off. Stop cutting him off. Let him answer.
if I can make what you saying like correlate with the topic, just don't put your dick in the women. Like if they single, good. If they by themselves, good. Leave them where they at. Just
But
don't
what do you
put your
say
dick in
about
them.
that though? Even though we don't stick our dicks in them, because it seems like nobody's sticking their dick in them long enough, right? So what they have to say about the woman that comes on these platforms that be barking, talking about men ain't this and men need to correct themselves, men need to change, men need to do this, but no man. It seems like no man sticking their dick in them, right? They in their 30s, 40s, 50s, lonely. So what do I have to say? Is it really the blame on the men, or is the blame on is it something that they need to correct?
Bro, if what you saying is true, if the women you talking about that's carrying it like that, if they by themselves and they can't find anybody and nobody putting their dick in them, justice being served. It ain't nothing to say about it. Justice being served. That's what the results be
So they have
for
to take some
themselves.
accountability, right? Because we always told in school, if you go to one school to fuck up, maybe this the school. But in every school you go to and you getting suspended, that's a you problem. It's not everybody else's problem. A lot of these 2G, a lot of these women that come on here, they done had a lot of men, right? And you mean to tell me out of all of these men, they couldn't find one man that will love them for periods of time, right? They couldn't find one. So do you think that's mainly a them problem than a man problem?
It can't be all the men. It must be them.
Thank you.
This one for the thugs.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
Freeze, I'm
Fantastic.
gonna go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pop out too, man. I'll part this and say this before, but it pop out. Savagery, is necessary, bro. All right, the world is created off savagery. Somebody said on here, it's duality and everything, right? Savagery can protect, savagery can destroy, right? And I think we're mixing up primal with savagery. It's not the same thing. Shaming men for something that you are literally put on earth to do, bro. Okay, and you can only do it if a woman allows it. Savagery would be forcing a woman to do something against her will, brother. Brothers are not here forcing women; they're volunteering. All right. So I really don't understand why black men have this thing to where we go against ourselves so much, and we're so quick to jump on the side of women and
Now
niggas
I'm
is
not, bro.
savages and niggas.
Not to cut you off.
You
I'm
got it,
not
brother. Go
trying to
ahead. I'm
get you to
listening,
go against yourself. I'm trying to get you to value yourself, bro. Like you need to value
brother.
yourself.
How old are you, bro?
I'm 30. I'm 31.
30, I'm 41, bro. You think
Value
I done made it
yourself,
this
bro.
far in life? You
You
think I
should be
done made it
telling.
this far in life without?
You should be telling me what I'm telling you, bro. You should be telling me
Well,
to be
no.
mindful where I put my dick at, bro.
Well, no. I can tell you that, but at the same time, you're gonna do what you want to
You sound
do, and
like
I
your mama.
understand how men work. So what
Ain't
I'm
nothing
saying
wrong
is
with
this:
telling. There's nothing
I'm
wrong with
not
telling me
telling you
what's
you're
best for
wrong.
me to do, though. There's nothing wrong with telling me what's
Well,
best for
I
me to
don't know
do.
what's best for you.
You
Only
should
you know what's
absolutely
best for
know
you.
that you should absolutely know that it's best for me to not put my dick in every female that I find attractive.
Yes,
You should
brother,
know
and no
that
one
it's
is
not
saying
best for
that.
me. You should absolutely know that it's not best for me to risk my health, to risk creating broken families,
Agreed.
and to just be spraying
Agreed.
myself, mixing myself with different
Agreed.
spirits, etc. You should know that, bro.
Agreed. Agreed. And now, brother, the $1 million question:
You
where did I
making me
ever
think
say
you don't
go
give a
do any
fuck
of that?
about me though. You
No,
making
no,
me think you
brother.
don't give a fuck about
Brother, we
me.
got to
You
go back
must
and
don't
forth.
have love for me.
Brother, I'm giving you the chance, so give me the same chance. So the $1 million question is again: where did I ever say you should do any of that? I never suggested you do any of that. I never told you any of that. I simply
Thank you.
explained to you biology and sociology, brother. All right, that's all I
Yeah.
did. I never
Yeah,
told you go out here and be reckless and
but explain to me and the people like my age and my younger peers that we gotta start thinking with our head and not with our dick. It'll help the next generation coming up too. It'll
we're
change the
already
dynamic
doing
of
that. So this
Block.
is the
They
thing.
don't
This is the
give a
thing.
fuck.
This is the
They
thing. So
don't give
again,
a fuck.
this. So no. So brother, this is the thing, and I cover this at length. Black men are already doing that. Black men are the most sexually responsible demographic of the black community. Okay, by far. Black women have more children than black men do. Black women have higher STD rates of deadly STDs than black men do. Okay, yeah, look it up. Nothing I'm saying, brother. Don't trust nothing I'm
so
saying.
you
Just
should
look it up.
absolutely tell me to be mindful where I put my dick then.
Okay,
You should
exactly.
be
So
telling me.
when I'm telling you, you're already doing it. So you're proof positive of what I preach all the time. Black men are already doing the right thing. Black men are already out here moving smartly and responsibly. Okay, but yet still we come around here and we say it's the niggas, it's the niggas, it's the niggas. When the stats don't support that, it's way more fucking single moms out here than single dads.
Bro, before
It's
you go fantastic, bro, we the only community, like, bro, I swear to you, bro, I'm not on no simp shit, bro. I understand what you're saying, bro. We have to hold our women accountable too. I understand what you're saying. But bro, no other community of men running around pointing at their women like, bro, they setting the tone. They setting the standard. They changing the narrative. Bro,
They got
wherever we
power over
at,
you.
wherever we at as a people, bro, I'm saying it. I don't know what this is what I believe. Everything starts
They
with the
have
man.
power over them women, though.
no, I
So
got you.
wherever your people, wherever we at as a
You can only go
people,
as far as the
it
men can take you.
you're right. It happened on the
All right. So what? So hold
whatever
on, brother.
state our
So
people in, whatever state our culture in, it happened under our watch, bro. So we
I
can't
got you.
just keep talking about the women.
No. So
Even
you
though the
notice how
points
you
you
could.
making right, the points you making
Yeah, but hold
right,
on. This is the
but it's
most
gonna be
important
on
part,
you
and
to
I'm gonna.
change it.
Yeah, I got you. But this is the most important part. I'm gonna bounce out, right? See how you compare us to every other demographic of man, and how he's not. He doesn't have to do that. Why?
Cause they
Hold on.
winning.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you though. Let me finish. Let me finish, brother.
I
You as a
apologize.
man understand. You as a man understand order and discipline. All these other men, their women follow them. No matter what the hell they say, so on and so forth. They respect their men. They depend on their men. They protect their men. They praise their men. They follow their men. So the reason why the black man has to do all this shit is because the black woman is the only fucking woman that doesn't do that. Black women,
Bro,
hold
you
on,
gotta
brother, I'm
put
almost
your
done.
muscle down, bro. You gotta put your
It's
muscle
brother, I can't
down.
make a so now hold up. Now you're telling me to be a savage and force a woman to do something she don't want to do.
No. You gotta level up. You gotta create jobs. Bro, you just got to level up. Them women can depend on their men. Bro, our women can't depend on us right now. So,
Yeah, see,
bro,
now you
like you,
brother. How
bro,
not?
you gotta, bro, you still talking about the women. Bro, we
Okay,
have
but
to
yeah,
set the tone.
I'm what are black men doing that any other group of men aren't doing?
Well, for one, it sounds like most of us thinking with our dick. Well, that's one thing. But for two, um, those guys in positions to do whatever it is they want to do. They already winning. They already got their women where they want them at. So the first thing we need to do is get on point, and then we can worry about. Then we can compete with everybody else. But right
What is
now,
get on
bro, we
point
at
though?
the we the bottom of the. Huh?
What is get on point?
I agree with you, Fuji.
Explain to me what you mean when you say get on point.
But we gotta explain what get on. We gotta. We gotta explain what get on point mean. We gotta come to
I
an
know
Yes.
you
agreement
tired,
what
bro.
that
I
even
know you ready
mean.
to go to bed instead of talking about this shit over it. I know you tired.
Well, 2G. I like
So
that
yeah,
you
man.
brought
Hey,
up, and
y'all
I
got it.
agree with you.
Shout out, priest.
Do you think
Hey,
Buzz having a
fantastic
Hey,
feminine
faker.
hey,
upbringing? Do you think Buzz having a feminine upbringing held us back from being a manly man, like how you compare it? Because I actually agree. I say this stuff all the time. Us black men is not doing the stuff like the other men are. That's the reason why we have this issue. But there's a nuance to that. Do you think that, like a lot of us, I grew up in a single mother home. I'm quite sure you might know a lot of black men who grew up in there. So by us being growing up in a feminine having a feminine foundation, a feminine upbringing, we didn't have that masculine upbringing, that manly upbringing. So do you think that held us back from being that man that you speak of, all these like these other men, because they actually had a male figure growing up? We did not, for the most majority of the black race.
bro, absolutely, bro. Like it's a lot of stuff I had to correct myself on. It's a lot of shit I picked up from my mama. I was raised by my mama, so naturally you gonna pick up whoever raised you. You picking up some of their traits. So if we know we was raised by a single mama, then you know as a man, it's some shit you got to combat. If you don't want to accept that you was raised by a woman, solely by a woman, if you don't want to accept that it's gonna be some feminine shit that you gotta come back, you tripping. You gotta accept reality that it's a
How will
lot
you
of
know
ways that you
if
gotta
it's
man
wrong?
up.
How will you
Huh?
know if it's wrong if this is how you was raised? You don't recognize what the way you was raised, your upbringing was wrong until maybe you get in your 30s. Some people making they find out in their 20s, but then it's still no for black masculinity, right? We talking about a black masculinity, not no masculinity that somebody given to us. We still don't understand what being a black man and a black masculinity is. So I think that, do you think that people is like bullying on people that was raised from single mamas?
Bro, you
We was put in a feminine foundation, and then we get older. They expect for us to act masculine. Like, where that's gonna come from?
now you
Where
saying
we
some
where
real
we get
shit.
that from?
Now you saying some real shit, Jay Prince, bro. Like you saying some real shit. Cause bro, honestly, bro, for me to like know what a masculine man looked like, for me to like understand what that meant, growing up, bro, I literally had to take everything from every other male that I knew. It wasn't like one male I could just look at and be like, that's the role model, or that's what I need to be trying to uh imitate. I had to like pull from this person, pull from that person. I had to pull from different men to really like create uh this image
It's
of
almost
what
Definition
a
of
like
a
real
man.
man's
you
supposed to
building a
look like.
prototype, really. You taking
Right. I
bits
had
and
to
pieces
build
and you're creating a
exactly.
prototype. I get what you're
I had to
saying.
bu- I had to build I had to take bits and pieces from everybody to come up with this prototype of what a man should be. That's unfortunate, bro. Like that's not fair. Like so I had to like dissect everybody that I met, see what I can pull from him, see what I can learn from him, see what I can take from him. I couldn't just trust that this person is somebody I can follow. I had to like dissect every fucking body and observe and see, okay, I can add that to me, I can add this to me. That's unfair for any young person. Like we don't have like these role models. We don't have somebody that we can just look to and say, this how this shit's supposed to be done. And I
But
was
So
raised by my mama.
would you say it'd be best for us to look at those other races who are running their community? Like, because let's keep it real. The men that the women, when you bring up those other races of men, right? They also have authority of that community, right? You got the Mexicans got authority of their land. You got the Asians have their authority. They make the rules and the laws. Whites make the rules and laws. Indian, every other race of man make the rules and the laws. And their God also looks like them, right? They women worship a male God that resembles the men of their race. But when you come to our race, our women worship a God look like another race of men, which is white, right? And we also, as black men, we don't have no structure, we don't have no system where the women or nor men can depend on us black men, right? So what should black men do? Should we emulate instead of mocking other black men that probably got a few $1,000,000, or we should mock the Asians, the Indians, the whites, and all the other men because they actually doing it?
First of all, so you just waiting on Tawana to leave, so your sense can kick in. You just
People hopped up on the panel.
So this is what Jay Prince do. He play possum. He play possum freezing.
Oh, Jay Prince.
I like Tawana.
Jay Prince, Jay Prince know YouTube. I'm just put it like that. He know YouTube.
So he was trolling earlier.
But it's a different in the conversation, 2G, when you feel like something that your points have been attacked versus having a discussion. And this is why I say, in pretty much since 2012, from Facebook to here, most of these panels and most of these discussions, you know what they're about? People come in with all the problem for any solution you come in up with. Still, it's a solution for the problem. They have all the problems for the solution. Right. And even if it's come in slick, sideways, or whatever, nobody's been accountable. I mean, I had 11 sisters. My mom had 18 kids. And most of my sisters said the same thing. They couldn't get along with women. You understand what I'm saying? So how many times you don't heard that? And I'm glad they didn't keep trying to bring your relationship problems up, your relationships up. Because I got what you was really saying. You didn't want to say certain things. I got it. So that's why I left that alone. But 2G, what you go find out in these panels on men and women's side, everybody go bring their point of view and their own perspective, right? And when it really comes down to it, nobody will take percentage of what problems do they bring to the black community. The women gonna put it on the men gonna put it on the women. And in the end of the day, you go out to say what you said. Men supposed to be the leaders, the guides, the stronger of the group, right? But that sounds good until you put it under the microscope. Right. That sounds real good until you actually put it under the microscope. And you know what been happening in this country, 2G? The black man has been put under the microscope from every race, from every sex. You know who has never been put under the microscope? Black women. Never. And this comes from the minister Farrakhan mouth himself, a man who's been married with the same woman for over 40-something years with no other people. When I say under the microscope, I'm not talking about this fighting among each other, cussing each other out. I mean, put it into depth to understand what a black woman. Most black women don't even like themselves, just like black men. That's why they try to emulate looking like white women. There's not too many things
that's going on right now.
Okay, let me finish. I let y'all say what y'all want to say, and then all of a sudden when I say what I want to say, we don't know what's going on.
Hold on, I'm not on the panel.
I'm just saying, I said it for all.
Y'all obviously getting the results. You got it.
I didn't say one word. I didn't say one word.
Okay, but you're obviously triggered because as soon as I just said something,
no, I know. I got no.
People have been interject. Okay, I apologize. You go ahead. I was already trying to get off the panel earlier.
I was. You know why I was triggered? I was triggered by not what one person said. I was triggered by the title. Black women. The reason wealthy black men are dating white women. And everything I heard on this goddamn panel was pointing towards what was wrong with the black man. That's not the goddamn title. And I do this when I have titles that supposed to be black men's what can we do to straighten up our community, and then these black men come up and start talking about goddamn women. I do the same damn thing. I'm straight down the middle.
But you just mentioned black women and us being on a microscope. It's just all the same stuff.
What I'm saying, look at the title. Look at the title.
Love, dog.
Hey, before I'm about to head out. Hey, but Jay Prince, I don't know. They say you be like trolling or whatever, but hey, I appreciate the little back and forth we just had, bro. Seemed like you was willing to be more open and more vulnerable, more I don't know, more vulnerable, I guess I would say. But I appreciate that little back and forth we had. Yeah.
I appreciate you too, 2G. Typically, if I'm like this, I'm cold cuts, right? If a woman pisses me off, I usually express how I'm feeling at that moment, and sometimes I would say the nasty stuff to hurt their feelings, because I be feeling like they saying something to hurt. When you talk about black men, you talk about my feelings. So if I feel as though you trying to hurt black men and hurt me, I'm gonna say some stuff intentionally try to hurt you. Realistically, I deal with women all the time, and primarily I deal with black women for the majority of my life. So, and after I get off this platform, I'm still gonna go to I just came from a club looking for black women. It was a club full of white women, so I left. So I still want I like a woman like Tawana that talk. I love to argue with her. I don't know why it's attractive to be. It's fun.
That man's so damn crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out though, man. Love y'all, love you, Freezy.
I love you too, dog. You know what it is. Shout out.
Hold it down. Hey, man, for real though. Hey, I only be coming on these. I come on these panels, bro, and you know I'm new to this shit, but bro, everything I say, like I believe in what I'm saying. Ain't no talking points. I'm really passionate about this, and I'm really passionate about y'all, bro. I really love y'all, like for real, for real.
Let's get it, man.
Cap-tivity.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Glock, y'all. Glock, y'all know what it is.
I'm gonna go too. I only came up here because of your title.
Yes, sir.
And I thought the discussions were gonna be around your title. But it started to be a hate session for men. And I wasn't gonna listen to that. I just wasn't. And I think I had a point of view, and just like everybody else. I don't take it from men who talk about women like that, and I damn sure ain't gonna take it from the other side. I'm straight down the middle. Right is right, man. And if we don't get this shit together, we're gonna be talking another 20 years about who was wrong.
30. So what should we do? Because you never really said about the topic. What should happen?
What should happen is, you see how you and that brother was discussing about certain things, about things that affect our community on a day-to-day basis. You see how y'all was having that discussion? There was no personal attack towards the character of you or him. Y'all was talking about issues that was actually happening in real time in our community. What should we do for the next generation to raise another generation, or instill in the generation who's raising that generation to clarify some of these mistakes we made? And if people just gonna keep going around and saying it's him or it's her, we ain't gonna never have that conversation. Y'all was having that conversation. You see how the person attack stopped, where you start asking general question, and then he was able to retort and come back to you. That's the kind of conversation I expect with this title. You understand? Let's find out why the rich men are going to women that may emulate women in Africa. It's not just like the white woman. How about her spirit, the way she carries herself? The white woman might be more closer to the way the woman acts in Africa, or women who's not been impression in this country like we have. So we act as if the dog didn't bite her and the dog didn't bite him. And that's what we got to go with, the realization of what's really going on. Nobody, anybody has been accountable for the bullshit that we are doing in our community. Everybody's pointing fingers. And that's what I can't stand. Because when you come in with all the problems for the solution, then we never get to the solution.
So if we take accountability, what should we do after that?
Well, when men take accountability, first thing men has to do is do what the young man said. Keep your private parts out of hers. Because she's not strong enough to grape you. I didn't say the R word, Freezy. I said the G word. She's not strong enough to grape you. So you can control that. You understand? That's one thing you can control. Men can get better value of themselves. When you become control of yourself, believe it or not, Jay Prince, you control everything around you. Every other group does it. They control themselves first. See,
so how do we lead women that don't want to be led?
Well, because you give them no other choice. You know how you do that?
So what should we do?
No.
So what should we do?
Listen. You give them no other choice, Jay Prince. You become the God that you was put on this universe to be. She has no other choice. But if she wants to, she can go outside. But you see the competition she gonna have on the outside. So she has to conform to a God-sent man. Not a man, a God-sent man. That means you can't have your dick in one hand, Jay Prince, and the Bible in the other one.
So let me ask you a question, right? Wonder if we come in, let's just say you said a God-sent man, right? Wonder if men act like a devil at first to get their attention, because a lot of women is attracted to the thug, devilish thug, right? Wonder if we do that first to swindle our way in, and then we reverse it and try to, put the God sent in like that.
Hey, Jay Prince. That's like going to the dealership, looking at a fine ass car. Listen, and the man don't sold you on it, but he ain't never lift the hood and see it ain't got no engine inside of it. You ain't going for that shit. You ain't going for it. Hey, TJ, I've been accused of being you 2 weeks ago. JP, yeah, I've been accused of being you. But anyway, Jay Prince, think about what you just said. If you have to fool a person to get her, her expectation is gonna be what you fooled her with. She's never gonna see you. I understand what you're saying, like when you fool somebody, right? But look, hey, Jay Prince, they like the devil. They like the devilness. They like Lucifer. Jay Prince, listen to this. You're talking to a woman on the phone. You went to a speech class and you learned how to speak like a white man. You're talking to her on the phone. She's a white girl. You convinced her that you was a white man until you showed up.
By that time, she been up feeling love, though.
She ain't going for it.
Let me read this. Sis, did you wanted to say something before I read these super chat?
I don't even know where we at right now, because I thought the issue was the topic, but then the women had to be under a microscope. At the end of the day, people are full of shit. Okay, people come on these panels, and most people highly project their personal experiences, which is understandable to a degree. But people get mad and then say, "I'm trying to psychoanalyze everybody." Then people say, "Oh, why we can't just come have a conversation?" But then it's obvious that people they be having their damn gripes. I don't get it. Then it's, it was about black men. The conversation started with people going on and on about black women. This was the inception of the fucking conversation. Even when Freezy tried to address a certain topic, people kept throwing it back on the black women from the inception of the fucking live. So I be confused. At the end of the day, both sides have frustrations, right? But people keep talking about, somebody got to be wrong. Everybody want to make somebody wrong. And this is why nobody ain't getting nowhere. Aside from that, you got people that want to throw ass on the fucking panels because they want clicks and views, and you got attention whores and all kind of bullshit. So I don't trust that the average person that comes to the space is trying to have a fucking conversation about some real shit, because people just want to pop their shit on the fucking panel, and they want to just release their goddamn trauma all over the fucking panel. Do we all have issues? Do we all have hurt? Have we all been betrayed, man or woman? Yes. Anybody on this fucking earth can relate to love and loss. So if you really want to meet a person, you got to start there. As a human being, we can all relate to love and loss, but niggas too busy trying to exercise fucking dominance. And like I said before, yes, men matter in the world. Any decent person will respect the opposite sex and what they bring to the world. It is about balance, right? But the problem is the fucking tactics are no longer working. So even for the older dudes, they trying to hold these fucking young girls arms behind their back. You know what I'm saying? They trying to hold us older women fucking arms behind our back, and it's no longer working. There was a time when that worked. There was a time when men's brute force could get results. Am I saying men should take their aggression, their primal incline towards dominance and throw it out the window? Absolutely not, because it has its place. But at the end of the day, the tactics that y'all in general, not you people on the panel, but the tactics that men use in general and have been using since the beginning of time they're no longer as efficient. And it is leaving a lot of men lost. This is why a lot of men are getting aggressive as fuck, because they can't make her ass stay in the house because she could go get a fucking job. It's bigger than this little shit that people trying to pick apart. At the end of the day, if you truly want to relate to somebody, start with love and loss. They can relate to that. But all this DD fucking weird ass questions and shit, like people give a fuck and really trying to have a goddamn like that's listen. One thing about me, you got to start with honesty for me to even lend a fucking ear. If a person can present themselves and say, hey, you know what? Right now I'm triggered and I really do feel away. And I ain't gonna hold you. I have bias. Guess what? If people could approach a conversation like that, I could actually rock with it, because that means they have awareness. But when people get on these panels and act as if their issues, their baggage, and their jaded mindset and their experiences haven't shaped how they encounter people on these panels, to me it's a fucking lie. And so I can't meet that. So when we on this internet shit, for the people that truly want to meet, for I'm not saying everybody that come up here and is triggered has some type of ill intention, because I've been on panels and been triggered, right? What it is, it's an opportunity for us to examine ourselves and learn about ourselves. So when I say it start with knowledge of self, this is how the fuck we get to it. Trying to exert dominance and trying to have all of this leverage and trying to manipulate and have all this control over somebody else is not going to bring about true change. I could sit here and shuck and jive and act like I give a fuck, but if that ain't where my heart at, that's what's gonna resonate. So it all depends on who you talking to. You talking to people that's approaching this from a spiritual aspect? You talking to people that's just approaching this from a psychological aspect? You got people getting on the panel still with the same old talking points. That's why Tawana tapped out. She a fucking delight, but yeah, this shit is exhausting and it's fucking draining. People are here to pop their shit. People here to fucking agenda bang is what the fuck they're here for.
Hold on, Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince. Let me read some super chats. Shout out to Scam Likely and my brother JT in the building. No Cap-tivity. Sis, you got these for me? Sis?
Absolutely.
There we go. Super chat.
Shout out to Blaze with the $9.99 super chat. He says, mother effer. No, it ain't mother effer, y'all. Hold on, let me get it together. Let me hold on. Insane. Start over. Mother F your vocabulary. Your character ain't hitting no shit. No Cap-tivity. Super chat. Truth and Reality with the $2 super chat. He says, 2G, are you telling women to keep the meat out? Shout out to the what about the women's crew? Yeah, if he's saying don't, well, I don't want to speak for him, but I would safely assume if he's saying don't stick your meat in there, he would expect women to close their legs. Shout out to the close your legs talking point. Let's get it. Super chat. All right, we got another. Okay, shout out to you, Truth and Reality. Y'all know when he want to pop his shit, he get them super chats rolling. Shout out to Truth with the $5 super chat. He says followership is the capacity or willingness to follow a leader. 2G, this is different, but just as important as leadership. You need to listen and learn.
Super chat.
All right. Shout out to Truth and Reality with another $5 super chat. He says, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. I'm gonna read it.
Oh, you want to read it again? Go ahead.
I ain't finished because I was gonna fuck it up on purpose. They would drown first. You can't lead someone that refuses to follow. You can be the best leader. Y'all gotta stop the motherfucking lies though. But
Super chat.
I love it. I love that for you. And shout out to Game Wise DJ with the 99-cent super chat. He just showing love from Game Wise.
Super chat.
And shout out to Marcus Antonio Castillo. Yes, I said Castillo. Gringo in the house. Shout out to the WWE Wig Weave and Extension Foundation. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Appreciate the support. I love that.
Super chat.
Shout out with Marcus. Shout out to Marcus for another $2 super chat. What it says: God bless Freezy and panel. P.S. OG making me nervous. Shaking in my boots, baby.
Super chat.
Shout out The Truth again with the $2 super chat. He says having a different opinion equals triggered in 2025. All right.
Appreciate the super chat.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either leave a super cap or a cash cap at $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Scam. What you thinking, Scam?
What's going on? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Just a couple simple questions. Anybody can answer if they feel like it. A couple of them. Number one, if you're a leader and you can lead a horse to water and can't even get him to drink, I'm just saying, would you hire the CEO of a company to manage 300 people if they can't even lead a horse to the water and get them to drink it? I'm just saying. But other question. I'm asking another one. Let's put them out here because, other question is, what if the women just went out and said, you know what? Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it. Everything you said, even the virgin said, yep, we guilty. Then what? We did it. It was the women's, all of us, even the dog. The female dogs even did it. We guilty. Then what? Last question. Are black women a reason wealthy black men date white women? Why don't you go ask the wealthy black men? They the ones you want to talk to. They'll give you the answer. That's all I got.
Can I give you the first answer? Sure. That's the only one I'm going to try to answer for you, all right? God was a great leader, too. He had 2 kids. What happened? I told you, when I can answer a question, I go to Scripture.
Okay.
What happened? In the story, you know about it. You don't have to argue about it. You know the story. You're very versed in the Bible. You're very versed in the Bible. What happened?
Okay. Well, you talking about Cain and Abel?
No, I'm talking about Adam and Eve. I say he had 2 kids. I didn't say he had grandkids.
I'll answer what you ain't like to answer.
Say what?
One of my very questions I have for Jesus and God, whoever, when I get up there, is why would you create people?
I ain't asked you that. I asked you what happened.
They did what they wanted to do.
Thank you. Anybody can ask the rest of them 2 questions.
All right, cool.
Did anybody want to respond to his other 2 questions or any one of the questions he had?
What was the question? What?
So I think one of the questions was let's say if all black women admitted that yeah, it was their fault, even the female dogs, what then?
Oh, well, I mean, ultimately, we know that that's not enough, right? So again, people just
be a man to ask that question, right?
At any rate,
anybody can answer.
At any rate, so like I was saying,
because
like
But
I was
you,
saying,
okay,
so
that's
to
for
the
men.
point, it doesn't matter whether it's for men or for. Okay, you go ahead. You go ahead. You got it. All dicks, please reply.
No, the reason why I said that because if he said if all women specifically admit and say yeah we did it, now what? So I would say that would be a step for one, but it depends on how they doing it, right? If they doing it out of being arrogant, like now what, I think that would push the relationships away further. I personally believe that black men and black women need a break from each other, and before they get to start talk about mating and marriage and all this other type of stuff, I think that black men and black women really got to get to know each other. Because what I'm really hearing out of all of these conversations is that they don't really know each other like that, and I think that they got to settle some beef or amongst each other collectively before they start talking about having relationships and all the other type of stuff. Because from what I have observed is when black men and black women get together, only thing they do is project on how these past black women treated him onto this black woman, and she project how them past black men treated her onto this black man. So they never gonna have no common ground. So I think that before they start, we might have to find something. I think this social media is a good outlet for black men and black women to have these conversations. I think that they got to squash beef first. We got history. We got passed down beef, right? Our granddaddies did something to their mama. Now they mad because they granddaddies did something to their grandmama, did it to their mama, and now they try to take it off on me, and vice versa. I take shit off on women that I'm dealing with because of mama and grandma and them. So I think that we need to really have a real conversation and ask each other why we at this point. Well, how did black men and black women get to this point and really get to start mending some stuff and really get to say where's this beat coming from? Could we squash it? If we not, hey, take a break from each other for a couple
It sounds like
years.
a lot of men just want to put on gloves and they want to fight it out with women. They want to whoop them upside the head, snatch out their box braids, pull the rest of their motherfucking edges out, and motherfucking eye turners. Anyway, Freezy, I'm gonna have to type out because I'm tired of these remedial ass fucking conversations. At the end of the day, what I was gonna say to what Scam said, all of that doesn't matter because there are women on this internet, okay, who have made videos, men and women, who have made videos on this here internet talking about I apologize, black man, I apologize, black woman, blah 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 blah, all that bullshit. At the end of the day, it's not enough because if it was, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. This shit, it runs way deeper than that, and it takes personal responsibility, personal obligation to yourself, personal obligation to bettering yourself, and that's a journey for everybody, and that journey look different for everybody. But just because we have issues, we have baggage, we have triggers, etc., that's nobody fucking business but your own, because nobody is obligated to put up with nobody's bullshit. So with all this,
Negative? Do you think you got a pessimistic mindset? Because every time we
absolutely
come
not.
up
I
with
just have
something,
low
you
tolerance
trying
for dumb shit. That's what I got.
right. So that's your
My tolerance
excuse.
is
So
very
every
low
time
for
we come up
ignorant
with a solution, we come up with something
call
to
it
wash it
pessimistic if
down.
you want to, and that's fine because you're entitled to your opinion. What the truth of the matter is, my capacity is
Very
very
negative.
so at any rate, that is fine, and you are entitled to your opinion because sincerely, I don't give a fuck. You won't find nobody that don't give a fuck more than I do. Okay. So with that being said, like I said, I have a very low capacity for remedial ass convo. I fuck with Freezy, and there's people that I fuck with in the chat, and there's people I actually fuck with on the panel, and I enjoy their company. So a part of that is simple human connection because I do fuck with some people. But when it comes to alignment, true alignment, a lot of these fucking conversations I don't align with. I do try to pick people's brain, and I try to listen to gauge where people coming from, because I truly have a desire to understand people. But even that is limited because, like I said before, it's hard to pick out what's sincere and who just want to pop ass for clicks and views. So you could call it pessimist. I mean,
that sounds like you just want to pop ass. You
no,
always coming out talking about people want to pop
but I
ass.
am going to tap out. I don't give a fuck about talking to you. I can tell you that much. Your opinion, your thought process, all of that is fucking irrelevant to me. I could promise you that.
Who you talking
But
about?
at any rate, well, let's be clear. I could give a fuck. It's unfortunate that it is what it is. Get your clicks and views, get your content, get your attention, whatever the fuck you need. Hey, listen.
Stop
we
reading
all
out the chat.
Excuse me?
You've been reading out the chat, and you get all your little boosts and stuff out the chat because
it sounds like you're more worried about what I do in the chat. Because guess what? Newsflash, nigga, I got you blocked in the chat. So what I'm doing in the chat is irrelevant.
No, you've been watching people in the chat, and so a lot of times, what a lot of y'all people do, you read the chat.
Worried about what I'm doing. You're still worried about what I'm doing. So is this about me being a pessimist, or is this about me looking in the chat? Because now it's all over the place.
That means you're not being genuine.
What?
That means you're not being genuine. You got to get your argument from some clowns out the chat that's not
when you
on
get you say provocative shit just to entice people because you think you Charleston White or a motherfucking Howard Stern or whoever. You need to be a shock jock. That's your business. I don't give a fuck.
What I'm saying is you always, if you rewind this, you are extremely negative. You are extremely
pessimistic. Do because Tawana tapped out on your ass. You got up here to squabble with Tawana. She tapped the fuck out on your ass. Now you think you finna squabble with me and ain't the motherfucking one. Play with your motherfucking mama. And with that being said, y'all be well. Take it easy, Freezy. I love you. Shout out to y'all.
I love you too,
Have a blessed one, sister.
No Cap-tivity. Let me get JP in the conversation. JT. I'm sorry, JT.
Yeah, damn. That used to be me fuck up.
Don't be mixing me up with this punk ass Nick now. What's up? What's going on, Jay Prince? What's up, boy? What's poppin', man?
So let me get your opinion on this, JT. So, the main topic is what was it? Let me quote it right. It says, "Are black women the reason why wealthy black men date white women? Are black women the reason why wealthy black men date white women?"
Shit. Yeah, that's an unfair goddamn question, man. But I'm gonna answer it the best way I can.
Okay.
Perhaps, right? Mm-hmm. Perhaps. However, you saying wealthy black men?
Well, yes, wealthy black men. The only reason why I said that is because, as a matter of fact, hold on, let me do this.
Do you feel like, why do you feel like men, especially NBA players, get with the white women? Is it because they're easy, quote unquote?
I got some theories, but I really want to hear it from him.
I do too. I want to hear it too.
I honestly think that maybe they appreciate maybe more and they apologize more.
Listen, I'm scared. Hold on. Hold on.
Yes, I mean, you know.
I had an interview with
they don't mind being held accountable.
I'm so scared of this, y'all, because I had an interview with Columbus Short, and I asked him this similar question, and he said something, and I got dragged for filth. I was on Breakfast Club. I had death threats for so long from black women because they said I laughed when he said that. So let me not laugh. I don't have nothing to do with this.
I mean, that's what I think.
I'm black. Know. He don't know, though, because he dates black women, period. So do not come for him, period. Do you feel like, why do you feel like men, especially NBA players, get with the white women? Is it because they're easy, quote unquote?
I got some theories, but I really want to hear it from him.
I do too. I want to hear it too.
I honestly think that maybe they appreciate maybe more and they apologize more.
Listen, I'm scared. Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
That's, I mean, you know.
I had an interview with
they
Not the
don't mind being held accountable.
So is there some truth? What do you think about that? Is there some truth to that?
Hell yeah, when you talk about the apology, yeah. But this is the thing. If we talk about wealthy black men, I can't tell you shit about that. I'm nowhere near wealthy. But what I can tell you is the black man's experience with multiple women from different ethnic backgrounds or race is simply because he just wants to have a variety of women. That's it, man. It's, you know, now when you start asking men about marrying different women from outside of their race, then you're going to have something different. But this whole dating shit, it's all dick and pussy shit, bro. Look at the people that are interracially married. Those are the ones that you can ask that question to and get a concise answer to, right? They make little beige kids, you know. Get some guys, they make little cobblers. Are they complaining? I mean, it's weird because my personal opinion is that you love who the hell you love. That's just basically how that goes with me. However, if you have a motive, then it's gonna change. Remember, Freezy, we talked about this, and I asked a question. It was to a panel, and I said, if black men started just dating in droves white women instead of black women, does that have anything to do with what's happening right now? And I asked, what was the gain in black people staying united and marrying one another? What is the gain right now? Is there a real gain in 2025 versus a man or a woman dating outside of their race? Give me the what can happen now in this time, not on paper. What can happen when people that are of the same race that are black are together versus people that are interracially? What's the difference in the two?
I think this is where I agree. This is where I kind of would agree with Dr. Umar Johnson, right? As far as like black people actually procreating together. I don't know. Just the wealth, you know what I'm saying? Legacy, finances, whatever. It would stay. Technically, it would stay in the black community, right?
Is it staying in the black community right now?
I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be, but
no, I'm saying that's why I said in 2025. What happens when black folks, if we sit back and we say, and listen, black people need to stay with black folks in 2025, what's the difference that it can have versus them being with someone outside of their race? What's the difference? What's the difference that we see right now?
It's a major difference.
Yeah, I want to know.
The major difference is all the two-parent family that the Jacksons' father kept their family together and kept the wealth together and kept the business together. When they was able to separate that family, to make a person feel like to make a song, it shouldn't matter if you black or white. It don't matter if you black and white. Well, all his wealth after his mom died goes to 3 kids that he didn't even father. It goes back to that community. And so what you're saying is there's still more black men who are marrying inside the race, who are wealthy than it is men who are outside the race is marrying. So there is a true benefit. Look, I tell everybody this, JT. When I don't have the answers, I only can go to scripture. God has perfected everything. He didn't make black women, didn't make black men. He didn't make Mexican women, didn't make Mexican men. So he has already perfected the relationship. Now you can choose to go outside and do anything you want to, just like the two kids in the Garden of Eden. You can do whatever you want to do. But the natural order of things is always going to be the best way. Now, we can sit up here and we can play with words and we can say, do you love who you love and all that. We can do all of that. But first thing with our community is we haven't found to love ourselves. We have learned to love images outside ourselves because we always say to ourselves, I don't think I deserve to be who God created me to be. That's why I got to change my hair texture. I got to change my skin color. The greatest thing selling on the market right now is bleach cream. And so what I'm saying is you got this to get the results that the question you are asking right now. First, people have to go within themselves and love and care for themselves. It's easy to say you love yourself, but if you're trying to look like something other than yourself, that's going totally against what you're saying.
Elder, can I
And if
say
you wait,
something
let me
to
finish.
something that you
Let me
said?
land explain. Let me explain. A lot of y'all haven't been around people who are millionaires or who are totally wealthy. But I asked Richard Roundtree this same question. I asked a couple stars who have white women this same question because I had friendship with them where I could open that question and they know I wasn't coming at them sideways. I asked them directly.
Yeah, but OG,
And
this is what I'm asking. What good has it done right now? Because we got
what good is
brother.
majority of black folks.
Before he answers that, I just wanted to say really quick, to refer back to the Bible and concerning fixing our situations in the black community, right? That's something that's more for black Christians, black Jehovah Witnesses, black people within the Roman Catholic Church, obviously black people that subscribe to being the Israelites, right? But the truth concerning our community, I know some brothers and sisters that rock with the Kemetic school of thought and religion, right? And in Kemet, the man is not necessarily the head. Okay.
No,
Okay, enjoy. I got it.
y'all going
So,
too
so
far away around.
no, give
You're
me
going
1 second
around.
because
You're
I'm
going
not going that far.
around,
I had.
and that's
No, what I'm saying is
y'all
this: the
saying a
Bible
bunch of
doesn't work
nothing.
for all. No, what I'm saying is this: the Bible doesn't work for everybody black. I know this from debating with
I ain't
brothers in
talking
the
about the
Kemetic
Bible,
community.
bro.
But what I'm saying for us as black people, right? We have to find 2 or 3 things that we can agree on that's outside of religion and science, and even outside of some of our own ideologies. And I know this because even though I rock with the Israelites, it's still brothers and sisters I break bread with in the Kemetic community, and they don't teach the man as the head over there, right? So we have to understand something about the black community. We're not agreed on heritage or ideologically. We don't all agree on the Bible. We don't all agree on the Book of the Dead. So we have to find 3 or 4 things we can agree on that's
And
outside of that,
listen, I
because
asked a
everybody black don't believe
straightforward.
in the Bible.
But listen, folks. I asked a straightforward question, and I need a straightforward answer. And I said, what has it done now? Black people being with black folks.
Got us where we
What
at
is it
now.
done?
It's right there in your face.
So why do we get so mad at people that go outside of their race and marry? Because we'll sit back.
The
That's a
thing
white
is,
woman. No, hold on.
to answer that
That's a
question, brother, there is some biology behind that, right? Because if a panther gives birth to 3 cubs and one of the cubs looks like her and the dad, but one comes out albino and one comes out black, there is a rejection. So we don't talk about how mixed children know that they're not accepted wholeheartedly by black or white people. Black
That
people
ain't
just
what
tend to be more
I asked.
loving.
That's not what I
Let
asked.
me
That's
finish.
not what I
I'm not gonna be long,
asked.
but the benefit that comes from it is when your children look like you, there's less of a confusion that you have to deal with. Because if I marry a white woman and have a
Man, I
child, I have
don't.
to
That's not what I
explain
asked. That's not what I asked. I
the
understand where you're going to.
the
That's why I asked
benefits
a
are it keeps
straightforward
us
question.
it makes our consanguineous bond tighter.
Ain't nothing.
It makes
Listen.
us bond tighter
Let
as a
me.
race
Okay.
when you
So let me
procreate with
ask
your
you.
own people,
Let
brother.
me ask you. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question right now. Is it better that we just stick with our own people right now? That one. Just yes or no.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now the next question is: has it been a great outcome for us to just be with our own people? Is the outcome a great outcome right now, 2025?
Of course it is. It's
Okay.
not a bad
Okay, now
outcome
stop
because
there.
because here because
Do
here's the thing.
everybody
Once
hold
once when you're with some when you
brother. Hold on.
all right, go ahead, brother.
Do everybody on this panel agree with what my man just said? There's a great outcome that happens.
I did. I said it from the beginning.
It's been a great outcome?
I'm saying from where we come from, it's been a great outcome. You can't go back in history and find anything different.
What about you,
But
Sip
brother, are we really
Anderson?
brother? Okay, no,
I
I'm gonna let him go ahead.
understand
Go
your
ahead,
point,
brother.
JT. I'm gonna let y'all dust it out though. I get
JT,
your point.
Okay, brother. So
JT, you were speaking to me.
I don't know what. I don't know.
You were
JT.
speaking to me. Okay. So JT, just let's to ask a question like that. You ask as if you were starting everybody out with the same race. That's what your
I
question
asked a
is.
straightforward question.
It's regardless of what you do, it's a straightforward question. But everybody didn't get on the starting line, and the damn gun went off, and everybody took off the same time. So that is a loaded question, even though it's a straightforward question. It's a
It's
very
nothing
loaded
loaded
question.
about it. Let me give you why I asked the question. Because you would have a brother that'll be on here, and that man will have a woman that's from a different race, specifically white. And motherfuckers be sitting back and making it seem like this motherfucker is a coon, or this motherfucker ain't for his own race because he has a white wife. My question is, does it make it better that he has a black wife than it is a white wife?
It makes it better that he has a black wife because how can you be for your people if you don't procreate and bring forth children that resemble your people? So it's better for you to have a black wife.
Not on paper, because y'all talking about something that's on paper. Right now,
sir, 80% of us are together.
No. That is not true, bro.
Half
that's not true.
50% of black men in America are not dating outside their race, sir. It biologically all the cultures and races for the most part stick with their own people. Even with the small percentage of people that date outside their race.
You can keep going around that shit all you want to and having on 1989.
I said it's better. I answered you directly, sir. I answered you
arguments.
directly,
It
sir.
has not been better. Our generations have been
Okay,
worse.
so
than
explain
what they
to me
are
how
right
it's been
now.
better. Explain to me how mixed children have helped black people.
And
explain
I
that
can't
to
tell
us.
you. I just said it's the same way. No matter if they're mixed or they're black. That's my argument. It doesn't matter.
It's not the same. Have you ever
That's not
heard
a
mixed
factor.
people, brother? Have you heard mixed children talk about their experiences of being mixed? It's not the same. It ain't even close. Because when you hold a family reunion today,
Bro, you talking about feelings.
it's not. No, I'm talking about biology and fact. It's not the same because if your family had a family reunion tomorrow and somebody showed up with somebody that's not black and they had a children that was mixed, that they're going to stand out. That's
I'll play your
biological,
game.
brother.
Hold on. I'll play your game because you said if. Like my boy Hemp be saying, if my auntie had a dick, she'd be my uncle. I ain't gonna talk about no ifs.
To procreate with
I ain't
your
gonna talk
own
about no
people,
ifs.
brother.
I'm not gonna talk about no ifs.
It's better to. Well, I'll get right to the point. It's better to procreate with your own people.
Ifs.
See the thing that black men and women do. We don't talk about. Hold on, because you're not being genuine, brother. The thing that black men and women don't talk about honestly is all the black men and women they passed up that would have been perfect for them. So we got to keep it real. It was women that I grew up with that was very virtuous, but because they wouldn't have sex with me right away, I didn't want to be with them. There are women that have done the same thing to men. So oftentimes in the black community, we don't pick the black person that's best for us. We pick our spouses based on a lot of superficial shit. So just to keep it real, it's a good black man and woman out there for all of us. But oftentimes in our life, we pass them up because of bullshit, sir.
Bro,
JT,
listen. This is the thing. I've been recently at a family reunion. Let me tell you what my family reunion looked like. You see how dark I am. My family reunion looked like a bunch of beige motherfuckers.
Okay, but you could be beige and still come from a totally Negro family. That whole you could be beige and still come from a whole line of Negroes.
You still going past what I'm saying.
Let him go. Let it get it in, Saint. Let him get it in, please.
So listen. This is the thing. Going to the family reunion, I'm seeing people that are being mixed. I'm seeing people that have been, we all pretty much at some point are mixed. What I'm asking you guys is that because we've been talking this whole thing about black people staying with each other for the longest, and it ain't changed shit. In fact, we regressed. We have regressed. So, but while we're regressing and black people are being with black people, we would get mad at another black person for being interracially inclined with someone else. And I'm not understanding why it is now. I can understand
It's nature,
I can
sir. It's
understand the
nature. That's the
ideology.
same reason. It's nature, sir. It's nature, sir. That's the reason why when you go to Africa, tribes who have never seen white people, that's why the kids cry when a white man comes there. It's natural. That's why some
What part of
white kids cry when
Africa?
they see some black people. It's
What
not.
part
I'm
of
just saying,
Africa?
brother. It's
No, you
natural to
say
procreate
Africa
with your
because
own people.
you just said a whole
Brother, you
continent, my
missing the
guy.
whole point. You
That
making
continent is
it a point
huge.
to miss the point. The point is it's biologically better to be with your own people.
Why?
Period. I don't have to
Why?
use Africa. It's biologically better because
why?
your children are not going to start their lives off confused, wondering who the hell they are.
Hey,
That you start
Sim
off with
Patterson,
confusion.
have you
Well,
ever seen? Have you ever seen?
mommy, what race am I? Well, you're black, but you're kind of white too. You start the child off with confusion.
Pimp, and Patterson, Sim
Mm-hmm.
Patterson. Have you seen any black folks that have been with a black mother and a black father not be confused? Have you seen that before?
JT, simply put, I agree with what you're saying. But y'all go ahead. It's very simple. But y'all go ahead and dust it out.
It mean,
what
but
you're
the
saying
answer is
is
going to
really
be
simple.
just land with this,
the
brother.
answer is going to be
Brother.
yes
It's more
and no.
conducive. I'm gonna just land with this,
It's going to
brother. It's
be
better for
yes
us to
and
procreate.
no. That
It's better
the
for us, brother. Stop trying to control what I'm saying, brother.
why
It's better for us.
why
It's better for us.
why
It's better for us. It's better for us to procreate with ourselves. It's more conducive, which means it's more
why
beneficial.
why why?
Because your children don't start off in confusion. Your wealth stays with your people, and you end up having an easier life if you don't have to start off with confusion. When you leave the house, you can't control how white people feel about you being with the white woman. I can't control how black people as a community and culture feel
Hey,
about me being with somebody that's not black,
Saint, can I
right?
ask you a
So you
question?
eliminate a
No,
lot of problems when you just keep it
can't do it.
consanguineous.
Saint, can I ask you a question?
Who am I
How do
talking to?
me?
Okay, go ahead, brother.
It's such a big concern because white people. So the whole foundation is how white people feel about us. Is that important?
It's not about white people
How
in
do they
general.
feel
It's
about
about
black
what's
people
most
anyway?
conducive for us. It's better for us to procreate with
I
ourselves
can't
than
answer.
to be in mixed
You got it,
marriages.
bro.
It's not about what white people
JT,
think. It's
you
about
got
this
it.
is
You
what's
can answer.
best for us.
Yeah,
Well,
he
let me ask
ain't
you.
explain shit.
No, it's just gonna keep
JT,
going.
since nobody can answer your question, let me ask you a question. Why is it benefit for all the other races? What is the benefit for all the other races to be self-contained with their own true natural order mate? What is that
It's
benefit?
not. It
Doesn't make
doesn't.
sense.
It
What you mean
doesn't,
it
They're
don't make
dating out.
sense?
They're
Well,
dating
bro.
out.
Because
no.
they're dating out
Wait, wait, wait,
too.
wait.
Yes.
Well, we're not talking. Wait a minute, JT. Let's stop now, because we know we're not talking about everybody. And he was not far off when he said, still 80%. We are the ones who marry within ourselves. 80%. Now I'm just changing the question now.
Yeah.
Do you see any benefit it is for Chinese to marry Chinese, Japanese to marry Japanese? Europeans and everybody I'm naming, think about what I'm saying too. Everybody I'm naming is conceived to be better than our community.
I don't care about those communities.
No, but that's what's your question.
No, my question
Hey,
was
Speed, I got
strictly
a
about
question.
black folks.
No.
It was strictly
Listen,
about black
listen,
folks.
JT, listen. Sometimes to even hear your own question, you have to put it under the microscope and see how it will work out in other
I've
fields.
asked it before
That's how.
already.
Wait. That's how science is done.
Yeah.
Science is done just like that to
No.
put it out in other
Let's
fields.
talk about it.
And I'm
Let's.
saying to you, even we didn't know a God. Just say we didn't know a God. Say we didn't know the Holy Bible. Say we didn't know the Holy Quran. Say we ain't know the 90-30 confessions or whatever. Say we ain't know none of that.
Yeah.
Are you telling me when you go outside and you see yourself and you see a race of people who looks like you and represents you, you can say to yourself that it's more benefit for you to be with something that don't look like you?
No, I'm not saying that at all, bro. I'm saying.
Well, that's my question. That's my question to you.
And I just asked the question. No, I didn't say that.
Okay, but that's my question to.
Right, I answered it. I answered it, but y'all still ain't answering mine.
No. Your question answered
You asked if it was
itself.
more benefit. You asked if it was more beneficial
I asked
for
why.
us to be with each other
Why
and
is it more
procreate with each other.
beneficial?
I answered your question directly and
No, you
said
did
yes.
not answer my question. Let me tell you what you did.
Okay, ask
What
it
you
again
did
then.
was, it's just like somebody saying, "What's a woman?" They say a woman that's feminine. That's how you answer my question. So what I'm asking is, do we see it right now? Do you see that there's a benefit? Can we see the benefit of Black people marrying and procreating with Black people? Can we see the benefit of it right now?
Yes.
All right. And I said, okay, all right, whatever you talking about, bro. That don't make any sense to me. But if you gonna say yes, and we already understand, I was just listening to the panel and I was hearing a lot of grievances, right? And I go on panels a lot. Let me tell you what I do here. A bunch of grievances between Black men, Black women, Black men, Black women. So what you're saying, Saint, is it has to be a lie, because I'm seeing it in real time that shit is not being conducive to a community of Black folks in America right now. So it's a lie.
Let me get Scam likely into the conversation. And shout out to Black T. Black T, let me get a mic check, Black T.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, are you a woman? You're a woman,
sir.
Black T? Oh, so you want to stay off camera? I take it.
Yeah, I can flip it around so you can see that I'm a real person. I'm not gonna do nothing crazy. I just wanted to make one little statement. Just listening to the conversations that I've been hearing all night long.
Okay, I'm gonna come to you right after Scam. Okay.
Okay.
If you're gonna stay in the back, you don't have to flip it around. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scam.
Yeah, just a couple things. If we say God perfected making each race for each race, then why are we mixed to begin with? And you take like Brazilians, Colombians, Venezuelans, they are a mix. That's what that's what they are. And if it's perfected, we wouldn't be having any arguments. And the arguments are Black
But the
people and
Bible,
Black
the
people
Bible
about Black
also
people.
says not to
Can
give
I
your
finish?
children unto another
Can I
people.
finish down?
Bro, you don't let nobody finish. Please, let him finish.
All right, go ahead, guys.
If it's perfected, why is it Black on Black about Black? I think that's part of what JT's saying.
Yeah.
The other thing is,
I'm listening to y'all, man. I'm gonna get off camera for just a minute, man. I'm listening to y'all though.
All right, JT.
Yeah. And the thing is this: when they have conversations, and it's something that I don't do. They always talk about Black at the bottom, Black can't get it there, the Black community this. So how can you blame the 17 or 25-year-old that's listening way deep in the chat? They're saying, well, shoot, if Black people can't get it together and Black women is a problem, responsible for everything, why don't I go direct and go get this Asian, white, and whatever? Y'all said Black men ain't, Black women ain't. How can you blame them? That's literally what you told them to go do.
Well, obviously you was listening through your left ear, not your right ear, because there was a lot of us up here talking about being accountable on both sides. And the only thing you just repeated is men talking about women. You didn't even say anything about the whole
said
conversation.
both.
Wait, excuse me.
I just said men and women. I just
No. You said something different before you said that. Okay.
I
And
said
another
men
thing.
and
Wait.
women.
And you
I
want to
said
talk?
both.
And you want to wait. You want to talk about Brazil, and you want to talk about these other countries. How in the hell you think these other countries and these people became mixed? Now I'm gonna ask you a question. How many colors do it take to make white? And how many colors do it take to make black? Answer that goddamn question and then answer all your bullshit ass questions.
J Speed.
Answer the
Probably us
question.
on
How many
40,
colors do it take to make white?
46.
That's the first question.
As I was saying. All right, and 33 to make
How
black.
many
As I
questions
was
do
saying.
wait. My question to you. I answered your question early. My question to you is how many colors do it take to make white?
14.3.
How many colors does it take to make black?
33.7.
So we mixed everything on this fucking universe. Get it and recognize it.
The point I'm making, like I was saying, us already here. We already here and we got the mix. I don't know my genetic DNA make. I don't even care. This is who we already are. What do we do from that?
Scam, you just answered the goddamn question.
We already mixed.
Can't go. No. Listen. You just answered the damn question when you said it was 33. All right? Which is not. But we're going to let you have that. All right? The black, you put it under the microscope, you see every spectrum of every fucking color in this universe. You put white under the microscope, you see nothing. And so what I'm trying to tell you is, way before you became mixed and captivated and enslaved, in servitude or whatever the fuck you want to call it, you was already the mixology from the beginning. Only thing happened differently, somebody came up and mixed your fucking mind.
Okay, cool. We're mixed. Now what?
We have to recognize it.
Cool. Then what?
And we move forward. You know what you do? You don't have people to come into a conversation when it's black and try to tell you that we need to be mixed with a bunch of other motherfuckers to make us correctly. We already tried that
that's
shit.
what we already
Wait a minute,
are.
stop. We already tried that shit.
Wait, Saint.
And this is why I don't go on cruises.
We hear a lot of.
This is why I don't go on cruises, because that ship ride was not safe.
Saint, it's a lot of feedback when you come off mute. I don't know. It just started. I don't know what it is, but it just started not too long ago.
So you all
go ahead, Joe.
You always so what?
Yeah, we already mixed.
Wait.
The woman I'm going to talk to and the man, they mixed already.
Listen. You always say what? And you are exactly who I was talking about. The person who always have the problem for the solution versus the solution for the problem. Because every time somebody come up with something, you always find something wrong with it. Versus building on it. You go back to so what?
Yeah, because I don't agree.
Well, you don't have to agree. Maybe you're not a mover and shaker. Maybe you just a
my
talker.
bad, JT.
Right, because I don't agree, because I disagree. Something's wrong with me.
People, listen, scam. A lot of people.
No, there's nothing wrong with you, brother.
A lot of people can disagree. All right, but you still got people out there moving and shaking while you disagree, and they're finding ways. Look, they're finding ways to build things and build communities and doing great things in the community.
Show me the one that's unmixing themselves.
So
introduce me to one that's unmixing themselves. That's what I want to talk to.
But you the one who say I disagree. Well, you can stay in that state of mind of disagree. But there are all people out there who are moving and shaking.
Show me the one that's adjusting their DNA. Show me that person, sister.
Hold on, Scam. Let me get the sister in here, Black T. Go ahead, Black T. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say a little bit. And I might be wrong. I might be right. I think it's how you were raised. My parents always taught me to be proud of who you are, and if a man is proud in being a black man, I think they tend to stick with black women. When I see black men going with white women or marrying them, my experience has been, I think the white women or the other colored people treat the black men worse than the black women. And sometimes I think the black men use them as like a trophy. I got something other than a black woman, so I'm better than my black friend over here. Something to talk about or feel special about. That's what I think. And I don't know, whatever religion you is, back in the Bible days, God separated all of us due to the craziness. You put the black folk with the black folk and this person with that person. And you don't see no red birds messing with no blue birds and black birds messing with white birds. They, what I'm saying, they stick together. I'm not saying it's wrong because I have family members that have, mixed kids and stuff like that. And I think people are right when you have mixed kids. It's kind of hard because I got a little baby cousin now. The white side really don't accept her, and she kind of feel funny when she comes to the black side, and you can tell it. They are confused, I think, but I think like what they said earlier, maybe you need to. I don't think the rich black men are gonna tell the truth. I got the white women because I want to have a trophy or have something. My friend don't got like they feel special or something. Maybe black women tell them what they feel because they feel comfortable. And like you said, the other people, other women, you know, I'm gonna say some of them might really love the black men, but I'm gonna say majority of them just they kicked out the trailer park and they can't get no more white men, so they come to the black men side.
Hey, sis, look, can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
Okay, black men and black women are together at a high rate. Where we at? 87%.
Yes,
I
sir.
think we yeah.
Somewhere around that number, brother.
Is it better now because we're there versus if you got black men and white women or black women and black men? Is it better than that?
I'm gonna say it's is it better than what? Being with a black woman is better than being with a white woman or somebody other than black. Is
Black
that
men
your
and black women being together. Yes, is the community better now in
No,
2025?
no, because we have outside influences, but
And that's
I
what they
think it
don't
would
want to
be
talk about. So regardless of what you say at this point, that's what they don't want to talk about. Because when we was at more of a 90%, when we stuck with each other and had our own community, you seen the results of that. And when
I
integration
agree.
came along, of these choices, they're always thinking the white man eyes is colder, or thinking the white woman legs between her legs is warmer. This is the results you're getting.
my grandparents
I'm
tell me
asking, but
he
I'm
wish he was
asking a
still
question.
segregated.
I'm asking a question, folks.
Okay.
This is the reason why I'm asking the question, because we have a lot of scrutiny of people that are dating in 2025 up to 2025. They got mad scrutiny. That black man, and it's just a black man with a white woman. That's what I hear a lot of scrutiny come from, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking, what is the benefit of black folks in 2025 just sticking to black folks?
Because if we stick with each other, we can build our community up. Because that white woman that black man is with ain't thinking about no black community. To be
Have we
my
built our
extent,
community? Have we built our community up?
nope.
Okay, so
But what I'm trying to say, if
JT,
no, like
it's
listen,
not. It's not.
if we
Wait,
got like all of the men
JT.
that be on this
That's
panel
not
who want
JT.
to,
That's not a
we
salient
gotta give it
moment
another 60
because you
years,
want to
huh?
leave other things out of it. You want to leave other things out of it.
No, y'all
And that's
can.
the
You can
problem.
listen. I'm asking direct questions.
I
I'm
know
getting
you're
that,
asking
and
direct
I'm asking
questions.
right. So I don't leave. I'm not leaving anything out. I'm
Okay,
asking
well,
that. Now,
sometimes
if you want
direct
to
women.
pontificate
well,
on
I'm gonna
that,
say
then
this.
you
Can I say
feel
this?
Yeah, okay,
free.
then
I'm gonna
that's what I
say
want to
the
do. That's
people,
what I want to
the
do.
rich men
Because
that's
I
not staying
proved to
for
you
JT.
earlier that when we was at a higher rate and we
Y'all
stuck with
sound
each other.
crazy though, man.
No. Listen. JT, I told you when we was at a higher rate and we stuck with each other before integration came,
It did
that
better.
we was a much better people. And you
100.
agreed to that, right?
Yes, I did agree to that,
Okay.
but that
So
what we're
I
talking
don't
about
agree.
was
so
no. Hold
he
on.
don't agree, but
No.
No,
but
but that was
JT,
in the
reason why I say
past.
that.
I'm saying in 2025, we
Okay, well,
didn't got to
listen. You
2025.
got the results of 2025, not because it just came 2025. And that's why I say your question is loaded. Because if you can agree that went back when we only depend on ourselves, we was a much stronger nation. And it's
100.
only when we opened the door and people went out and people came in. This is why you getting the results you're getting in 2025.
Yeah, man, but I'm
100%.
asking, but listen what I just did. I just
Let's
asked
shut
the
the door.
question. Hold on.
Let's do it
I get that.
again.
No, I
Let's
get
do it
that. I
again
get,
then.
no,
But
listen.
wait a minute. If you say, wait a minute, JT, but listen what you're saying. I don't. You want us to answer your questions, but you're not even listening to what you're saying. You saying that at a time when we shut them doors and we start dating among 100, as closer to 100% that we can get, and we depend on each other without having outside forces or seeking outside and seeing turf and thinking it's grass. We had a better community, and I'm saying if you want to see that again in 225, 226, 230, then you're going to have to reproduce what you did to gain that result from the beginning.
Okay, so let me ask this question then.
Yeah,
Do you
I
see it
disagree.
happening in the next 20 years?
In the next 20 years, there's anything can happen in the next 20 years.
I know
No.
that. I'm asking.
Listen, JT. And the reason why I gave you that answer, is back when Obama was running for president, nobody seen it coming. A lot of black people, when he first started off, say we would never see a black president. And what I'm saying, when I have a belief, I don't care about if y'all don't have a belief. I have a belief. And I know things can happen overnight. I can look at patterns and say, well, I can't predict this to happen in the next 20 years. But I know how patterns are interrupted with spiritual intervention. And so I'm not going to tell you if I'm telling you it's possible.
Let
That's
me
all I
get.
can give you.
Go ahead, Black T. Go ahead and finish up. I got you, Scam. Go ahead, Black T.
Frizzy, I wanted to ask him a question.
Hold on, 1 second.
That's a
Hold
great
on,
question
Stan.
that he
Hold on,
asked,
Stan.
actually.
Hold on, 1 second, Stan. Let me get the lady in. Go ahead, Black T.
You know what? Why I feel God to place on my heart. I think things are going to get better because all of these negative influences out here in the world, whether it's media or how negative people think, the you know first come last and last come first, and we're going to get what I'm saying, what we deserve. And I think if we stick together, which meaning black with black and white with white, you know what I'm saying, it's better than crossing the races. Because like even in the household with my cousin who is married to a white woman, he gets mad when we start talking about like slave movies and stuff. Well, why we got to change ourselves? Because we're in your household with a bunch of other color people, because they might get offended because we're telling how we feel, about things that's going on today, but it was only caused because of their people. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna say I never would mess with a white person, because you know what I'm saying, you don't even know if you're messing with one of your people who enslaved your people. It's too much. I don't know. I just think we need to stick together. And it's better when you have a black man and a black woman as opposed to either a black woman and a white man, because they can't relate. They can't relate about anything growing up in life. I
You
don't.
do understand. Hold on. You do understand that there have been people that have not been. They've been interracial people that have been married for 50 plus years, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them. A
100%.
gang of them.
We understand.
So,
But
I
look at
agree
through
with
all
you
the
on that.
things they had to go through.
So what I'm asking is, and I want us to be able to actually, even if you don't have the answer to it, it's fine to say, I just don't have the answer right now. But you gotta admit that what I'm asking you guys is something that we actually have to take a look at. We would sit back and talk about people, and we were boasted this whole thing of black people need to stay with black people. Why? How does it benefit us now?
But
How does
JT,
it benefit us now? And you got to ask the question.
JT,
Blackbirds
you act as
don't
wait,
mess
wait,
with
JT,
red
you act
birds, and
as
white
if,
birds don't mess with blue birds.
hey,
That's why.
JT, I don't have to go that far. You act as if two things is not happening at the same time. That's the problem with your question.
What's the
Because
two
when I go
things?
wait, when I go into the Nation of Islam, I don't see no white people sitting in there. I see black
I
families who are
understand that.
intact. I see black families who are intact, who's building a community. That's what
So
I
so
see.
so don't listen, and that's why I say it's not a lot that I can disagree with on that point. Because if I go to someone in the Nation of Islam that's really into that, right, and I ask them that question, they have an answer to that. You guys ain't got no
You just ain't
answer.
like. No. I gave you an answer.
It's not about what I like. Actually, what I'm asking, this is what I'm asking. Actually, the question is actually rhetorical for a person to come back to think about what I'm asking them and then to actually go. It's more of a rhetorical question because the young lady already explained when she answered the question directly when I asked, is there a benefit to it right now? What was the answer that she gave me? Anybody? Is it better for black folks to be together?
I think
right
it
now?
is better for them to be together, but do we see anything happening because they're together? I'm gonna say more than we do when it's interracial. Because if
How
a
do you
black man,
wait? First you said no.
well,
Now
when
you
you say
change it.
things
Now you
better,
change your answer. Now watch. You change your answer, and then you said that now it's better than anything that's on the outside of that. Can you explain to me how it's better now?
okay, what I'm saying is, you asked that question. You said, "Is it better?" I don't see a whole lot out in the in public that it is better because a black man is with a black woman as opposed to the black man being with a white woman. But but I don't know. I don't see. Look, it's because it's not prevalent. I'm gonna say that.
That's why I said it was
It.
built. It was something for us to ponder. That's why I'm saying, folks, it's something. It's not something to trigger you guys. It's something for us to ponder, and later on for us to have this conversation. Because the answer is that it's not getting better. It's not. It's getting worse.
JT, I disagree with you.
Okay, explain.
I'm telling you why I disagree with you, and then I'm telling you why your question is only to you is not being answered. Okay, you take a guy who was born when the cellular phone when the cellular phone was created. He was born when the cellular phone was created. That's all he knows. All right, and he can only build on what he sees that cell phone do at that point and in the near future. Would you agree along with that? Right?
Yes.
Me, who started off climbing a fucking pole to make a telephone call and having a party line, I can tell you something different than that guy can tell you who was born in the cellular phone. Now you say it's getting worse, right? And I can tell you that I have seen worse.
Okay.
That's what I can tell you. So if I can tell you I seen worse, you can only talk about the things that you was born in and seeing for some reason or another, it's getting worse. But to the person who came off that ship, you ask them that question, I guarantee you they can give you a different answer. That's why I keep telling you. Your question is loaded to the information that you have at this point.
Can't be loaded, bro. It's a direct question, bro.
A direct question can be loaded. It's done all the time in the court system, JT. It's done all the time in the court system. These are tactics that lawyers use. It's still a loaded question.
Man, I'm not. I'm asking something with a panel of black folks, and I'm asking them direct questions. Is it better or is it worse?
I think it's worse because of the integration.
How would
if they would stay together, it would be even more better.
You want her to answer the question. Right. You want her to answer the question. But when I'm having a conversation with you, you're not laughing so much.
This is what I'm asking the question on, and I understand what you're saying. So that's why I'm laughing because the question keeps being answered, but you don't want to be straight up with it. At the end of the day,
what do you ask?
There's no listen. This is what I'm saying. There's no benefit. There's no benefit to black men and black women being married and procreating to each other right now in 2025.
Yes, it is. If they don't procreate, ain't gonna be no more black folk.
Oh, fuck.
It's gonna be a world full of mix. I'm about to say something wrong.
So what, you out of here? You gone?
Who, me? Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Your
right here.
kids, are your kids going to be gone or their kids going to be gone? What do you, I don't
I'm
understand what you're
saying if
talking
you
about
don't
when you
have a
say
black
that.
man and a black woman getting together, how are you going to make more black people? And I don't consider myself to be black because black is the color of your shirt. I'm
What is the
brown.
purpose? What is the purpose of us having black, white, and all these different colors of people? If I have a child and I have a child with someone that's not in the same ethnic background with me, that's still my child. Let me tell you what happens. That child still looks like me.
No, they don't.
That child still looks like that child. What? You
No, they don't.
so if a man, so there's been men that has had children with white women and other women from other ethnicities, and that child didn't look like that man. You telling me that right now?
Most of them don't. Because I got a cousin who married a Mexican. They always ask her if she babysitting.
Y'all agree with that? So do the panel agree with that? If a man has a child with a woman from a different ethnicity, or a woman have a child with a man from a different ethnicity, that child has nothing to do with that person.
I didn't say nothing.
The only reason I disagree with that is because I do know a lot
Y'all
about
talk about
genetics and
Barack
how
Obama
genealogies
all
work.
goddamn day, not
So
understanding that Barack Obama
I'm gonna
is
disagree with that.
neither and he's, this is the thing about Barack Obama. He's not black, he's not white, and he's black and he's white. Y'all would sit back and call that man, hold on. Y'all would call that man a fucking black man. And then we already understand that this black man has a white father and a white mother and a black father. And I'm not talking about you by yourself, Dad. If you don't, that's cool. But I'm talking about the masses do. Now that I asked a question, hold on. Now that I asked a question and it triggers a lot of people, now y'all want to go on this whole hookup. You can't say shit. Y'all, the first thing that y'all would sit back and say is that we had Barack Obama is the first black president. Am I lying about that?
You lying about it.
I don't subscribe to Barack being the first black president, brother. But I
I'm
wanted to
lying
ask you
about
a question, JT.
No,
Hold on, JT. I wanted to ask you a question.
Now I'm lying about it. Listen what I'm saying.
No, he's not lying
I don't
about
want
that.
to go.
JT's not lying about that.
Hold on, because you're gonna go too far away from my point. That young lady said that the child is not gonna look like the father nor the mother if that child is mixed with two different ethnicities. Are you serious?
I'm saying is, listen, JT.
Y'all tripping, man.
JT, I don't agree with that part, right? I don't agree with that part. But I want to ask you a question real quick.
Let me prove your
I want to
point.
ask you a question, JT. It's sincere, brother. Let me ask him this question real quick.
No,
I want to ask you a question, JT. Do you think it would be better for black people to? Do you think it would be better for the black man and the black woman to go part ways and procreate with other groups of people? Do you think we should go forward with just having mixed children? Do you think our community would get better if we did that?
I don't care how you do it.
I don't think that they should. I don't think that anybody should do what society is telling them to do because they think one thing. We are fucked up in our ways of thinking. What I'm saying is that it does not matter if that person white, black, or whatever it is in the skin tone. What actually affects us is culture. That affects us. The way that we think, the way that we were brought up.
I agree
Whether
with
we're
that.
black, white, or whatever. So that's my point. When I'm sitting back and I'm asking people, if we are sitting back and it comes from a point of this is the point that it comes from. We have so many black folks that would discredit another black folk when they're saying, listen, I'm still pro-black. And they say, but you got a white wife or you got mixed kids. How the fuck can you be pro-black? That shit don't make no sense to me. My point is that, okay, say that the man did or the woman did just stick with their own color. Does it make it better for the society of black folks? Is it making it better?
You know, my position is yes on that.
You're answering your own question. It's like I'm telling you, when things have already perfected itself, you're trying to go outside of you. You know what you're really talking about? You're talking about condition. You're talking about condition through historical facts that brought us to this point. You're not really even talking about black and white getting together. You're talking about a state of mind or people in a certain condition. But you want, wait. But you want really talk about how that condition came about. And so you're not really, that's why I keep saying about your question. You say you asking a person from the Nation of Islam, they have an answer to it. I've been in the Nation of Islam for 40 years, bro. You talking to an OG in FOI. And I'm telling you straight off, if you go sit up here and just talking about the condition of black people right now, you're talking about the condition of black people for your life, what you have seen. But if you go back further to your father's life, he would tell you something different. And his father would tell you something different. So I'm telling you, in 225, the way that we was in here, we're not even having this goddamn conversation if we have not been captivated by another group of people who thought that we was less than human beings. And that thought haven't changed yet.
Breezy, I'd like to comment whenever.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Scam. Shout out to 2 Cents just came on the panel too. Shout out. No Cap-tivity. Go ahead, Scam.
Simply put, I understand what JT's saying, and they answered the question, and then they answered it a different way. Then they answered a different way. Then over here, then over there, then over. Here's the deal. And I'm not advocating people. They're gonna date who they want anyway. I don't know people who've dated in the race got problems. Out the race don't have problems. Out the race do have problems. In the race, hey, it's gonna be what it is. I think that's what JT is referring to.
It is what it is, right?
Right, but here, hold on, let me finish. Here's the thing. We had a conversation. People refer to whatever examples or ever their vision of it is. I can see a black man and a white woman that I don't know, or black man, white, or black and Hispanic, whatever other race, or woman on man, man on woman, whatever. Other race, interracial. And all I see is that they're interracial or that there's two people. I won't make up some narrative of what happened 100 years ago, or it must be this. I won't make that up because you just don't know. If you want to know, ask them. But I don't say, well, all mixed people got these identity problems. But then you hear black people, the only people I hear talking about the identity problems is black people with other black people about being black. I grew up in a black neighborhood, went to HBCU. I don't participate in them conversations. Only time I hear is up here. Well, actually, I hear about, you think I'm a troll up here? You see me in real life. Oof, way worse. But something got to make sense and something got to be consistent and line up. And other thing I was going to say is, we say the black community was better and so much better, but then why did they ask for integration and why did they participate and maintain integration? They were asking for something, which means something, even if it was wrong, because I'm not going to say if that's a whole nother argument. They asked for something and fought and died for it, which means something had to not been all right. And the community that they were in, they didn't have a choice. Just like Hispanics that come over, you don't speak the language, you're going to be with some other Hispanics. Give them $1 million. Watch where they go. The biggest, best house, regardless of race.
They came here by choice. Don't put them in our argument. And this shows me how much you really know about history, Scam Likely. We didn't ask to be in white schools in the Board of Education. All right? That deal. You know what we asked for? To get the same funding. That's what the fuck they gave us. So you talking about people out there fighting and they asked for this. You know what we was asking for? To be treated as a man. To have the same opportunity as everybody else. We didn't ask for no integration. We were not there marching for no goddamn integration. Where the fuck you get that from? And that's that slouch ass history y'all think y'all know. When the Brown versus Board of Education, we was asking for the same funds to fund our school as they had to fund their school. You know what they did? They said, you know what? We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What we can do is bust the school open so we don't have to support the black school. And then number 2, we're going to put these black kids to sit in the seat where they'll learn how to be inferior by reading the history books and being educated. And the white kids will learn how to be superior by reading out the same goddamn books. When you start getting up and start talking about history, what we fought for, know what the fuck you talking about.
Let me
So
ask.
did
Let
they
me ask a
participate
question.
in it
Let
or
me ask.
not?
Can I ask a question?
Hold on,
Can I
before you
ask a
go,
question?
JT, let me get Saint in there. Go ahead, Saint, because he's been waiting. Go ahead, Saint.
Oh, go ahead.
I thought it was a great question, especially for us to really think about. But you know, the the whole mixed race thing. I've seen mixed race people that get along very well, that have healthy relationships. But in my lifetime in living, so to say, before I subscribe to the idea that I should take a black wife if I'm standing on pro-black, pan-African type of business, or just being pro-black in general, when you look at the fundamental definition of what it means to be pro-black, it is to be for the black man, woman, and child. So if I want to be with somebody that's not a black woman, then I shouldn't be saying I'm pro-black, because that's what it really means, right? But it's okay to date whoever you want to date. I just think it's conducive for us as a community to procreate with ourselves. I just think it's better for us to do that. But you can do what you want to do, and I'm not going to treat you any different, or be disrespectful to you, or not be kind and genuine, and come in good faith just because you another race or group of people, or even if you in a mixed relationship. But from what I've noticed, us being with ourselves, us being homogenous is the term, or practicing it is important. And a lot of people throw this term we're all mixed up around. 63% of African Americans have the E1B1A Y chromosome genetic haplogroup marker. So more than half of us have the same genetic marker. And the other half of black people who don't come from the R family. Those are black people who more than likely came from the line of a Caucasian man, due to the situation with the obviously the sexual crimes that took place in slavery, right? But they're still black people too. So we can still practice homogeny even with us having those two different genetic haplogroups, because more than half of us have the same genetic haplogroup. So we're not really as mixed as people like to make it seem. If you know anything about genetics, if you've ever taken a 23andMe or ancestry.com type of thing. So we're not as mixed as people like to make it seem we are. But go ahead, brother.
You're saying half the men are really black, half of them aren't, but we're not mixed.
Half, I'm saying, what I'm saying is this: half of us, black men and women, have the same Y chromosome genetic marker. Half of us have the same marker, right? But the other half, obviously, because of great, have a genetic marker that comes from Caucasians, right? But we still accept them as black people. LeVar Burton would still be
Oh my
considered a black person, even though he goes back to a white grandfather.
What
So we
happens
don't
if
have to
you
be
take
over.
two
Give me
things
one
and
second,
mix them
brother. I'm
and
finna
put
land
them
right.
half and
I'm
half
finna land
together?
right here, brother. We don't have to be over righteous in practicing homogeny, but it's good for us to practice it to the best of our ability. But we ain't gotta go to infinity and beyond with Buzz Lightyear and shit over this shit. But it's important for us to practice
I can agree with
what
that.
we can practice. You know, it's important for us to at least make an attempt to have some homogenous practices.
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree exactly with what you're saying on that point. But my point is this: we would sit back and like I said, we will look at a brother, and because he has a white wife or a non-black wife, and I'm just talking about black folks. Let me just put a person that's out there, Dr. Umar.
No,
Donations.
no.
He would sit back. Hold on. Let me just say, he would sit. No, because he represents people that still follow him. This motherfucker still got a large following, right? And he would sit back and say, I can't respect a black man that marries or have a relationship with a white woman. I can't do it, right? And he has thousands, hundreds of thousands, probably millions that agree with him. That's what brings my question to why not?
JT.
What is it that we benefit
That's
from it
wrong.
in
You shouldn't
2021?
disrespect somebody
I mean,
based off that. He's right for
2025.
saying that.
He wants to
He's not
make
right
his
for saying
own
that,
stuff,
brother.
and
You
you
should
know
have
it. Come
respect
on,
for
man.
people in general. He's
Breezy,
not
I'm gonna
right for
ask you a
saying that
question. Breezy,
aspect of it.
Okay, hold
Now,
on.
He's not
Saint,
right for saying that.
Saint, I'm not saying this to trigger anybody. I'm saying it because I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm asking is, what is the end result to these things right now in 2025? Are we, as black folks, are we making better communities? Are we going ahead? Are we do we are is it that our children are the is it that our children are they learning what their heritage is black, and they're taking it and they're bringing it to their children? and on so on and on forth and all these different things. Is these things happening right now? Is this the reason why black men and black women, what we see today, should be together with one another? What we see today, do we see the homogenous type of lifestyle that we're destined to live? Are we seeing it now? 2025, 2026, 2027, on and on forward. Do we see this shit happening right now?
Hey, Freezy,
We're
I
not
gotta go, but I'm
progressing
gonna ask
in
you
the
a
way that
question.
we should.
Hey,
Go
Freezy, I
ahead. Go
gotta
ahead,
go.
OG.
I'm gonna ask you a question, and I cut my mic off because I'm tired of people talking over me. Um, I'm gonna ask you a question. You're a Laker fan, all right? I'm just making you a Laker fan. I'm not saying you're a Laker fan, right?
Okay.
Because
And you say
that's haram.
okay. You're a Laker fan, and you're a diehard Laker fan. And
Yeah.
not only are you a Laker fan, Freezy, you
He a
play for
Heat
the Lakers.
fan.
You play for the Lakers, right? So would anybody believe that you're a true-hearted Laker teammate if you go in halftime and you're playing against the Clippers and you come back out there with a Clippers uniform on? But you're gonna
Nah.
say you're a goddamn Laker?
Nah.
So that's the kind of question this bullshit.
Definitely not.
I understand. Wait, no,
You
not you,
missed that,
JT.
OG.
No,
Oh,
JT,
okay.
not you, not
Oh,
you,
my bad.
not you. Okay,
My bad.
not you. But see,
My bad.
when somebody answers a question, a lot of questions be answered within sometimes 20 seconds. Now we are having discussions about why this question came about. And that's why I gave you that reverse thing. And so you shouldn't be afraid, even when a person answers your question, you say, okay, they answered my question. Now we're having a discussion about the question. It's just like when Freezy plays these little short clips and then he asks you what you think about it. All right? A person to give their opinion, what they think about it. And then now they started to have the discussion about what everybody thought about that. So we shouldn't be surprised about how conversations go. I mean, human beings live a life. They don't live structure. You know what I mean?
There you go.
It's like if you was hanging out in a bar, you was talking to a guy, it'd be the same thing, my brother.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm not scared of the convo. And so when people start bringing up stuff, there's a difference between having the right to be treated equality versus integration. You got to look at them movements. When y'all start looking at history, y'all got to go back and look at them movements, what they're really, because SNCC was ran by young people. And their thing was not to integrate, just only to be treated equality. And that's how a lot of these laws got passed in the 60s. Instead of making it equality, they force you to integrate. Integrate has nothing to do with equality. If you meet a Spanish man on the street, you don't cuss him out and be racist against him because he's a Spanish man. He ain't asking you to take him to his house, feed him at his house, or let him come to your restaurant. He just wants you to respect him as a man. So there's a difference in that movement, and I think a lot of the younger people who went to this this devil school and learned this history versus history, they have these concepts in their head about what the 60s was about. The 60s was about being respected and having equality, not so much integration. Y'all stuck on some of the Martin Luther King speeches, but you never listened to Carmichael. You never listened to a lot of the Malcolm speeches, who was not speaking of integration, but only to be speaking on trying to be respected. And I leave it at that. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
Love you, OG.
Freezer, thank you for letting me up.
All right. Shalom, Elder.
All right.
Salute, bro.
I wanted to answer the question you asked me, brother. We're not trending in the way that we should as a community, but it goes back to something you said that's actually the problem. It's a cultural thing with us, and there needs to be fundamental changes in Black American culture. So the solution you actually gave, right? So to be honest, I have to be honest and say we're not trending in the direction we should as a community, but the problem is what you actually addressed and brought up. It's a cultural thing with us.
Okay. I rock with it.
I thought Freezy was talking. He's talking on the phone. I was just gonna say this. JT kind of made his point pretty clear. You hear these people talking about black against black on black, and black ain't right, blackity black. And almost screaming dudes' veins popping out the side of their foreheads, yelling at black women. Black women starting channels talking about all the crazy stuff. And then then somebody could date out the race and they actually rocking. And you say that, no, y'all doing it wrong because of black. It don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty simple. And then y'all say, no, it's worse over there. It's better. And y'all can't even articulate how it's better. That's his whole point. It's pretty simple. And y'all answered his questions and proved him to be right. And he never said, everybody go date out. That's not what he said. That's not what I would say. Mm-hmm. But it's not crucifying people for dating out. And then most of the junk that you hear is black against black. Is that kind of what you were saying, JT?
That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying.
And then the narrative. And some of it was... may I land the plane, Freezy? I want to cut you off.
No. You've been waiting to talk anyway. Go ahead.
Okay. J Speed said something that I can kind of get. He was Nation of Islam. They have their belief. They have their black people rocking with black people, building black people a certain way. I could understand why he would say what he would say. And they rock it, and they got the result. Cool. There are also people, but on the other hand, there are also people who are interracial, biracial, or whatever, and they rocking too, even if it's a small percentage. Most people just ain't rocking. Black, half black, kind of black, they're not. What? Oh, let me tell you something else. I don't know how y'all ain't figured this out. Most Hispanic people are not rocking. Most white people don't stick together because of white. That is not true. They sabotaging each other right now. When white women are cheating, who do you think they cheating with? Another white guy. That means another white dude screwing over another white dude's home. And it's happening every day all the way since back then. And why people think, well, these communities is all together. Shit.
No, when you talk to them, we done talked to so many doggone white dudes that are on here. The first thing they say is, I don't know why y'all think we got this unity with each other.
But JT, you was in the
every
army,
white
right?
dude I've ever talked to, every white dude I've ever talked to, the number one thing that they'll tell us is that I don't rock with all white people. I don't.
JT,
we been separated. They tell us we've been separated for hundreds of years. That's why you very seldom see. Tell me, Freezy, when the last time you saw a white family reunion at a park and it was like 150 plus people at a fucking white family reunion? You ain't seen that shit.
Have y'all been on a white
get-togethers?
Yeah.
Have y'all been on a white dust panel?
They don't fuck with each other like that. None of them motherfuckers fuck with each other. And guess what we did? We adopted that. That's the reason why I came up with what I said too, Freezy. Black folks in America adopted the same thing that they were doing. We just slow at it because we was about unity. Now we're doing the same thing that they've done hundreds of years ago already. We separated. Think about this. This is who I don't fuck with. I don't fuck with that motherfucker. I don't fuck with that motherfucker. I don't fuck. We have shit like that where we talk about who we don't fuck with more than who we do.
JT, you been on a white dust panel before?
Huh?
Have you been on a white dust panel before?
A couple of times, yeah. Yeah, it's worse.
Way worse.
It's terrible. I couldn't stay it. I couldn't stand it, dog. I couldn't stand the fucking voices. Nasal ass voice.
Let me get hot sauce in the conversation. What's going on, hot sauce?
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom.
Shalom. To you, Freezy. Shout out to the brothers on the panel.
What up, though?
I just want to say, man, when we keep saying like other races don't do this and that like that, we're really undermining the black male experience. The black male is over policed, right? Whether it's over policed, whether it's on a public opinion level, corporate level, criminal justice level, whatever, right? Just niggas can't do shit. And nobody else has faced that in America, man. We really don't. And then you want to talk about other races' relationships and their dynamics is very different than what it is for ours, right? Like we our you know what I mean? It's just very, very different, right? Extremely different, and we have been dealing with it for a much longer time than they have. So you cannot you really cannot compare the African American experience or the ADOS male experience to anyone in America, because it's just so unique with so many different levels. Because even if you want to look at, okay, well, look at how our women treat us versus how white women treat their white men or Asians, whatever, it's totally different. And it's been metastasized since we been on this side of the earth. So we really can't do that. And when we do that, I think that makes the conversation a bit disingenuous, because really when it comes down to how we're treated, versus, deserving and undeserving, right? We are really an underserved, disenfranchised group of folks. Both we're being underserved both by mainstream majority, and then we're also being underserved by our fellow tribe members, our fellow cohorts. So I just wanted to add that. I'll leave it there.
Can I ask you?
Before you say that, JJ, Black T, if you're listening, join our Discord, Black T, and follow us on Instagram, Black T. No Cap-tivity with Freezy. No Cap-tivity with Freezy, Black T. Make sure you do that, Black T. Thank you. And if you want to, you can come back up too. Go ahead, JT.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, Hassas. I think you was on the last panel that I asked this question on. Black men being with black women, does it make the community better? And if so, how?
Probably,
and have we?
Probably. No, it won't make the black community better. It won't. I don't think so. I don't believe just because you're black you should marry black. You should marry who you love, who you align with, who you can get along with. Now, if that's a black woman, great. If that's not a black woman, that's also fine. Same thing. If that's a black man for you, great. If it's someone else, that's also for you. I don't think the way to make the black community better is by coupling up with people you can't fucking stand.
Wow. Let me get in there, Freezy, after he finished.
Yeah, go ahead, 2 cents. Jay, I'm gonna read. I don't usually read non super chats and non cash caps, but Jay Davila, what's going on, sis? She said, without black men and black women, there is no black community. Go ahead, 2 cents.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with this one right here. Imagine this. If I walked into a room and I said, Freezy, I think your head is so sharp. And JT was standing beside you with his hat on. He might sit over there and think his head ain't sharp because I didn't say anything about his head. This is a mindset that people, because I didn't say anything about his head, he might assume that I'm saying he's not sharp. And this is what we think about when I say pro-black. People think pro-black means I can't like anything else but my race. That's not true. You can still love your people. You can still love other things and other races. It is okay. Now, when we're talking about people dating outside of their race and things like that, it does happen because you do have free will to do that. Now, the whole thing that what JT was speaking about, I don't think that we should date. Black women dating black men. Okay, I tell you what. Ask the Asians, ask the Mexicans, and everybody.
Hold on.
Let me finish it right quick.
I didn't say
Go
that.
ahead, go
I
ahead.
didn't say that.
Go ahead.
I didn't say that, bro.
It's not going to help. It's not going to help. It's not going to help is what you said. Let me quote you right. You said it's not, is it really going to help? I get it. I understand that. But I don't want to harp on that part of it. But I get what you're saying. No nationality or race are just going to tear up their communities and just date all out of it. Because we're not doing it. We're dating pretty high. within our race. We're actually doing that at this point in time in our life. And if anybody's confused about if Obama was our first black president, okay, is he a white president? That's all we're saying. He's not FBA. They didn't say, oh, it's our first FBA president. So if you're confused, no, he's the first black president. When he get arrested or if he get a ticket, he's signing it saying black, not FBA. We're trying to delineate at this point in time, just like everybody else, when they do their little positive stuff, it's going to say, he's Nigerian and we're, he's this, that, and other. They are delineating from us until it's negative. That's why when we're talking about it now about Obama, they almost trying to delineate about his blackness right now. They're gonna call him Kenyan because it's positive. This why you're seeing this in this era right now in the last 2 years about Obama. People are delineating from us when they do something positive. They're gonna say, "I'm Nigerian."
Do you understand? Hold on. Let me say this. Because I want to hold on. I want to say this with 2 cents, and I want to have this back and forth with you. Do you understand when you guys are talking about FBA, ADOS, and shit like that? Y'all just muddling. You just muddling the waters even more. Now there's more separation that comes behind that. That's crazy. That right there from what the question I was just asking, it's just a simple ass question, and what that did right there, that part right there, he's FBA. All I said was when it came down to Barack Obama, he's mixed. It ain't had nothing to do with FBA, ADOS, or none of that stuff. That man was he's a Caucasian man and he's a black man.
Right.
And then everybody would sit back and they would dissect this man and they would call this motherfucker non-FBA and all that crazy ass shit right here. It's crazy to me.
It is now because that's done on purpose, Mr. JT. Mr. JT, it's done on purpose at this point in time because we have been played for suckers for so long. Oh yeah, but hold on. I just want to answer Mr. JT real quick.
I'm gonna let you go hot sauce after 2 cents. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I go with the hot sauce?
Only reason why you got to understand it's being done on purpose now. You have to understand that. People are saying it on purpose. We are trying, it's done deliberate because of what people have done to black people. Because we actually thought that people that immigrated to the country were actually going to stand for us, and they actually didn't. Can you imagine showing up to an Asian rally and it's ran by black people? It's not happening. You got people at your jobs and stuff. They think there's a black person. Dude, this Umbatu is standing up there in front of us. He does not care about us. He has a lineage that goes to Kenya and Nigeria that he's trying to get money back and support his family. I get it now. Before we didn't. We actually thought he was actually trying to help them. If you ask most of them, they're saying, man, we trying to get this money and extract these resources and send it back home. And now people are sitting here with their jaw on the ground and they're not catching on to it until later on like we did. That's all I'm saying. Yes, the delineation is on purpose. I apologize if it's offending people, but yes, it's on purpose. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
hot sauce.
Oh, you gotta delineate. You gotta have. You gotta delineate. You gotta have your own culture, your own language, your own social norms, and things like that. That is how you learn how to work together. Because when you don't have your own, what happens is that the other group that has their own starts to absorb you, right, and start making demands on you, and start making you practice their things because you don't have your culture, or you refuse to differentiate. We can be different but still work together, right? Nigerians and Kenyans will not say that we're all Africans. Nigerians will say they're Nigerian, and and Kenyans will say they're Kenyans. Facts. Italians get upset when you call them white. because they have a heritage and a culture. It doesn't stop them to working with other Europeans, but they let you know, okay, this over here is Italian time, right? So, the point is that we are taught that it doesn't matter because that's one of the ways that you get oppressed, right? You don't have self esteem. You don't stand up for yourself. You don't have pride.
Right. Oh shit.
How sauce your audio went? Okay, you back. You back
Okay,
now.
you don't, right? You don't have things to stand on, so you get absorbed, right? And so it's there's nothing wrong, man. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Okay, I'm ADOS and you niggas are kids. There's nothing. It doesn't stop us from working together. Chinese people say they're Chinese. Other people say they're South Korean. Doesn't
Korean.
stop them.
Isn't Japanese Chinese too?
I'm
Just
not gonna say
they
that.
just separated. They just separated from the government.
I can't talk about that.
Okay. Oh, my bad. I understand. Yep. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I understand it. I understand. That's why even when I bring it up as far as like FBA, ADOS, and things like that, I think it's just premature. I just that's just my whole thing. I think we're not at that space where we're ready to start separating ourselves. We ain't recovered from being separated.
That's step one, man. That's step one.
Nah, I think that first thing that we need to do before we start doing this FBA and ADOS shit, first thing we need to do is legally stop calling ourselves black.
Oh, sure.
And then and then we go through that process and we get that together, and then we can start looking at it that way. But if we're looking at it in a sense of right now of separating ourselves, it's only going to be an overcorrection, and we're going to fail again. We're going to drop the ball one more again. That's just how I look at it. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying the way that I see it, that shit don't look right either. It's like, like Day said, that's fucked up too. It's not, it doesn't make any sense to me. When we haven't corrected us being united.
I think it looks fucked up because we're not used to having our own. And that's why it looks fucked up.
Yes, I can agree with that too.
Yeah. Do you really think the Mexicans really care about the Puerto Ricans? And are they okay? But what you're saying, I get your point. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I don't know what an 80. I know what ADOS is and stuff, but I don't really recognize it no more than BLM or whatever, the Black Lives Matter, bro. Stuff like that. You got to understand, like
BDLO.
No, BLM, the Black Lives Matter. Bro, I've never seen any of these people around me and all that. Bro, you know for a fact, all that was college kids, a whole bunch of white people and stuff like that, and the LGBT community. You know for a fact you ain't really donated no money to that. That was a front and all of this stuff. But I'm getting a backlash from things like that. And this is what I'm talking about. When it comes to people trying to represent me, and it's not me. Just like they get a lot of immigrants and stuff, bro. They get a chance to represent me. Guess what? I don't get a chance to do. I don't get a chance to represent Mexicans. I don't get a chance to represent white people. Everybody get a chance to represent black people. That's what I'm saying to you. That's why we're trying to get the title. It's hard to put a name. You can't represent foundational Black Americans if you from the Philippines and you from Africa. It's hard to put your name on it. But guess what? It's easier to put your name on an ADOS. And you from, hey man, I'm from Jamaica, man. My people was a slave too. So that's why we're trying to put the name FBA. You're not seeing it like we seeing it. Forget all that other stuff, BLM and Black Lives Matter. Everybody can attach their name to it. You're not seeing the bigger picture, my brother.
No. Listen, this is the thing.
Bullshit, to be honest.
When you're talking about find a foundational black, again, what did I say earlier? First thing we have to do is stop calling ourselves what? Black. That has no status. Black is a no man. Black has no meaning. That's the problem that we have right now. I think we put the cart before the horse. That's why I say what I said. Foundational black, nah.
No.
We got to get
Say it
rid of
all.
we.
Say it all. Foundation of Black American.
I
Say
stopped
it
at
all.
black. No, listen to what I'm saying. I stopped at black because legally, we are no man when we call ourselves black. We are a no man. So you need to take that bullshit out of the goddamn acronym. That's my point. That was what I was saying before. That's why I'm saying what I say. We would sit back as black folks and just jump on shit because it makes us feel good. That's my whole point. Instead of challenging ourselves to do better, we would sit back and we would sit back and argue over some bullshit. And then when somebody is telling you something that you have to separate from, you know why it's hard for you to separate from it? Because it's just like surgery. When we say, and I kept saying it, take the black out of it, man.
Okay.
And we still gonna say, well, let's go with FBA. No, take the black out of it. Well, we just gonna call ourselves man, fuck all that. You can't do it. And like I said, you overcorrecting already when you ain't even corrected the first thing that you was supposed to correct. And the thing is for us to have unity in America, to sit first and foremost, to understand this is our country here. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. Africa is not my country. I was born in Detroit. I was raised in Detroit, Michigan. At the end of the day, I am an American. I am a veteran. I have status here. I have fucking status here. Let me tell you what ain't my status. Black. Black ain't my status. I'm a veteran. I have a disabled. I'm also, I work for the federal government. These are statuses that I have.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that when you say I'm American, right? Well, are you indigenous? Do you have the same bloodline as the indigenous people here?
Thank you. Now that right there, hold on. Now that right there, that's what I'm working on right now to see if I am indigenous to this land. I'm working on that right there, hot sauce. Absolutely, that's what I'm working on. So I'm conscious of the things that I'm saying, and I'm conscious of the things that I'm doing. So when you say that, yes, I'm working on it. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. The answer is I don't know right now.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me get Scam in there. Go ahead, Scam.
Yeah, I just got to say it as it is. FBA, FDA, whatever it is, the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
FOC, CAD, ABC, LMNOP.
Right. And part of it, I agree with something. Me and JSP don't get it. We don't get it.
I'm listening to you guys, man. Let me clock out for a minute.
All right.
Okay. Me and JSP, we bump heads all the time. But one thing he did say, people say they got a problem with their prisoners and they got a problem with the prison. Why don't they get together and turn on the warden? Instead, they spend more time beating each other up. So it's supposedly a black problem. So let's go find some Nigerians, Haitians, and Jamaicans and go blame everything on them. And if you wanted to go toe-to-toe with them, you understand that they make more money. Their families and their marriage rates is way higher. And they actually do have their communities rocking. So you might want to listen to them. But not all of them, because they ain't perfect, just like all black ain't perfect. But most of them aren't just the bad narrative. Most of them don't care. Most of them, you don't even know who they are. You don't know if JT Jamaican. You don't know if Freezy Haitian. How would you know? There's Hispanics that you walk around, live in Florida. You don't know who, even when they talk, you might not catch it until like the third conversation. You don't even know who they are. Y'all got posters on your wall, basketball, car, football, cheering on right now, Nigerians and Haitians. And you don't even know who they are. Or half Haitian, second, third generation. You don't even know who they are.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But you know what? I guess it's somehow productive. to be pro-black and go look for the first other black people to go fight with and get your ass whooped. Just like fighting with the damn women. Talking about we trying to build a community. Okay. All right, I got you. Or the
I
women
understand
fighting
it
with
now,
the men.
Freeze.
It goes on both sides. Fighting with the damn gender. What the hell y'all doing to the damn kids then? Oh my God.
Well,
That's
like
what
like
wanna
I said,
say.
right? You gotta, like, when it comes to whether black women are suitable for black men, or what's the topic? Why are black women pushing what white men? What is Freezy? What's the topic? Are black women pushing
It says,
black men?
are black women the reason why black men date white women?
How can I look, you date who you love, you date who you get along with, you date with what you align, and you marry who you align with, right? And for some people that's going to be black women, for some people that's not going to be black women, right? And you can still be pro quote unquote black in all in both those aspects, but at the end of the day, identity is the benefit for you, not so much the benefit of others. Who cares whatever they think I am, right? Identity is for my benefit. Identity is for my tribe, right? And I will venture to say, I would venture to say 40 to 50% of the problems that we have is because of a lack of cohesive identity. Some people say we Indian or indigenous. Sorry. Some people say we're from descendants of slaves. Some people say the slave trade never happened. Right? Other people say we Mexicans, we dark ass Mexicans, whatever. Right? But this goes to the bigger issue, right? If we don't have agreed upon cohesive identity, and because we don't have that, we don't have rules, we don't have regulations, we don't have solid customs. Everybody kind of do what they want, and when you're in a society where you do what you want, you get these results, right? You get these results, and these results are not great.
This is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna get our final thoughts, y'all. Cause I could tell you what I am.
Yeah, so
Sleep.
can I,
I'm
right?
sleepy.
No, yeah, don't do it. Hey, let me close. Let me go first. Yeah, I'm sleepy as hell too. It's 3 o'clock over here. Yeah, let
Okay,
me get
cool.
out of here. Okay,
Go ahead. Go
now
ahead, Tristan.
it's making sense. It's making a lot of sense. Imagine this, Freeze. If I gave you a house right now with nothing attached, you don't know nothing about it, you would sell that house and get whatever. It's 300,000 right now. It's worth it, and you can just get rid of it. But if I told you, and it's in the family, it's been in the family for 300 years, you would think about it a lot more before you just sold the house and got rid of it. Because my grandfather had it, and he died, and he did, and he was a slave, and this, that, and other. See, when I hear people like with JT, he don't even know his lineage. So when I hear people like that, or immigrants, and he's not here, so I shouldn't say his name right now. But when I
Oh no,
hear
I'm
people
here.
that
I'm
don't,
here. I'm here. I'm
okay,
here. I
okay,
want to hear
but when
this
I don't,
shit.
when people that don't have a dog in the fight, so I can understand it, and I don't. It registers in my mind. If they don't have a dog in the fight, they don't care. It's like a child that don't know that their grandfather fought in a war and he died for this, or he did this to pass it down to their children. They really don't care. I get it. Like, if
And
you
you
don't
don't.
know the history of something, they might not care. I ain't saying JT don't care, so I'm not personalizing it. But you don't even know what it is and what the history of something. Yeah, you might not even care. So when the immigrant come over, they don't care. They come over, all they know is Martin Luther King. They don't know what foundational Black Americans, whether you know what it is, or you might not care. Yeah, it's some blood, sweat, and tears that we went through and got hosed down, bit by dogs, and all that.
You
I know
ain't.
you come over here. That you don't
You
care.
haven't.
We get it.
You haven't.
You prove your
You
point.
haven't. You
No, I'm
haven't.
just saying. I had a father and I had a grandfather. I watched him. Couldn't look a white man in the eye.
So the reason why I said what I hold on, because you took what I said and you ran with that shit. When I told
don't
you I
personalize.
don't
I didn't
know.
mean to say it like that. But I'm saying you might not have a dog in the fight.
No,
You
hold on,
you
hold
don't
on.
even
The
know. I
reason
know my
why
lineage. I know my
let me
lineage,
explain.
and I know my history.
Let me explain to you what I meant, because I do know my lineage. I've been doing the work dog for 4 or 5 years now. The reason why I said that the indigenous part was for the simple fact that there are lost records. I got family. Understand this. I think I'm at probably about 1 million people that I've already researched that ain't even here anymore. I got records of my family. The reason why I said that I don't know there's a part of my family that is not indigenous because we don't have records of that.
Okay.
Only thing that I can get to is the slavery part. I think as far as I went was like 1862. That's as far as I can get. You know why? Not because I didn't do the work. It's because I did do the work and I found out that guess what? We got lost fucking records of that.
Okay. They did that.
That shit don't. I can tell you one. I can tell you one thing. It don't trace us all the way back to Africa. About 18. Right. So that's what I was saying. Not saying that
I didn't come off a
I
slave
didn't do
ship.
the work.
Yeah, my family didn't come off a slave ship, is what I'm telling you. And see, that's why I'm saying I don't have the same connection. People think that all of us came off the boat. And look, that's not what it is. That's a fallacy. And
Let me ask
I
you a
don't have a
question, bro.
connection to Africa like that. That's all I was saying. Yeah, I didn't come from Africa like everybody think it is. Some people are indigenous to this land. So I have a different connection than other people. I got blood, sweat, and tears. I can trace my lineage back several years. We still got country land. We indigenous to this land. So yes, I do care. It's a lot of people come on. No, you care about no foundation.
Do you know that for a fact that your family was indigenous to this land?
Talk to my brother, bro. That's all. I'm not. Hey, ain't no dox myself. But yeah, trust me, bro. I'm not.
That's not what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter. It's anecdotal. Even if I did, it's anecdotal. It's anecdotal. It's anecdotal. That's all I'm gonna say. It's anecdotal.
No, I'm not saying about it. It's been anecdotal because you did put my name in there. So what I'm saying is that how much do you know about your family? Do you actually know who your great grandfather is?
I actually do.
And I ain't talking about just one of them, because you got a bunch of them.
Yes.
Can you trace back at least 1,600 of the people that's responsible for you before you even got here? Can you trace that right now? And do you have documentation for that? Yeah, I know crickets.
No. What you saying? It was like, yeah, you asked a specific question. I would have to think about what you talk about. I know enough that I can go back more than 18. I can go back when more than 18. What you say? 1862 or whatever it was you're talking about.
Brother, I asked you. Hold on. I asked you a question. I asked you, do you know who your great grandfathers are? Do you know who they are?
Specifically right now, no, I don't.
Okay, man.
So
Well, you can't
what's
tell
the point?
me. You can't. The point is this.
What's your point? What's your point?
I'm about to tell you my point. The point is this. I can tell you for a fact that I don't know if I'm indigenous to this land because I did the research and I found that there was missing documents. You just talking shit.
What do you mean? You saying I know personally?
Your great grandfather's name. You don't even know your great grandfather's name. Man, y'all niggas get on this motherfucker.
What the fuck is you talking about? I barely know my auntie name right now. What the hell are you talking about? I'm saying I got access to it. I got access to it. You goddamn. Man, hey man, I'm done. Hey, Freezy, I'm done. This dude,
I know
hey,
you
you doing
done. You
too
was
much.
already cooked,
You,
nigga. You was
you,
done
hey,
already.
you doing too much
Talking about,
because
boy,
you don't
y'all
even
was
know. You don't even know if you from goddamn Jamaica or whatever. I'm telling you,
evidently
my
you
family
don't.
lineage is from here.
What's your great
It's
great
from here.
grandfather's name then?
From the
Cleota
United
Smith
States. I'm
III.
telling you, dude, I don't even know my auntie name
Man,
from
well, shut the fuck up talking to me
from
then.
two January.
The
I'm talking
fuck
about
you
their
talking
name.
about, man?
I'm talking about I don't know them personally. I don't even know my damn niece.
All
I
right,
don't
man.
even know my damn niece name,
Freezy tired, bro.
baby's name.
Freezy tired.
Come
It's
on,
time to
bro,
get the
stop
fuck up
it.
out of here,
You
bro.
tripping. You asking me people names specifically.
Please,
You get out of
can I
here,
get my
bro.
final thoughts?
You
Can I
stupid.
get my final thoughts?
You
Because
asking me people names.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why would I know their name? Why?
Hey,
Okay,
man, you still
listen.
my homie,
Why would
dog.
I
You
know
still my
the
homie.
name of a
can I
dead
get my final
person?
thought? Keep me.
JT,
Okay.
answer this.
Okay.
Why would I
You
know
Final
the
good,
thoughts.
name?
bro.
Answer
Final
this.
thoughts.
Why would I know the name of dead people hundreds of years ago? Bro,
Because
I
they're
got nieces and
responsible.
nephews right now.
Because they're
I can barely
responsible for
remember the
you.
name of them right now.
Listen,
You
they're
ain't got to talk over
responsible.
me.
Freezy, wake up. Freezy, wake
No,
up.
They're
no,
Wake up.
hold
Yeah,
on. Let
responsible.
me say this,
They're
Freezy, before I
responsible
let this
for you,
clown get up
homie.
out of here.
That's
No,
why. That's why.
hold
Because
on,
they're
JT. Let
responsible
me say
for
this
you
before I
being
get out the
here.
stage.
They're
Hold on,
responsible
JT.
for you being here. That's
Hold
why
on,
you should
JT.
know.
Hold on. Listen, JT. Let me say this. I'm saying to you right now, bro, I got nieces, I got nephews. I love them to death. They're here on this earth with children. I promise you, I probably don't even know all of their children names, and they living. And you sitting here trying to ask me about some people that live on this earth and they dead, and I don't even know their names. I was like, man, you trying to play little games to prove your point. You sound stupid to me. And why would I still sit here and do that? I don't even do revolutionary
Freezy, can
history and
we
stuff. You trying to ask me
can
something
we
on the
move
point.
on?
You trying to ask me something on the
God
point.
damn.
So
We got the
okay,
shit
It
on
so
makes
tape,
no
dog.
it makes no sense.
no, I got
We got the
your
shit on tape.
2 cents. Thank you for your final thoughts, man. Go
Yeah.
ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead.
All right, so JT is the reason why I date out, because this nigga is super crazy, and I don't want to be related to this nigga by blood or by marriage. Both, do y'all recognize what just happened here? That shit was insane. Like, look, John Henry Clark said it best. Black people should only interact with black people when it's necessary, because we got, man, we fucked up. That's my final thoughts, man. God damn, y'all take it easy.
Shout out to you, hot
God
sauce. Shout out to hot
Shout
sauce
out to
in the
hot
building.
sauce. Kiss my ass.
Listen, shout out to Nano Civic Good East, and shout out to Mo Love. Shout out to all the mods that's been working fervently in the chat. Shout out to Fear No Mortals. Just J. Shout out to all the mods that's been working real hard in the chat. Do what 907 says. Support the show by sending a super cap with your thoughts or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Before the show ends, I can read your support. Go ahead, Scam Likely. What's your final thoughts, bro?
Good morning or good evening, whatever time zone you're in, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the dust-a-thon that you just witnessed. FBA is capital dust. If you're running into these blackities talking to blickety black, pro-black, black, stay black, blickety black, run. Run as fast as you can, jump over a fence, and if it's a dog chasing you, trip the dog and keep on running, because it's some stupid shit. They don't know who's Nigerian, Jamaican, part this, right? And then they go all the way back to these DNAs from the 1820s and digging up a carcass talking about some blickety black. Run. And then what do? They're talking about the history from 100 years. 15 minutes, what we need to be worried about is right now and the future. They go eat butter biscuits, clog their arteries up, then go start yelling at the damn women and kids, which is our actual future. Let's go all get together because of black and go fight other black people and talking about building a community. You're the one tearing it down. Look in the mirror. Say, hey, what the hell wrong with me? If it's your great granddaddy, go dig up his bones and have surgery. I don't know what the problem is, but this is some stupid shit. JT, I apologize that you had to go through this. I tried to warn you. It was bad. Shout out to OG Speed. Though me and him may not disagree, he at least knows his stuff and can articulate some decent points. And I know where he comes from in his Nation of Islam, where they went out and did the productive things and do the productive things. They ain't sitting here, black women, black men, just beating and tearing down all the shit. Then making up stuff about the that you don't know. White men are getting ragdolled, yanked, and spanked by their women's. Hispanic men are having these problems. There are Hispanics that hate other Hispanics. Whites hate whites. Black, everybody hate. It's a hateocracy. That's what the world is. And then there's a pocket and there's a corner, some people doing what they're supposed to be doing. Why not say, hey, what can we actually do to get from a 1 to a 2, or a 2 to a 3, a 3 to a 4? But no, they fought. They did it. The men's, the women's is. Every time. Then I got to come up here and start trolling. JT tried to have a real conversation, and y'all just couldn't take it. So I got to come out here and fire off on all the dust. It just ain't right. But should you date out the race? If you're going to date out the race, do your thing. If you're going to date in the race, do your thing. Just do the best thing that you can with what you got. It's not too much to ask. If you're ugly, stop being ugly. If you're fat, go to the gym. If you stink, take a bath. That's the things that can make our community better. Or get on the dust panels and you're going to run into me and I'm going to troll you until your microphone stops working.
He definitely is. Yeah.
He lied.
Am I wrong, JT? You tried, didn't you?
I tried, man. I tried, bro.
But FDA and FBA, blickety black, Umar, the skank that he's complaining about, that Shannon Sharp raw dogged, whatever he did, Umar was eating it from the back, and he just mad because Shannon Sharp hit it first. You think these blackities ain't chasing Becky's and eating coochie in the back of the car with your super chat money? Come on now. Every 3 months, a big doofus gets exposed because they pitching that bullshit online. That's all I got.
Scam likely, ladies and gentlemen.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate your scam. See you this weekend, bro.
Yeah.
JT, what's your final thoughts, my brother?
Nigga, you ain't about to go nowhere. What the fuck you talking about? We about to do it like we did it 2 weeks ago. We about to do it for. We about to get this motherfucker rocket to Monday morning.
Shit, hell no, not tonight.
Man, you know, you keep having better and better shows, bro. I love the way that you're doing your panel, man. I saw you up on Fatty. Shout out to Fatty, man. You guys
Shout out to Fatty. Shout out to Fatty, man.
Yeah, y'all was having a great conversation about that, man. And I think we just need to keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? This is a culture that we're building. Us.
Yeah.
We're building this conversation. And look, man, much respect to all the brothers that came up in there. It's Friday, so y'all know I'm a whole different dude on Fridays and Saturdays, man. You know what I'm saying? I come over here and I try to bring the fire over here so we can have better conversations. Shout out to you, my nigga Freezy, man. I'm so proud of you. Man, I'm so proud of this nigga right here. So the only thing is I've been posing this question for a while. I've been having these conversations for a while. We do need to have more of it. I don't have the answer, the direct answer. I'm just posing it so we can all actually have our take on how we see things, right? I just threw a motherfucking bomb in the middle, and at the end of the day, I saw the comments, Freezy. Niggas, Jay-Z don't love himself and all that shit. I be like, woo, boy, y'all lucky. If it was the younger me, I've been triggered like a motherfucker. I can't get triggered, y'all. Please believe me. Can't get triggered. Hey man, tomorrow I definitely I'll be up here with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You doing your show if you can wake up, nigga, because recovered? Shit.
No, really.
Your ass was. I know. I can tell. I can tell.
Now I'm gonna try to sleep. No, wait, hold on. I'm gonna try to sleep in, but I got Bible study on Discord at 1, so yeah. I don't know.
Hey man,
You gotta do it.
you put the work in. Don't worry about it. You sleep when you're dead. Don't worry about it.
That's real. That's real, no doubt.
All right, man. Love you, bro.
Love you too,
love
JT,
everybody
man.
over here, man. I love all my people I'm talking to, man. This is all out of love, man. I love to be able to have conversations and argue and talk all kind of shit with us, but be serious at the same time, man. I'm about to get up out of here and get me some goddamn sleep, Freezy. I can't believe you shutting the doors tonight, because you done did it 2 weeks in a row, man, and you was, man, I'm like, this nigga doing the damn thing over in this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
And
man.
shout out to all the new watchers too. Everybody
everybody
that joined, that's kind of joining the family now. We, man, shout out to y'all. We welcome y'all to the No Cap crew. It's a beautiful thing, man. JT already know.
Already, man. Most definitely. I'm day 1A1, bro.
Already know.
Hey, keep doing it, man. Keep doing it, man. Love you, bro. Man, go
Love you
ahead.
too, JT.
Close that motherfucker out, man, and I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
All right, JT. JT from What We Know podcast.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get it.
Yep.
Listen. Shout out to the entire No Cap crew, man. Shout out to everybody that, attended the show tonight, right? Shout out to the original panelists. Most definitely Tawana G. Tawana G, thank you. Also, shout out to Naraya. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you for lending us your time. Also, shout out to 2 Glock. Thank you, 2 Glock. I appreciate you, the original panelists. And everybody else that joined, man. I really appreciate it. Shout out to my sister Just J. Fantastic. OG J Speed. J Prince. I'm trying to remember everybody. Saint Swarthy. Thank you. JT from What We Know podcast. Scam Likely. Hot Sauce. 2 Cents. Black Tea. Hey, I'm doing good. Am I forgetting somebody? I don't think I'm forgetting nobody. I don't think I'm forgetting nobody. If I'm sorry, I don't think I forget nobody. Yeah. Shout out to the ladies in the chat, man. DB said, great show, Freezy. Thank you, DB. Thank you. I really appreciate you, man. I'm trying to improve the show, trying to give you, a quality show. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Lady D. Lady D say, we proud of you, Freezy. Thank you. Thank you. Rob said 100. 907 said, fire show. Mel said, Freezy deserve it. Yeah. I appreciate that. World Class said, this Ecam Saturday.
No Cap-tivity.
Now that was funny as hell. Ecam Saturday. That shit is funny as hell, man. 907 said, yes, Freezy been through a lot in these YouTube streets. You better believe it. Quafa said, great cam up show. Appreciate that, man. Seahorse say, salute. King Rooster said, you did good, man. Shout out to King Rooster, man. Most definitely. Yeah. Listen. It's time for the benediction, man. Y'all already know. Wait, did I miss it? Let me see. Oh, shout out to Natasha. Shout out to Natasha, man.
Super chat.
Thank you, Natasha, for your $5 super cap. She just showing support. She's just showing support. And that was a tongue twister. She's just showing support. Let me see one of y'all say that real fast. Say it to yourself right now. She's just showing support. She's just showing support. Say it real fast. I bet you y'all can't do it. Shout out to Natasha. Thank you, Natasha. Let's see. It's time for the benediction. Let's see. There we go. Here we go, y'all. This is 1 John 4th chapter. 1 John 4th chapter 19th verse 19 through 21. Yeah, we're going to read 19 through 21. 1 John 4th verse 19 through 21. It says, "We love because he first loved us. We love because he first loved us. If anyone says, 'I love God,' and hates his brother, he is a liar. For he who does not love his brother or sister, whom he has seen, cannot love God whom he or she has not seen. And this commandment we have from him: whoever loves God must also love his brother and sister."
No captivity.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Listen. StreamYard Saturday is later on tonight. I don't know if y'all understand that. This shit finna turn up. It's finna turn up. Y'all already know how the weekend is. The weekend is ours. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Shout out to everybody that actually supported the show with super caps and cash caps. Let me see. Shout out to Carl Anderson for his $10 cash cap. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate you. I mean, super cap. My bad, Carl. Your $10 super cap. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Kwafi Nino, aka Narratives and Dialogue, for his $5 super cap. Thank you, Kwafi. I appreciate you. Shout out to Romello 747 Bank Guy for your $5 super cap. Appreciate that, bro. Shout out to GameWise DJ for his $5 super cap. Much appreciated. Y'all keep the show going. Thank you. Shout out to GameWise DJ again for his $9 for his $10 super cap. Thank you, GameWise DJ. I appreciate you. Shout out to the beautiful Robin M for her $10 super cap. Thank you, sis. Much appreciated. Valerie Smith, thank you for your $10 super cap, sis. Yes. Shout out to my sister, Conversations with MJ, for her $10 super cap. Yes, make sure y'all subscribe to MJ's channel and hit that notification bell. Most definitely. Shout out to Frieza, my YouTube cousin, aka Mr. Cooler, for his $10 super cap. What up, Frieza? Ralph Spirit. Ralph Spirit, thank you for your $2 super cap. Game Wise again, thank you for your $5 super cap. Shout out to home team, man. Game Wise DJ. Game Wise, I appreciate you. Shout out to Truth. Truth, let me see. Let me add up Truth. Let me see. 2, that's 10, 14. Yeah, I think Truth hit $20, man. Truth hit $20. Shout out to Truth, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Truth for his $5 super cap, $2 super cap, another $2 super cap from Truth, another $2 super cap from Truth. Shout out to Truth. Shout out to another $2 from Truth. Shout out to Truth again for $5 and another $5. Shout out to Truth, man, for a total, I think that's about $20, yeah. Shout out to my brother Blaze McCroy. What's going on, Blaze? Thank you for your $10 super cap. Always, man. Always much love, man. Love. You already know what it is. Game Wise, thank you for your $1 super cap, man. Appreciate you. Marcus Antonio Castillo, thank you for your $2 super cap, Mark. Thank you again, Mark, for your $2 super cap. Shout out to Truth and Reality Undefeated. So that made $22. Shout out to Truth and Reality Undefeated again for your $2 super cap. Shout out to Natasha for her $5 super cap. Thank you, Natasha. I really appreciate you. And I mean that to everybody that supported the show. Shout out to Next Level. First for his $5 cash cap. And shout out to Next Level again for a $25 cash cap, which makes a total of $30. $30. Y'all already know, y'all been seeing them all night, scrolling on the bottom and flashing on the sponsorship board. Next Level is our official sponsor of tonight's show. Looks like nobody's gonna beat Next Level. Next Level is the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $30. That's right, $30. Shout out to my brother Next Level, who will be co-hosting this weekend as usual. StreamYard Saturday. Thank you, Next Level. We appreciate you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
And listen, y'all know what time it is, man. It's time to celebrate Next Level for being the official sponsor of tonight's show. And y'all know how we celebrate our sponsors like no other. Thank you, Next Level. Thank you. We really do appreciate you, man. Here we go. Shout out to Next Level for being the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $30. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. You already know what it is. All right. Y'all, listen, shout out to everybody that actually shared the live stream, man, and became a part of the No Cap campaign. It's very easy to share the live stream. Share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Thank you. Shout out to everybody that became a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. We had several people that was a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. We had several people that was a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. Earlier, let me see if I can find those ones earlier. Let me see. Where we at? Yeah, shout out to Tawana G. My sister Tawana, she was a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to Fear No Mortals. She was a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to Black T. She was a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to Her That's Her. Was a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to everybody that was a part of the No Cap campaign and actually shared the live stream. I wish you $11 million in your life. Believe in every single.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh yeah. Shout out to all 136 people that hit the like button. Thank you to the 136 people that hit the like button. And shout out to the 2 people that hit the dislike button. Thank you. I really appreciate it, believe it or not, for participating and engaging. And listen, I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life. Believe in every single.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh yeah. Y'all, we about to get up out of here. Y'all know. Listen, later on, this weekend is StreamYard Saturday. The infamous StreamYard Saturday. The infamous StreamYard Saturday. I will see y'all later on, of course. We're going to rock out and we're going to have a great conversation. Tell your family, tell your friend how we rocking out over here. And y'all know, more importantly, what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here. Love y'all, man. See y'all soon.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro.
Unlock the future of branding while outpacing your competition. Dive into the digital realm, transforming raw footage into video epics. Our editors redefine storytelling. At Prime Your Logos, where pixels become portals. Prime Your Logos. Unleash the unseen. Your brand amplified. Visit us at Prime Your Logos on Instagram. Or call 704-792-6345. That's 704-792-6345. Prime your brand. Prime your logos, where artistry transcends reality. Unlock the future of branding. Pacing.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.